for 10 minutes so they can see, what we're doing and things like that. Today's a great day. The ceremonies at Uluru, they went beautiful. There's one picture Evan posted, and you see Uluru, right? Uluru right here. And then you see like a beam of light that's just like shooting up, and the top of the light is like so bright, and then you can see the tail of it. It's amazing. Just an incredibly amazing picture. So there was a lot of energy happening there yesterday, or actually last night, because this whole event began at 7:32 in Uluru time, and okay, this video is live, and then it began at 2 o'clock in the morning here in BC. Like that. Today's a great day. Okay, awesome. So we got ourselves.
Do you want me to share this out to groups?
Yeah, I've shared it to a couple of groups like Independent Research Society, Watchers, and Forgotten Origin, and Cosmic Travelers, and just a couple of groups. I didn't share it to Full Spectrum because I figured that you do that, so I just let you do that, and Leonard will do Orion Rising, Ancient Aliens, things like that, and then I want to start the day off at about 8 o'clock sharp. Actually, 8 o'clock I want to start. The sun rises at 8:04. And then I have a short video, about 14 minutes, of Stephen and Evan over at Uluru. And Stephen is doing like a rock ceremony where he's walking through Uluru, and he's doing a ceremony. So I want to begin with that video. And then after that, we'll talk for a few minutes, and then we'll give our intentions out to what our intentions are for this event. And then after that, we will play another video from Stephen and Evan Strong that I recorded about 10 days ago. And in that video, it's about 25 minutes long. So in that video, they're going to explain to us what this magic box prophecy is, and in this way everyone who's watching will understand what the prophecy is. And then so when we roll through the day, and when we're doing our meditation, our stretches, our conscious music, then people will be aware of why we're doing this, and then they can begin to send their energy to Uluru and other sacred sites around the world.
Awesome, bro.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. The show will begin shortly. Thank you very much for joining us here on this solstice. Oh, my calculator just came on. I don't know why. Let's X out of there. We're just giving you guys behind the scenes look here for a few minutes as we get prepared for this wonderful, beautiful day of love and acceptance. Should be a beautiful day today. Got a great day laid out for you guys, and we'll get into that here pretty shortly. Please go ahead and share the stream to all of your social medias, and let's try to get as many people as we can to gather here with Watchers Talk and Full Spectrum Universe, and Orion Rising, and Portal to Ascension, and Forgotten Origins, so that we can raise the Schumann resonance today. And I'm sure it's been affected already because these ceremonies have been started last night, and they've been going around the world. And there was a huge ceremony, a get-together that was happening in Iceland, among other places around the world. So please share this out, and we will start the show here right away. Grab yourselves a coffee, grab some plants, your earthing material, and then we'll get it going here.
Wow!
So don't mind me.
Facebook's not letting me share anything.
Yeah, Facebook is like that. That's why I hardly ever stream to Facebook anymore. Did you want me to share to Full Spectrum, and then you can?
I got it there, and I got it on my profile. So. I have 4,500 friends, so hopefully they'll see it and come on in.
Right.
Well, we hope.
Where are we streaming on YouTube?
I am on Watchers Talk on YouTube, and also we're streaming to Portal to Ascension on YouTube, and then on Facebook, I'm streaming to Observing Humanity Outside of the Cube.
Okay. Which do you want to get most of the hits? Which one do you want me to share?
You can share wherever you want, Ben. I've shared to the groups that I wanted to, and
I'm saying from where? Do you want people to go to your YouTube channel?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, let's share from Watchers Talk and get them all to gather on YouTube.
Okay.
Still early, brother.
Right. That's why I was like, where do you want the attention?
Oh, I got one. I got a share out. Perfect. Just one. It only gave me one. Said you get one.
You lucked out.
Yeah, I slid under the radar.
Holy wow. 97 shares already. Fantastic.
Great, guys.
Nice.
Great. Keep going. You know what? We want to raise as many people's frequencies as possible. This is going to be an exceptional event. I am truly honored to be a part of this, too. It's just going to be incredible what we do here today. I truly feel it in my bones and in my soul. That's for sure.
Yeah, me too, brother. Me too. Today's going to be a fantastic day. We had a lot of people register. We finished people are still registering, actually. I checked a few minutes ago, and we've had 280 people register from around the world, and and counting. And then now people are sharing this event, and we're going to have a beautiful outcome, and we're all going to have just a totally beautiful day today, and I'm very excited for it. We have great guest lineup coming up. Of course, we've got the one that I'm really excited for is Ben Carroll. I don't know if you guys are familiar with who Ben Carroll is, but Ben Carroll is a rock star that's sold hundreds of thousands of copies of his albums, and that's not what he wanted to do with his life, and he wanted to bring people together. So he got into sound bowls and bowl healing, and he's based out of Maine, and he's going to come on today at 11 o'clock and and give us a sound healing. Clear out our chakras, and we'll have a short discussion with him, and then we'll move on to MC Resonance is coming on, and Jillian Parker, Ray Davis, Neil Gore. It's going to be a fantastic day. It's going to be a beautiful, beautiful day today. I can't wait. Actually, don't have to wait because it's happening.
We're doing it right now as we speak.
Yes, sir. We are.
You can't go back, sir. This is now. What do you mean this is now? This is now, sir. I'll go back to then. We can't do that, sir. How can it be now if we haven't even finished filming the movie? It's weird new technology, sir. that was from Spaceballs. You guys are both probably too young to have watched that movie.
What?
You saw that movie?
Hey, what's your name? Barf. Not in here. It's a Rolls Royce.
Not here. It's a Rolls Royce.
No, that's my name.
Bartholomew.
Barf.
What's your name? He's an asshole, sir. Well, I know he's an asshole, but what's his name? No, that's his name, sir. Asshole.
My favorite part was asshole. The Schwartz. The Schwartz.
The Schwartz.
I've got the Schwartz ring.
Yeah. Oh, I see your Schwartz is as big as mine.
Yep.
That was such a great one. Mel Brooks is a genius. Genius. Everything he's ever touched.
Oh, absolutely. Yes. Absolutely.
Genius, man.
There's so many movies like Blazing Saddles. I mean, it's really just a plethora of movies that give you like that hearty gut laugh, and that's always important to make sure that you stay.
I loved History of the World. Oh my God. History of the World was that part 2 or part 1? Part 1. And they never had a part 2. I love that. I love when they were with the Romans. He's all, hold on, wait, pull over. And he goes and rolls this big old huge joint. We're now armed with mighty joint.
That's hilarious.
Love that.
Oh boy.
The Ethiopian Shim Sham sand dance. Love that.
You gotta get the Avatar juice for the morning.
Avatar juice for the morning.
I'm gonna be sitting here dozing off because we're gonna be having very exciting day. Actually, I'm probably not going to be dozing off.
Jillian said, "Look at Leo's beard, right? He looks like Santa Claus." Beard. Jillian, right? That was
the whole purpose. You missed it, Jillian. I was wearing my. Hold on, I'll put that back on here. Hold on.
It's hilarious. I love it. Love it. It's glorious. You know what? I wish I'm actually
originally,
jealous of it.
Jillian,
I'm jealous
came in
of
with
it.
this on. Hold on, let me put the camera up a little bit. See this? For those of you who are actually watching us live, I came in with this on originally and went, ho, 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 Santa was partying with the elves last night, and one of them stole my Santa hat and left me this. Not sure which one it was, but I know it was one of three. It was either the Twinkle twins or it was Star. I know that because I kept picking them all night long, and you guys say, eeny, meeny, miny, mo. I was saying, twinkle, twinkle, little star.
The Twinkle twins. Sergeant Candy Cane.
Sergeant Candy Cane. But I do have my Santa hat.
All right, beautiful, beautiful. We're doing fantastic, boys.
You know what's great is that I'm sitting here, and directly across from me is my girlfriend, and she's working. So we're constantly making eye contact, and she's going to be able to feel the aura expansion as it happens when we start to delve into the meditations, and she's going to rock along with us.
All right, there we go. We're happening. All right, guys, let's.
I spammed it out to about 6, 7, 8, 10 groups. I think it was 10 groups and a couple of pages.
We're at 113 shares, probably more now.
Good. Everybody out there, if you're just tuning in, share this out. Let's get this going completely global. We want to make this thing worldwide, insane. We want to get like 1,000, 1,500, 10,000. What if we got 1 million people in here? It'd probably crash that website.
That would be beautiful. That would be so beautiful. I would love that.
We would crash Facebook, but it would be a glorious thing for sure.
Right?
Crashing
so for
Facebook
those
is
of
a
you
good
who
thing.
are in the North or on the North American continent, if you guys go out when it gets dark tonight and look to the southwest, probably going to need some binoculars, maybe not, depending on whether you have clear weather or not, you'll be able to see the alignment of Jupiter and, what is it, Jupiter and
Saturn.
Saturn. Yeah, Jupiter and Saturn. So when you look at them, they're so close, they're making one bright light in the sky. Okay, and it's also the winter solstice today. It's the 21st. It's the celebrated solstice because the solstice kind of floats between the 21st and the 24th of the year. But so they're both lining up on the solstice, and there goes my camera going off again.
You know what? One of the crazy things is they say that is the if you're Catholic and you believe in Catholicism, they say that is the star that the wise men walked upon or walked towards to get to Jesus in his birth and give him his gifts, which has a more of a metaphorical meaning than just what it is at face value, you know. Right. But we'll get into that later. That's for the roundtable discussion where we start talking about a lot of different
Neil's
things.
going to talk about that when he comes on at some point, and then we'll talk about it during the discussion as well. Because, yeah, we started talking about that the other night when Neil was on, and I have, being first of all Irish Catholic, second of all Southern Viking. I have the extensive knowledge and background into everything that is what went on over there with those people in that religion. In fact, that's the base religion that I was taught before, and beside Christianity and Catholicism was what they called the heathen religions, the pagan religion. So I have an extensive background in that, and so I'm going to be interested in what Neil has and what he has found to talk about. Considering that he's not from there.
That's right. And
but he's a very learned and wise man. So I expect he's going to ring that out pretty good, and we'll have a good discussion, I think.
Absolutely, and it's gonna pick up pretty good too, because where he leaves off is where we're going to pick up our panel talk this evening, which we're going to close off with. And a few months ago, Leonard and I, we did the Saturn Moon Matrix expose. It was 7 hours long, so we shared a lot of information in there. So this is actually going to pick up very beautifully with Neil. Once he's done his presentation, then we'll pick up, and then we're just going to try to connect the dots all together at that time. So welcome, everyone. Thank you very much for joining us here. We've got a fantastic crowd going on here. We've got tons of people watching us on Facebook, tons of people watching us here on Watchers Talk, and we've got tons of people watching us on Portal to Ascension. So thank you very much for joining us here on this beautiful day. My name is Omar, and I will be one of your hosts here today. And my other hosts, co-host, Leonard O'Neill from Orion Rising, and Rob Yoxmeyer from Full Spectrum Universe. Thank you very much, guys, first of all, for doing this with me. This will be one of our best events that we've put together so far. Shout outs to Sharon McQueen, Norma, Ildi, Terry Vincent. Who else do we have with us on YouTube? We've got, let's jump over to a Portal to Ascension. We've got U.S. Patriots from Jupiter, Florida. So, that's pretty cool. Jupiter and Saturn are aligning here this evening. Welcome, Jupiter. Welcome, U.S. Patriots. Nice to have you here with us. So before we begin, I want to start off with a short video of why we are doing this event here today. This event is in cooperation with Forgotten Origins, out of Australia. I hate to say theory because it's no longer a theory, but they're beautiful friends of mine, Stephen and Evan Strong, and for the past 7 months, they've been holding monthly conferences, and in it they've been laying out this prophecy amongst other knowledge that's directly connected to this event here today. So what this is called the Magic Box Prophecy, and it kind of really aligns with the Hopi prophecy of us walking one road, and that road will eventually come to a split, and we have to make a choice at that time, and we are at that time now, folks. If we make the proper choice, the wise choice, the choice of love, the love frequency, then we will vibrate at a higher level. We have a higher distortion, and we'll have much more love to share and receive from everyone else. But if we take make the wrong choice, then we're headed for I don't even want to go there. I don't want to give that idea any energy whatsoever. But we all understand what the outcome from the second choice is, and that's not the choice that we want to make. So yesterday in Uluru, Australia, at 7:32 p.m., the shift began, and there was a lot of ceremonies being held. And from speaking with Evan Strong this morning, those ceremonies went as expected. Lots of people turned out. There was tons of meditation going on, lots of love, and a lot of cool things were happening around Uluru as well. There was a picture that was shared, and in that picture it shows a beam of light coming out of Uluru, and the top of the light is like really, really bright, and then you see a tail coming off of it, and the tail ends and it's like above Uluru. So it's the Magic Box prophecy, and what's happened is that the original people, the elders, they have asked Stephen to make a call of action out to the world for everyone to gather on every continent, in every country around the world, come together in a day of meditation and of love, and then send our energies to Uluru or to other sacred sites around the world. For instance, like Stonehenge and the Great Pyramids, and the pyramids in Central America, and the sacred sites in South America. So it's just not Uluru where we need to send our energy. We can send our energies to our sacred sites all around the world. If there's a sacred site around your home or in your province, state, country, wherever you are, you can directly send your energy there as well. Now, how do we send energy? The way we send energy is that when we're meditating, when we have our eyes closed, we visualize where we want that energy to go. And when we visualize that powerful thought, that is where our energy will be headed to. So before we begin this, I'd like to share the schedule for today. So right now I should actually be playing a video, which we will be here pretty quickly. And at 9 o'clock a.m. we have Aaron Fowler coming up for a meditation. He's going to do a sage burning ceremony and also lead us into a meditation this morning. And then at 10 o'clock we have MC Resonance coming on, who's going to give us some conscious rap. And at 11 o'clock a.m. we have Ben Carroll coming on. He's going to do the sound bowl healings, and it's going to be about 10 minutes of music, 20 minutes of talk, or 15 minutes of music, 15 minutes of talk, and we'll get to know him as well. We'll learn how sound bowl healing works and how it can help us to elevate our consciousness. And then at 12 o'clock, we've got Norma Rasmussen coming up, and she's going to lead again another meditation for us, and then we'll have a short talk with her afterwards. And then at 1 o'clock we have Jillian Parker coming on. She's a light worker, so she's going to do some light work for us, and she's going to send you guys energy and help us regress our used energy and bring in fresh energy from the earth. And then at 2 o'clock, I was supposed to have Eric Villarreal on, but it seems he's missing in action, and I haven't spoken to him in a few days, so I hope that he's okay. But between 2 and 2:30, we'll just do some stretches, and because we're going to be sitting all day, so I'll lead some stretches, and we'll do some arms. And then at 2:30 p.m., we have Ray Davis coming on, and he's going to give us a talk on affirmations and how we can create positive affirmations for ourselves, and how we can follow through with those in order to raise our awareness of ourselves and those who are around us. And then at 3 o'clock, we have Neil Gore coming on, and he's going to do a presentation for us for pagan rituals of the solstices and how they celebrated those and what it meant to them and other cultures around the world. And then at 4 o'clock, we'll pick up with Neil Gore with a panel talk, which will go on till about 5 and 5:30, just around there somewhere. Just, it really depends on how the conversation's going. If we're like really deep into it, we'll just keep going. But if we've touched up on everything, then of course, we'll kind of end it at that time. We ask you to please share this stream to all the social medias that you belong to, your groups, Instagram, Twitter, kind of what have you. Let's try to gather as many people as we can for this day of celebration. And this day of ascension is what really is, guys. Today is when the shift is beginning, and our vibrational distortion is going to begin to increase, because we're just going to begin oozing love. So that's my layout for the day. And Leo, you seem like you're muted. Rob, you have anything?
No, I was just mouthing. I was repeating what you said. You said oozing love, and I whispered oozing love.
Do you guys have anything to say? I'd like to share a video.
Well, there's a
like
few
I said,
comments
about,
in the audience I wanted to point out. Ildi is over in Egypt, and she's having a hard time today because she's waiting for the alignment now, but it's hiding behind the Great Pyramid. Oh no. Lucky her, right? Come on, man. I love that.
But I just want to say real quickly is that, this is an immense event for me too, because it's sort of like coming back home with you guys. I've started doing this with you guys, and this is just an epic way to commence my first almost full year in broadcasting, but also in finding myself in the spiritual adventures and maturing myself spiritually as I have, and to bring all that back home with you guys to me and helping as many people along the way as we can with all this truly means more to me than anything. And I have such gratitude, and I love you guys to death. And it's so great to be doing this right now. I feel so amazing, and I'm sure everybody else can feel it too. I've got chills in my body for this event because I know that it's affecting me already, this shift. So I'm feeling great. I'm looking to have everybody else feel the same way we do. And I just want to say that I appreciate everybody watching, but I sincerely appreciate you two as well, because this is, like I said, coming home, and I miss these types of events that we do together. And it's truly epic that we can do it again, and we're here with each other. I think it's always been meant to be that we always stick together because we're all friends and we know that. But coming back home right now just feels like, I'm back where I belong, and it's a great feeling. It's a great feeling. Nice,
man. Nice. That's some beautiful love there. Leonard?
I'm just looking at the chat again. Terry, she said she can't stay. I wish I could. The beauty of this, Terry, is it's going to be on the ether for you to watch later on.
That's right.
You can go to the website. You can go to the YouTube channel, and you can watch this. And it won't be live, but you'll still be able to watch it. So just because you have to go doesn't mean that you don't have to watch it. And Ed, shalom, welcome. Right, Aaron Fowler's in the audience, and he says hola, Aaron. And there was a comment that somebody made. Who was it? I'm going to go back here and look. I just want to acknowledge everybody that's in there talking. And if you don't say anything, we don't necessarily know you're here. So give us a hello, give us a shout out, let us know where you are. Somebody from Sri Lanka is here, right? Who was that? QQQ from Sri Lanka. Welcome, right? So you got people from all over the planet already, saying hi. Right. And I love that. You guys give us a shout out. Tell us hi. Let us know that you're in the audience and where you're from, because we already know that this is global. We just want to make sure that everybody gets a little, your little claim to fame. Where am I? I'm in the ditch in Iowa. My car skidded off the road, but I'm on the phone, man. It's cool.
Shout out to Debbie Caldwell from Facebook, and we got shout out to Linda Maribach. I hope I said that properly, from Perth, Australia. Right on. Love to see Australians in our crowd here, because that's really where the epicenter and the navel of the energy of the world is at right now. We got Teresa Docell, Aaron Fowler, and Terry Vincent is actually a buddy of mine. We had lived in the same town that I recently moved from. So hey Terry, hope all is well with you, buddy. This show is going to be from 8 a.m. to 4:30, 5 o'clock p.m. today, from sunrise to sunset, and it looks like the sun is coming out. All right, so with any further ado, I'd like to play this video which Evan and Stephen sent me last night, and it was actually a whole bunch of videos put together, 2 minutes here, 4 minutes there, 30 seconds. Steve was sending me off of Messenger, so I snipped them all together last night, and then I wanted to start with this because this day is really for Uluru, and from what I interpret, what Steve is doing is that he's having a spiritual experience at Uluru, and he's also doing rock ceremonies, and I think that is a very appropriate way to begin that. And once that video is over, guys, we'll talk about it for like 5-6 minutes, and then after that, I'd like to play the video of Stephen and Evan explaining the Magic Box prophecy. So let me head on over here, and I will play this video for you guys.
to come out of it. Is there a water hole down there too, Chad? definitely. What's that? This is it. Meet of each other. That's bizarre. That's different.
Well, that was quite something, eh? That was a beautiful ceremony that Steve just did there. I had, shivers up my back, and the hair on my arms were standing up when when he was doing his thing. And then towards the end there, notice how he was tapping the stone, and one part was really dense, and the bottom part seemed a bit hollow. So he went right in the middle, and then placed the rocks there, and then he took some brush and put it there as well as an offering, essentially. And that was really beautiful, and I thought that it was very appropriate to start the event off today with that video, because it really sets a precedent throughout the day.
I agree. And one of the things that struck me was the very, very beginning when he was walking down the path. And you think about how many ancestral people walked down that same path to perform that same ritual at some point in time where this alignment, where this alignment was happening, resonating themselves at such a frequency that, Mother Earth was gifting them at that moment. And it's just an incredible moment, no matter where it is in time. Those are epic moments that you can't replicate. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
You walk down there and it just happens. And of course, he was walking down there, but there is an innocence to it too, because there is that lineage that goes all the way up from then to now. And the scope of it is incredible.
Yeah, just watching him, when they're walking. And then there was other people.
Mm-hmm.
When they were there by the river, by the stream, there was other people that came and were doing the same thing he was doing at the same place he was doing. And I know that woman wasn't with them, because I know Evan's girlfriend, and that's not her. Right? So it wasn't like there was Evan and his girlfriend and Dad, right, and Steven.
Yeah.
There was other people. There was a couple other people that came up, and they were doing the same thing. That one woman sat there and was literally as close as she could get. She was on the rail, and sitting there looking at that. So I think that's really a testament to, like Rob was saying, that the time. While he was walking, I was going through the same thing in my head. How many other people have done this, going back how long, walking this exact path,
Yeah, exactly.
And then the alignment, right? You know what I mean? For this event. Now, that picture that you sent me, Omar, you should put that on the screen for people to see. That's a really cool picture.
Yeah, I'm trying to do it, but my Facebook is...
is tripping. Maybe I can do it then.
It's acting a fool right now. Facebook's acting a fool, which is fine.
It is. I was having problems when I was on my phone trying to look at the picture. So I let me see if I can.
Another thing
you can share your screen with that.
Yeah,
did you notice that when he tapped those rocks together, when it was like where he was standing out away from like the cliff face, and I believe it was by the water too, and he took the rocks and tapped them, That like I felt like it opened up like my aura in a sense when he did that at that moment. Like it was like this, like not that there's ever like a block, but like this freeness to it. Like he tapped it and it like ignited something inside of me. It was epic. It was epic. I felt it too. It's like in the headphones, so it like resonated, and it was like, oh, okay, like that really felt. It was pretty cool. It was a pretty cool moment.
Here we go.
There you
Here's
go. Pull that up.
This was an image taken and sent to me by, or actually it wasn't sent to me, it was posted on Forgotten Origin, and someone posted that, and then Evan shared it to Forgotten Origin's Facebook group, and I believe that's right about where Steve was doing his ceremony as well. But look at that beam of energy coming out of Uluru. That is beautiful. Look how pronounced it is up top, and then you can see the tail. Right, just fading out on the bottom.
And in that video, one of the images was that particular spot that he showed.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I remember because I saw this before the video was running, and then when the video ran, I remembered that bluff right there. And then when he was panning and he showed that, I was like, wait, that's the same one from the photo.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing. Yeah, when I saw that this morning, I was like, oh my God, that's beautiful.
Yes.
Uluru is alive. And it's emitting energy and taking in energy as well. That's why it's very important for us today to send Uluru the energy so that because Uluru is the navel of the earth, and the more energy we send to it, the more energy that can be distributed across the planet. And our goal for today is to raise the Schumann resonance. Just want to do a quick shout out. We got lots of beautiful people here, freedom-loving people. We got Michael H. from UK. We got Pontan coming in from Japan. And we've got Stir the Pot Cooking Supplies coming in from Canada, a fellow Canuck, welcome. And Snow is Falling, No Sun, Terry Vincent, Essex, United Kingdom, Leslie Willie. I love Evan Strong, Sharon McQueen. Yes, we all do, Sharon. He's a wonderful, wonderful guy. And Sharon asked, is he the older one, right? Yes, Sharon. Stephen is the older one. He's the dad. And the quarterback actually for this entire event that's taking place, because if it weren't for Steve, we would not be doing this today, because it was his call to action that he asked everyone to come together and do this today. And we've got Nikki coming in from San Diego. We have Marianne Whitebird coming in from Alberta, Canada. Welcome, guys. Welcome. Thank you very much for joining us. You're all very much appreciated, and we can surely use your energy here today on this day of solstice and conjunction and a prophecy and ancient prophecy that's coming to life here. Today, and actually starting last night. It's very exciting that this is happening.
Absolutely, too. And think about this, too. You're literally watching a prophecy come to light in real time, which isn't something that happens all the time, It's definitely a unique event. And I want to say hi to Melinda, who's out there. She's one of my teammates and one of my co-hosts on another show. She's a great woman, and she's probably watching, too. And, it's like I said, it's just this incredible conglomeration of all these different people from all these different walks of life devoted to a same purpose, and that is fulfilling this prophecy, which in turn breeds us to a new level of existence. This is truly an epic moment and an epic time. There's Melinda. And it's almost a celebration of what was to what is going to be. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, agreed. The consciousness of the planet has shifted so much in the last, say, 15 years. Prior to that, there was just, I remember back when, being 52, 53 years old, I remember back 20, 30 years ago when I was like the only person that I knew that knew anything. You know what I mean? Going back when I was 10, 11, 12 years old, I was saying things that people are finding like, epiphanies today, and they're saying, oh, wow. Are you aware that all of our energy like interacts? I'm like, I was talking about like that when I was 10, guys. Where were you, right? But it's good to see that this transition is finally happening, because I was concerned for the world for a while, thinking, wow, is it really that bad, you know? And then I realized that it wasn't. We just didn't have the internet to know what was going on instantaneously around the world. Now we do. I mean, look, Pablo from Colombia. I mean, welcome, brother, right? Namaste. We were not able to get in touch with each other, and I'm sure they kept it that way on purpose, you know? I remember when I was little, talking to people that were over in Germany during the beginnings of the World War, and they had no idea what was going on. They would read a newspaper that was 30 days old, and that would be the only way they knew what was happening in the war. Was 30 days ago someone wrote this in a newspaper, and that was their up-to-date information. So information got transferred by people running. They had runners, you know, literally telling people what was going on in the next town, or you know, what we heard that London's on fire, you know, whatever. That's just crazy to think about how small the planet was then, right? Or how big it was, because there was no mass information. We take that for granted now because our phones have the entire everything known to us, human race, is on our smartphones. Doesn't matter what it is, you can look it up, right? You can learn whatever it is you want to learn. No one in the history of this planet has had what we have now. We take it for granted, and people go, I don't know how to do that. You got a link for that? You know what I'm saying? I'm like, no. Use your fingers, because doesn't matter what, you know. I was watching a program. I know this is kind of off topic, but it's not. I was watching a program because I'm a survivalist. I hate to use the term prepper because that was a TV show that was crap. But everybody that's caught on. Prepping. I'm a prepper. I'm a prepper. Are you a prepper? I'm a prepper. He's a prepper. We're a prepper too. Anyway, so I hate to use that, but there's these people who try to go live off the grid and they have no idea what they're doing. And then there's this guy and his family who come in and save their off the grid problems. And I'm thinking, dude, you got a hold of this guy somehow. So you have a smartphone. You couldn't Google that shit and figure out how to feed the chickens? You couldn't Google that and figure out how to build you know what I mean? So I look at people, and I think I hold them to a higher standard now, was my point, because we should know this stuff because it's there. But people don't look, right? So one of the things that I want to make sure that we kind of touch on as a theme is, think about what we just witnessed, guys. You just witnessed, and I want to make sure that you guys understand how in awe Rob, myself, and Omar of the moment. You guys just witnessed. We just witnessed him walking a path that has been walked longer than any history known to the planet, on purpose to do what he did. Now, you see now they have barricades up and things so people won't go skinny dipping in the water or wash their clothes or do anything crazy, because we humans are nasty.
It's a sacred spot.
But they got to save the sacred spot and keep it the integrity. So we just witnessed something we would never be able to witness and never did witness, and probably most of you were seeing that for the first time, and some of you might not even know what was happening or understand what was happening right there. Do you see what I'm saying? Because you have no point of reference.
Yeah, I've never seen anything like that. And when I received the videos,
near to that, but not there in those places in Australia.
When I received the videos from Evan last night, I really didn't ask him what the videos were, because common sense told me that because they weren't saying anything and Steve was very quiet, he was placing rocks on the ground and he was doing 360s to, face all four directions of Mother Earth, and he was taking in the energy. And common sense has told me that he's doing a rock ceremony where he took the water. He crushed something into the palm of somebody there, put water in there, and he rubbed it on his forehead. And I'm sure the others did as well. To me, that was like really beautiful. But, I want to pick up on a comment while we're here from Portal to Ascension. Her name is Gem Ema Puddle Duck. Fantastic name. It said, felt it here, and did you see the symbols on the cave roof? When it started, we saw the circulars, and we've seen that on Ancient Aliens. We've seen that on many other Aborigine cave art that's come out. And this was actually like the first time for me to ever see something like that so up close. I truly felt privileged that I was able to see that. I'd like to hear you guys' thoughts on that cave art in that very sacred area.
Well, we have a comment from Waraba Abara. I don't know if I'm saying that right. Crazy the rest of the Aboriginals of Australia haven't been told about this and are pretty angry because plane loads of people from Sydney are coming there and slamming the place, and they're worried about COVID. And so, isn't it weird that the weird things that we have to worry about? COVID, guys, is not as bad as they're saying it is. Okay, you guys need to understand that it's a lie. It's a pandemic. It's a flu bug. It's not a disease. Let's
not go there, because then Facebook or YouTube is going to censor our video.
Facebook will end up slamming us off because of the algorithm. But you guys need to understand it's not as bad. I mean, if you're like my age or above, I'm 53, but I have COPD and I have type 2 diabetes. So for me, that's normal with any kind of flu bug, that I have to worry that it could kill me, because my immune system is already taxing, trying to fight what I have already going on. So those are really the fears are being propagated. I'm just trying to point that out. They're being pushed on all of us. They didn't tell anyone that there was, like right now, a lot of you probably don't know whether or not the coronavirus has ever replicated itself, right? And to a new strand. There's been more than 80,000 replications. There was just a new one that popped up yesterday someplace on the planet.
The thing that I want to...
But the problem with that is, it's not, if it were something that was so deadly, 80,000 strains out there, right? Everybody would be dying. We're not dying as much as everybody thinks that we are, so it's not that bad. And you're right, I want to get off of that because we'll get slammed off the air.
Yeah, I want to say to Waraba is that Stephen had, for the last several months, he's been making a call out for people to not come to Uluru, because the original people had asked people not to come out there. Number one, because of the events that are taking place around the world, and number two, it's out in the middle of the desert, and for them, it's their summer solstice. So they're more concerned about people's well-being than anything else. But it's really disheartening to see that people didn't listen, and they're coming out there by the plane loads. Unfortunate, but that's just the way humans are, and that's they have good intentions, and
look what happened with
and that's the only thing that we should.
Storm Area 51, right? And all of us called for no one to go out there and do it, and there were still thousands of people that arrested.
Some people will listen, some people won't.
Don't listen.
There was
Nikki, I want to point out, Nikki Richardson said, I'm just waking up last year. I look forward to diving deeper into discovering all I've missed. The guidance I've received is humbling. It's all energy. Welcome. For those of us who woke up long ago, it's not as easy as you guys are having it. I would like to have not woken up until now, because you guys are waking up so fast and learning so much so fast. It took us years to get to where we are, and you guys are just catching up to us in months. A year, 2 years. So you know what? Good for you guys. I love that you guys are. People are waking up. But just know that you guys are waking up real fast. You should be proud of yourselves. You guys don't think that you are, compared to what we went through. It took a long, slow burn. Neil, I wish he was here because we could talk about this. He and I had this conversation on air, where we went through this learning cycle. We went through the learning everything, and then looking at the powers that should not be, and getting angry and going through those phases. And we try to tell people, don't do that. Just bypass that, because if not, it takes a long time for you to get past that. And people are just passing that. They're just going, I shouldn't be, because the mindset today is completely different than what we had then, which is a testament to the energy levels of all of the people around the earth that are in fact helping people. So I love when someone says, "Oh, I just started waking up last year," and I'm like, "Oh, welcome, man. You're gonna be you're gonna love it." But you guys wake up so much faster that I've seen people that have woken up just a few years ago, and now I'm learning from them because they've just learned so much. So I love that you guys are. Anyone who's new, I love it because I remember what it was like when I was. Just
I want to
going,
piggyback off that too with Marianne Whitebird. You're never alone. There's 3 people in front of you right now who can help you in any way that we possibly can. You just have to reach out. And that's one of the things that Leo was also trying to, confront this part, is that there is the internet. The internet gives us this semblance of being able to contact people over great, vast, miles away and a whole planet away. We're all here together. This is why we're doing this now, is to bring these people together. So now you see these like-minded people, you need to communicate with them. And once you communicate with them, it'll be, and I'm glad you put that in the comments because other people can see that and they will come to help you. This is all about helping each other. So there's 3 people in front of you right here. I'm Rob Yox on Facebook. You can message me anytime you have any questions. Full Spectrum Universe is my my show name and my YouTube channel. We're always here. There's various platforms to get in touch with us, whether it be Orion Rising or Watchers Talk, whether it be YouTube, Facebook, all the different Instagram, Twitter. Just reach out. When you need that help, just reach out in some form or fashion. Somebody will come and help you.
Yeah, I'm really glad that you picked that up because I was going to say that next, that you're not alone. I read another comment here that says going through spiritual awakening for the last 2 years and would like some guidance as I am alone in this. Definitely you're not alone. There's millions of us that are in this very same boat, and believe you me, Marianne, I myself am still in the process of waking up. There are days where I curse waking up, and then there are days that I'm really happy that I woke up. Kind of like that guy off of Matrix, where he knows that the steak is fake, but he'll deal with it anyways. So I get to that point sometimes in my journey as well. But believe me, you're not alone. And if you ever need to talk, like Rob said, you can reach out to us here on this screen, and we'll be more than happy to talk to you. And this is another very sad comment again from Marianne. It says, my elders whom I might have been able to ask are gone to Creator. I am 60 scoop and displaced, removed from my culture. That's absolutely shitty. And I totally hear you, Marianne. I'm half Aboriginal myself, and the residential schools here in Canada where children were being taken away from their families and being put into these schools to assimilate them and to destroy the culture. And now that culture is almost destroyed here in Canada, but thankfully, there's a lot of woke people who are working very, very hard in trying to restore the genocide and the damage that was created, over the last 200 years to, the Aboriginal people of Canada, the Aboriginal people of the United States, the Aborigines of Australia. We're in the same boat, but as long as we continue to think positive and visualize and that the culture is being restored, that energy is so powerful and our thoughts are so powerful that they in themselves will manifest themselves, and and then this conscious shift that we're going through is going to help a lot in restoring, not only the Aboriginal cultures of this world, but South American cultures which were destroyed in the same manner, the African cultures and Asian cultures and kind of what have you. Everything's going to be restored back to what it used to be compared to what it is today. Nikki Richardson says, I'm just waking up. Where did she go? Kind of lost her up here. So many comments. So nice to see. Yeah. Nikki Richardson, I'm just awakening in the last year. I look forward to diving deeper and discovering all I've missed. The guidance I've received is humbling. It's all energy. Absolutely, it's all energy, and energy is something that we can work with. So I wanted to play the video from Stephen and Evan Strong, and I will try to get to that at some point today, maybe between 2 and 2:30, because we don't have Eric with us. And I don't really want to hold the show back by interjecting this 30-minute video, and then Aaron's going to be put behind, and then we're going to have our meditation put behind as well. But let me just quickly jump over here to Portal to Ascension channel. Elegy, I feel you on indigenous cultures. Yeah, buddy, totally. Got lots of people watching on Portal to Ascension. Shout out to Neil Gore. Neil, if you want to jump on here and hang out with us, you're more than welcome to do so, brother. You have the link, and would love to have you on here. Now we've got our good buddy Aaron. I love this guy, man. I really truly do. He's like a brother from another mother. He's such a beautiful soul he has. Good morning, my brother.
Hey, guys.
Morning, Aaron. How are you?
It's been a minute since you and I talked.
What's up, dude? I know it's been a while. I see you on Facebook all the time, though.
Right.
It's a pleasure to finally meet you, bud.
Always
That's for
following
sure.
what you guys are up to.
Yeah, just getting into trouble.
Right.
As usual.
Grew my Santa beard again.
That's nice, man. It's looking good. I can't stand beards. They drive me crazy.
You get used
Omar
to
was
them
like,
after a while.
Hey,
they drive me crazy too. It
You
drives
look
me
good in
nuts.
the beard. And I'm like, yeah, but I'm going to shave it because I can't stand this.
So we got ourselves Aaron Fowler, psychic shaman. Aaron and I, we've been friends and working together for about 4 years now. So over that time, we've developed a beautiful relationship and a fantastic friendship. And every time I asked Aaron to come on to watch us talk, or to do a sage burning ceremony or a meditation, he's never said no. And I truly appreciate that, Aaron. Like I said, I love you like a brother, and your thoughts are very important to me. The readings that you do and the advice that you give is truly appreciated, just not only by me, but by thousands of other people out there whose lives that you've touched for the positive. I see your streams every day, and you're just heartlessly out there helping people and raising their vibration and raising their state of self-awareness, because that's the most important thing, is the self-awareness. We can try to raise our frequency and vibration and clean our chakras and do whatever it is that we want, but for me, that's truly a fruitless effort, because we're not going to reach that that epoch level of higher vibration, and until we have a higher awareness of ourselves, because most people don't truly understand who or what they are. And the intent for today is for people to come to the terms of what they are, and what they are is that they are an infinite consciousness. They're an expression of God, or the infinite, the expression of all there is, that can be, ever is, never was, or ever will be. That they are a projection of God. They are a projection of the animal that they see, if they own a cat or a dog or a horse, whatever it is. That living being is a projection of you, as you are a projection of it, because we all share the same consciousness. And for us to understand our higher awareness of what we are, once we come to terms with that, then our focus to raising our vibration and our distortion and our frequencies is going to be really, really fruitful at that time, because at that particular moment you know what you are. And that's the key thing that's missing from us, is that we've never been taught who or what we are. We've been taught that we are born, we eat, we sleep, we shit, we we pray, we worship a god, and we work, and then we die. And that's pretty much it. That's their narrative. They never tell us that we're infinite consciousness and that we are everything that there is. And you're out there on a daily basis, almost like 7 days a week. You're, giving this message to people, raising their awareness. Because I watch your videos almost all the time, and the questions, I read them. And as the questions are coming up, you're, giving them solid advice. And, I really appreciate that, brother.
You're welcome, man. And you know what? I've got to thank the people that come and watch my lives, and people like you that are allowing me to collaborate with you. And that's what it's all about. It's about, the unity between us. I mean, I see a lot of fighting going on between one side or the other. There is no one side or the other. There's a few people that are trying to keep us down. We have to get past that. We have to rise above a lot of that, because it's telling you people, it's going to get more intense. So we need to prepare ourselves and know that we are infinite beings, not be afraid of death, not be to live our lives. And, I see a lot of that going on. That's going on by design, that to keep us from knowing who we are. And a lot of that stuff has been going on for thousands of years that have kept, maybe showed us a little bit and then don't want to give us the rest of it. Maybe
they robbed us
10% of what is power. And then,
and it's they've done that on purpose. They've done that on purpose
it's
to
being
keep
done
us.
by design. If you're into this, it's the work that we're doing, we can spot it pretty easily because we're involved in it a lot. But a lot of people don't have time to get involved into these things. They've got a job, they've got to work, they've got a family to take care of, a mortgage to pay. And that's why I try to get in. That's why I try to get on as much as possible. I mean, it helps me as well. I receive donations, so it helps me to be able to continue to do it, which that's why I'm saying I thank the people, the viewers that come and watch, the people that are donating, the people that are sharing. I mean, these things, that's unity, that's true unity. And if we can just raise that vibration to a place where all of us or a lot of us are there, which we're close, we're not there yet, but we're close. I'm hoping today will be I feel the energy in the air. I feel the energy in the ethers right now. So it's a pretty powerful day. But we can do this at any time. We just have to let go of that fear. And as we let go of that fear, we rise. Right. And we find our true power. And with that true power, a lot of that nonsense can't go on. Of course, there's always going to be a little bit, but we're really out of balance right now. We need to bring that light back in. We need to light up a lot of the darkness. And these aren't easy truths to swallow. Right. But they are truths nonetheless. And they're, it's kind of like, if I don't pay attention to the mess in my corner of my room, which don't look at my room, it is a mess. But if I don't pay attention to it and I don't acknowledge it, how am I going to clean it? How is it going to ever be cleaned up? And that's kind of the way I see it. I mean, that may not be the best example for many, but to me, that's how I see it. If we just ignore it, that's why we're in the mess we're in right now. But also because of this mess, it is waking a lot of people up. And I'm good. It's like what they're doing is actually waking people up because they're finally getting it. It's finally clicking in their mind. Oh my gosh, wait a minute. I've been led around by this fear all my life. Why am I doing that? Right. And that's what I consider the beginning of awakening.
And Aaron, correct me if I'm wrong, but once you do some of this work there and you achieve these specific goals that you set for yourself, there's this sense of freedom that comes along with that ability to once you clean that room and being able to manifest the type of reality that you want. That process of putting your thoughts towards a specific purpose and achieving these specific goals is truly like a freeing, it's a freeing situation, and you become a different person almost in the sense of spiritual, after it's mostly done, it's more love and there's not as much hate, and that fear isn't so oppressive to you anymore. You're able to deflect it and block it and not have it affect you the same way.
And it is, I think we also need to remember that is part of the human experience, right? That's why we're here. We're here to overcome that fear, live your own story, whatever you want to be in that story. Everybody has their own story. Whatever you want to be in that story, you go ahead and do that. And I think, us dealing with pain, that old cliche saying that, you can't really experience pleasure without that pain. There is truth to that. But like I said, there is a difference between it being in balance and feeling that pain and that joy, at different times in your life, and then just being in a lot of fear. We're being put in a lot of fear right now. And I think it's actually a great time to be alive because we're actually exterminating a lot of this. I mean, a lot of it I'm noticing just over the last 2 years, especially the last 8 months. I don't know, when is that, when the cornholio virus came around?
Right.
I've noticed that we are.
I said early on, the onset of the cornholio virus, that that this is probably the best thing that's happened to this planet. And people look at me and they're like, "What are you talking about?" And I'm like, think about the transformation that every individual has gone through and has been forced to go through, because, like you were saying, this fear is what they're propagating and pushing on you. But that fear, if you, like Aaron just said, and the same with what Rob said, if you take the chaos and you acknowledge the chaos, and then you say, well, what can I do to clean up that chaos, whether it's a mess in your room, which I have one over here as well, so don't look over there. Right over here, I have the same thing he's got going on behind him, right? So there's a spot where I have stuff. It needs to be cleaned. But simple things that you can do around your house, like dusting and cleaning, like Rob said, when you take that clutter and you rearrange that clutter, that's where you get the feng shui, or feng shui, depends on how you want to say it. And you change the energy of your existence in the area that you're at. The first thing you need to control is your space. Your space should be sacred to you, and you should take all of the world out of your space, or at least a small place you can go to where that is your space and the world is not there. Once you do that and remove yourself, it becomes easier, like Aaron and Rob were talking about, to then face that fear, because you have to reflect you. You have to look at yourself and get to know you. And that is what the cornholio virus has done, that a lot of people, because they have nothing else to do. They're sitting around the house and they got to go, well, okay, what do I do? So then they start thinking, right? They start thinking, then they start talking to people and asking questions, right, Aaron?
What happens when you get bullied? You guys, we probably all, I know I was when I was a kid, right? By the
Yep.
You know, you ignore it, and it just keeps happening, and then you finally get up some gumption to stand up to that bully. Yep. And when you do that, that bully usually tends to go away.
Yep. Or you end up in jail.
Than they did before. That's kind of what's going on. The bullying and the lockdowns and a lot of that's forcing a lot of people to go through that, look at themselves and self-reflect and look at and go through that dark night of the soul. It's being forced. It's like what they're actually pushing out is actually getting the opposite result in a lot of ways. So I'm actually, I can look at it a lot differently. It pisses me off when I talk about it, but not now. I mean, I see it as being, it's something that's actually waking enough people up that we can reach that critical mass and we can ascend as a planet.
I'm actually thankful to this, 1984. That this is happening, because if it weren't for these events taking place for the last year, then that elephant in the room would still be invisible. And now people are, like you said, Aaron, they have time, or Leo, now they have time to sit there and think about things. And when they're thinking about those things, suddenly that elephant in the room is visible. And they realize that it's taking a shit everywhere and it stinks, and they need to clean that up. And and people are beginning to do so. Just the amount of people that are watching us right now, on Watchers Talk and Portal to Ascension and Facebook, and the amount of people that signed up, and people that went to Uluru, and all these people are doing the Solstice celebration across the planet is a true testament of the opposite reaction, what you're talking about, Aaron, that's taking place, because people have finally had enough, because we're working against this force which has been propagating this endless fear for the last year. And and for me, that tells me is that it's the end game, because now this is do or die for them, and they're trying to force us into a low vibrational reality, and we're fighting back and saying, no, this is not
because we're creating the new game. We're creating the natural game. We're letting we're fostering that back in, and that's so their end game it's true. It's an end game. End game for the shenanigans. But before this virus, it was terrorism. Then before that, it was drugs. Then before there's always a fear being pushed out there.
A war on something,
right? It doesn't matter, because who knows? It's probably the fake alien invasion. We've already heard a lot of that kind of starting to leak out. So you know, don't be yes, there are star people. There are people from other planets.
Yeah.
There are extraterrestrial beings.
Yep.
But we need to be really careful at discerning what's coming up next, because I do feel like that's going to start being really propagated and pushed.
Well, yeah,
yes.
that whole false flag alien invasion.
Right.
Yeah.
But I think it's important that, you know, you guys are doing this today. I mean, I'm glad to be part of this, because I feel like this is one of those things that, you know, yeah, we can share this knowledge, and I want everybody, all the viewers out there, to remember, you know, we can gain all this knowledge from each other, but it doesn't turn into wisdom until we act on it. Until we do something to change it.
And that's
right?
really
just you creating, you know, you out there, you viewers out there, creating your own little sacred space and live stream of meditation and love, and talking about real knowledge. And, you know, because love is what keeps me going and helping people, you know, waking people up. You know, when I get angry, it's out of love. It's from a place of love that, you know what, enough messing with the people. I see it, but a lot of people don't. And that does come from a place of love. So we need to remember that love isn't always, you know, unicorns and butterflies. It's sometimes very fierce. Like, I want to protect her young. That's the same kind of love we need to utilize right now.
Well, you know, I have people saying to me, you know, they go, how can you do this knowing everything that you know? And I think to myself, well, this is the way it's always been for me anyways. So for me, when people are realizing, oh my God, has it always been like this? I go, yeah. You just didn't see it. No one saw it. We were all asleep at one time, and we didn't see it. And here's the thing.
Can't tackle what you can't see.
We were talking about earlier. It's the death roll. Some of these people, they don't realize we see them. They still think that everybody's asleep, and because I've had people say, they're blatant and right in your face. And I'm like, they've always been blatant and right in your face.
Yep.
They haven't changed. You have.
We're going to talk
about ascending.
That.
You're ascending in your mind. You're gaining more awareness.
And you can't go back from that. Once you see it, once you see, like you said, the elephant in the room, then you smell that turd. You can't go back. You have to deal with that elephant.
But I'm not down for that. So.
Yeah, and we're going to talk about that
not shoveling poop.
We're going to talk about that with Neil this afternoon, of you know, all this being right in your face. You know, as I was saying earlier, we did that 7-hour expose on Saturn symbolism, and it's like literally in your face. And if you don't understand what those symbols are, then you know, you're not aware of where your energy is going when you interact with those symbols, because a symbol is an expression of a frequency, and a frequency is an expression of a symbol. Now, I want to pick up where what you said, Aaron, where you know, you can have all the knowledge that you know, you want, that we can share, but you know, it's what you do with it is what counts. And I have a comment here from Portal to Ascension from Mark Sagarlato. He says, what can we do as awakened when our world is subverted? You know, I'll start with you, Aaron, first on that one.
I would say the best thing to do, if you don't go live, if you don't do live streams, which I would say is the best way to do it right now, right? Community, your neighbors, people you talk to, your friends, your family, even if they get pissed off at you, because they will completely get to this place of like, because we are kind of in that cult mentality. We've been raised in it, right? We've been programmed every day. So you're going to get like that cultish kind of look off, right? Or whatever, you know, kind of just go into this disassociative, you know, kind of place, right, where they disassociate. But do it anyway. Yeah, it doesn't matter, because I think what's most important is that you share the message, you give the warning. If that doesn't work from there, that's okay. But I know if you do it to enough people, they're going to share it with others. Yep, and it's going to share. And so I think just sharing your knowledge with others to decide where they want to take the action.
You know, let me follow up on that real quick.
Okay, go ahead.
Because a friend of mine was toying with, she had a Facebook page, and she didn't like it, so she decided she was going to delete it. I don't think anybody's paying attention. They're not. And then she said, well, I'm going to give it another go, but I'm going to change a few things. And she did a video. It was about 20 minutes, just like Aaron was talking about. She was just saying, basically, this is what I'm about, and I've kind of evolved from when I first made the page. So the page is now going to be a little bit different. If I lose some of you, then I apologize, but this is the way things are. And then she says to me, I don't know if I'm going to continue doing that, making videos, because, I guess if I put it out there and no one watches it, I know I'm wasting my time. I said, you're not wasting your time. I said, you need to do what feels good for you, and people will listen. If you're genuine and you're coming from a place of trying to help people, and even if you're still in the middle of growth, because we always are. None of us are the wise old crone of a god that knows everything. None of us are. Okay, so we're all in different places, and you have to understand there's always going to be somebody wiser than yourself. There's always going to be somebody more awake than yourself, and there's always going to be somebody not as awake as you are, and that doesn't matter because we all walk our path at our own pace. Aaron said it earlier, right? We walk at our own pace, and we should be okay with that. You should be okay with that, and people shouldn't judge other people because they don't know what this person knows right this second, because just like I said earlier, all of a sudden you may learn something that I haven't learned yet, and I can't look at you like you're the Padawan learner. Right. Okay, because that's not how it works. That's why if you look at when I do the Law of One, you will hear Ra saying, learn, teach, teach, learn. Because the teacher is also a student. Because in the second you think you're no longer a student, you're fooling yourself.
Yep.
So you have to be humble enough to say, I don't know anything. I'm still learning that. But I know one thing. I'm going to be the change.
Yep.
Rob?
So just talking about all this, everybody has their threshold, right? And a lot of those thresholds through this year have been met, where it's bringing everybody to this point where it's almost like there's a resounding urge to see, where do we go next? What's next for humanity? How can we make things better? And this is we're shining a light onto shadows now that have been shadows for a very long time. So when people get this awakening, it happens in many, many different ways. But what it does is everybody ends up coming back to a spiritual sense of mind, right? So we have to take everybody on a path. Like, everybody has a different path. You're right. So we have to ease people into it, because there's this overload that can happen where people totally lose it, because everything that they've known up to this point has some sort of caveat to it, right? So when we're looking at this, and people say 5 years, 6 years, 7 years. Leo's right. You have to remain a student forever. If you're consistently learning, you're consistently growing. If you're consistently growing,
means eternally.
right. If you're consistently growing, then you are in a place of existence that's a love and light, not just. I mean, people learn bad things too, but you always have to guard your thoughts too, and not be like so out there that you let that love perpetrate your life, or that hate perpetrate your life. I apologize. To a point where it affects you. You have to be able to surpass that and come to the realization that, everything is what you want it to be. And these expressions of people are just the same as you. Everybody has faults. So we have to work to come together and conglomerate and really make a powerful movement to pick up more steam, so we can awaken as many people as possible by hitting those thresholds for them.
Right. Yeah, I would have to second what Aaron was saying earlier, is that when this shift has happened, what we need to do is get rid of our negative thoughts that we always have. When something happens, we always respond with emotion rather than with love, and we need to share the information that we learned with our community, with our friends, with our family, and with our neighbors. And I think that is the best thing that we can do in order for this shift to be positive, and everyone to be on the same page. Now, before we go ahead, Aaron. Sorry.
I was just going to say, and collaborate with them on projects like this. I mean, whatever you can do. It doesn't matter if you're starting a community, like a farmer's market, or something that is a different system than the ones that are broken, and the ones that were intentionally broke, right?
Yeah,
that's how we're going to change things. This awakening doesn't just happen like this.
Right.
Yeah, it does. In the eyes of the eternal, it does. Yeah, it's in a blink of an eye. But
to us, this linear time,
it's going to take time. I mean, our kids are still going to be talking about it. So it's stages of waking up. We continue to grow and wake up, and we fall back down a little bit, and we grow and we wake up a little bit more. It's something that we can get frustrated with because that guy's not ascended the way I am, but that's okay. That's their choice. Path. That's their individual. That's the beauty of us having oneness and all being one, but also the beauty of individuality. That's just as important.
And they're not working on what you're working on right now. So you see those people who are completely mundane or whatever, and you look at them and go, how did they exist like that? You were there. You were there. I was there. We were all there. So it's just a matter of what they chose to work on in this particular lifetime at that particular time. And some people, supposedly I don't have this memory, but I was told by psychics that I took the past life, this one just before this, completely off. I did none of this. I was like, you know what? No, it's too overwhelming. I'm just going to live my life this time. I took a whole lifetime off. And then I came back here and I hit the ground running. And now I'm trying to make up for the lifetime that I took off because I feel like I've missed so much that I should have done that I didn't do by being stagnant. And I understand that. So now I'm like, oh, wow. But you know what? It only comes when it does, like Aaron was saying. And you have to understand, who was it that said, I think it was Mary Ann, I think that's who it was, said it's really tough. You have to understand that, yes, it is. It's hard to constantly remember, be positive, don't overreact, and it's also very hard to get, when you get these downloads, sometimes it's overwhelming and confusing for a while. And when you get big ones, you think you lost your brain. I've lost my mind. What is going on? I must be crazy. But you're not. It just takes time for your brain to get all that together, for your soul to figure it out and compartmentalize it and put it where it needs to be. But you have to understand that as you raise your vibration, every time you hit one of those levels where you're about to go to a different level, you get more resistance at that point. It's like a plateau when you're trying to lose weight, or if you're working out, you hit that plateau. I just can't get bigger muscle. It just
like a runner, right? Like hitting the wall, like a runner getting past through that wall, right? Yep.
So you're going to have that. Just know that that's when you need to be more determined and push forward, because this too shall pass. And when you do, you realize that you pop through that, and you all of a sudden you're moving faster and everything's coming quicker because you're at the beginning stage of the next level of your experience and your knowledge. Just know that it's not easy. It's always difficult, especially when you have this negative external
especially when
matrix,
you have to reflect on your own life, because we are all going to go through that in the ascension process. We call it the dark night of the soul. Getting to know our shadow, our things as like the yin and the yang, right? There's the light and the dark, the feminine and the masculine. And if that's spinning in perfect harmony, everything's good. We're doing better. We can see things better. We can make better decisions. But when that's separated or kind of off, or we're ignoring that dark side, which has been that feminine energy, which is of the dark side, not the evil side, has been, really suppressed over thousands of years. And that's what we're kind of learning to get back to, that power within us. So we do have to go through this dark night of the soul and reflect on ourselves and the things that we've done in our lives and the mistakes we've made and the experience that we've gone through, and actually shed a lot of that shame and that guilt because of it. That's part of the ascension process, at least to my knowledge, to my understanding, and the work that I've done. That's what I've seen happen in many. So,
Absolutely. Let me address some comments here coming on Portal to Ascension YouTube. We're not seeing those comments, or you guys are not seeing these comments here in the comment chat. But from Portal to Ascension, there's a couple of things actually that people are asking. Number one, I just want to clarify to Gem Puddle Duck. She was saying at Randy Hill, I've been having these waves of a couple of years. Okay, it's a different one. I so want to complete the 3 meditations of Gaia and the magic box at Uluru, but nobody knows the time of it. Strange, huh? I've been full of love and beauty all day, and now I'm stressing over this. Don't stress. Jim, don't stress. It's just gonna, drop your vibrational distortion. No reason to stress over this. The fact is that the ceremonies began yesterday at 7:32 p.m. Uluru time, and the Pacific Standard Time was at 2 o'clock this morning. Is when when the I guess the zenith and the beginning of this whole event is taking place. So you can we'll be doing a meditation here pretty quick with Aaron, and this is all connected as part of the meditations that were happening at Uluru. And I have to say one more thing is that I tried to organize this event to be in real time with Uluru, but unfortunately, because it was 2 o'clock in the morning here, I had a difficult time putting all my guests together for like 1 o'clock in the morning, 5 o'clock in the morning, things like that. So what I thought is, because we're on the same shift, we'll take the the latter half of the shift where the solstice has begun on in Australia, and as it's working its way over, the energy is still the same. So we're just going to pick up the tail end and the last shift of it, and we're going to do our meditations and send this energy to
their
where it
timeline.
needs to
This is
go.
our timeline. So
That's right. And then the second thing is that our brother from another mother, Neil, was asking, Omar, do you know the details on the alignment? And then there was another person. Let me just find that comment in here. It says, where is it? This morning while making calls. Okay. They're asking if anybody has any information or any links as to where they can see the the exact time of the Jupiter and the Saturn alignment.
If you're on the North American continent, guys,
it's happening this evening.
It's in the southwest sky.
There you go, guys.
It's about 15 or 20 degrees above the horizon at your sunset. So if you look there, southwest in the sky, if you guys are on the other side of the planet, that's already happening for you. That's why over in Egypt, Ildi was already able to see it, because they're in dark time right now because it's already nighttime. Yeah. Once it gets dark on the North American continent, so anywhere in North America or not South America, because then you're going to be changing to the east. So you look in the southwest, and that's where it will be at. And the apex, from what I understand, of the brightest part of that is at 9:32 p.m. West Coast America time for us to see it. That's
so that would be midnight East Coast.
Everybody on the other side of the planet has already been seeing it really good, but we'll see it because that's when it's the darkest. That's when it's at the darkest here, when the sun's completely down. So there's no obstruction unless you have city lights. So southwest, about 20 to 30 degrees. It'll start about 20 to 30 degrees above the horizon. And if you see it during the day, you might get lucky. It'll be a little bit lower, but it'll be definitely southwest. Okay.
And to answer Jim, she's asking what time the last meditation, and she was saying that her son is saying that they missed it now. Just please tell me how many minutes or hours till the complete alignment happens. So the complete alignment, Leo just explained it. It's going to be at 9:32 this evening here on the West Coast. 11 o'clock Central Time and 12 a.m. East Coast time. So that would be the best time to do meditations. The final meditation, anyways. But we're going to have 2 meditations throughout today, and we'll also be arming, and Aaron's going to do a meditation here right away in the next few minutes. And then we have Norma coming on at I believe 12 o'clock, and she's going to lead us.
You guys in the UK, I'm sorry, someone's asking at what time in the UK. You guys, are you 12 or 16 hours ahead of us? It is.
They're 7 hours right now. 7 to 8 hours ahead of us.
7 hours.
17 hours. So that's happening for you right now. The apex will be probably in your daylight time.
Yeah,
unfortunately, you may not be able to see it. But you can look. For you, you're in the UK. You should be looking. I think it's south by southwest, or west by southwest. I think. Don't get me wrong. I'm trying to get my galactic alignment for you.
They're saying in the UK that it's going to be 6:45 in the morning would be the best time to see the alignment.
Yeah,
you have a link there,
right?
It's just Google. It's I have how to see the planets align, and the CBBC newsroom. So cool. Or news round. Let me find it. It's a
Did
BBC
I get the time
thing.
right for West Coast? Was I close for West Coast? Because that's what they told me on the news. I didn't.
Actually, this is old, guys. This isn't new. But hold on. Let me find something that's. Sorry about that.
I had heard it on the local news channel here last night. That's how I noticed. They're like, if you have binoculars, you'll be able to see the light pretty. It's usually depends on where you are. If
Yeah,
you're
I guess
out in
Jim
like
wanted
Arizona,
to.
you're going to see it really easily
Yeah.
because there's you're out in the middle of that desert out there. You're going to have a really good shot at seeing it.
Jim wanted to know the time at Uluru, and that time was 7:32 p.m. Last night. So again, that would be 2 a.m. West Coast time, and 2 what is it 2 3 4 5 o'clock East Coast time. So just in there somewhere, Jim. Please don't stress, and please don't get upset. Today is not the day for that. Today is the day of love and acceptance, and
and you'll still be able to see it even if you don't see the actual apex guys. The alignment's not going to just disappear like
Yeah, it's going to stay around for a couple days.
You'll be able to see it as it's waning. It's just like a full moon. As they're separating slowly, as we're turning, they're turning, then the light will get a little bit dimmer. Then you'll see two distinct planets. So it's the exact second. We're so driven these days, but in the modern era, by everything has to be perfect on right at the exact moment. Well, the exact moment can't happen for everybody on the planet at the same time because of where they are. It's either daytime or nighttime or dusk or whatever. But you can see it because it doesn't. You have to understand that the universe moves a lot slower than we do. We, first of all, in our linear time with past, present, and future separated, we move closer to the speed of light than anyone else. When you get outside of our three-dimensional realm, past, present, and future happens at the same time, and things move slower. The universe moves like the court system, slow and sloppy. Okay, that's just the way the universe works. It works at its own pace, and it moves slow. We are driven by this madcap world that we live in, with internet and instant access and everything right now. We think, in that frame, you have to get away from that and get outside of that box and stop worrying about, oh no, the movie starts in 15 minutes and we're never going to get there on time. Who cares? There's another movie starting in an hour.
Well, just
relax, go and get a pizza and sit out in front of the movie theater and speak to each other.
Omar, the link that I sent you
right?
is the timing for the UK and how to see it. It's for direction.
Can you put that in the private chat? Because
sure.
Share your screen so it gets up on the screen for people to see. Both. Put it in the chat and share your screen, Rob.
Yeah, Facebook is not opening. Here it is, and I'll post the link here, guys, that Rob just shared. So I will. It's 9:32. So I'm going to pass the stage over to Aaron, and Aaron's going to lead us through a meditation over the next 10, 15, 20 minutes or so, and then at 10 o'clock we got MC Resonance coming on, and so that is going to pick up really great from where Aaron's going to leave us off. So I'm going to mute myself and prepare myself for the meditation, and I will give Aaron the full screen here now.
Thank you. I'm just going to get a smudge going here. Get that energy prepped. Today, we're going to focus. This is a visualization meditation. So I want everybody to just start with breathing in the positive.
Love the smell of white sage.
Out with negative. In with positive. Hold it. Out with the negative. Big deep breaths, full breaths. Feel your body with each exhale, relaxing even more with every exhale. Relaxing with each breath. Feel lighter as our body feels as an anchor to this earthly plane. We allow our soul to roam freely. Feel our soul and the lightness of our soul. I want everybody to focus on this flame. Continue to breathe. Keep focusing on the flame until you feel like you can hide it or find it in your mind's eye and see it in your mind's eye. Once you get that, hold it there as long as possible. As it is fleeting within the mind's eye, we open our eyes and we focus on the flame again and repeat the process. Just keep opening our eyes and focusing on the actual physical flame, just plain, until we can hold it in our mind's eye. And as we do this, understand that flame will morph into different symbols, different shapes. If that's happening, if you're able to just hold it into your mind's eye and see it with your mind's eye, with your eyes closed, you're doing it right. Continue to breathe deeply, relaxing with every exhale. Focusing on the flame. If you're seeing something when you close your eyes, other than if that flame is morphing, type it into the comments. Let us know what you're seeing. All right, as we stay relaxed, breathing, I want you to focus on the etheric body, on our soul. Light as a feather, holds no weight. It's free to move as our body stays here on this earthly plane as an anchor. We allow our soul to rise up into the ceiling, up to the ceiling, and look down at yourself. Close your eyes if you have to. We're using our third eye. Float back down into the body. Keep breathing. Rise back up into the ceiling with that soul and look down upon your physical body. Feeling very light. I want you to rise through the ceiling, up above your home. Look at all the trees, the buildings. Pay attention to the topography around, everything around you. Maybe a friend's home or a neighbor's home. Look out in the distance on the horizon. And see those planets aligning. As we stay above our home, I want us all to gather and follow each other to Egypt. I want you to focus on the pyramids of Giza, the biggest pyramid. I want you to focus on it. As though it's dark right now, we want to follow the light. So if everybody, I want you to focus on the light from the doorway into the pyramids of Giza. I want you to go into that light. Continuing to breathe. Keeping your soul balanced. Feeling that powerful energy emitting from our souls, our light body. I want you to go through that long corridor and follow that light. As we walking through that corridor, we come to a big room with high ceilings. In the center of this room There's a beam of light, almost looks like it's shooting up into the heavens. To focus on that light, put your hand in it, maybe explore it a little bit. There's nothing to fear. This is life force energy. That energy goes up and comes back down through the earthly plane. It connects all of the planes. So put your hand in it, maybe walk through it and feel that life force energy. Feel yourself being energized. As this light is life force energy, it is also a portal to the heavens. So as we step into this light, I would ask all of us to step into this light and allow ourselves to be transported up. Up into that, what we call heaven, the angelic realm, a place where everything begins and everything ends, and nothing begins and nothing ends. A place with dragons, angels, spirit guides, loved ones that have passed. This is the place where the loved ones and our guides and our angels come to us when we pass from this earthly plane. And they greet us here. Kind of a middle way, like a middle world before we ascend up higher. So it's something, kind of a place that gets us used to this state of being. So take a look around. It's a place where it's always day, it's always night. The trees, the buildings, trees are lined with gold and glistening gold, the streams, the oceans, all glistening gold and silver. Fairies flying, angels dwelling through here, dragons flying through the air. Just take a minute just to relax and look around. This is what one stage that we go to on our ascension path. This is where we rise up into. This is where our soul goes to first when we pass. We can visit this place whenever we want to, living on this earth. So take a look around. What do you see? Anybody seeing anything here? I'm sure some of you are. We don't need to be in a deep trance to experience this place. It's always there. Continue to breathe. Candace sees a pyramid of rainbow light and the light beings around. Yep, you're in the right place. You're seeing it, Candace. And we need to focus back on that light, that beam of light that's still continuing to ascend up. For those of you who want to join that light and rise up into that higher dimension, go ahead. I'll give you some time to look around. I know some people are a little leery of this place, but ascend even further into the place of giants and tall beings. Well, they seem like giants to us, but that's just the perception. So there's no reason to fear. This is the place of the creators. This place reminds me of ancient Rome in its heyday. Any of you see this place? All right. Just take some time to allow yourself to be healed by this life force energy and experience these higher realms, these higher dimensions that we are all connected to. And allow yourself to remember you are a higher being. You are an infinite soul. We don't die, we just change. That's it. We don't die. There is no death, just transformation. All right, now as we take some breaths, we exhale, we descend back Every exhale, we just descend a little further back down to this earthly plane, back above your city and your neighborhood, your home, back down to your physical body. One more last breath. And we're back. How's everyone feeling?
Wow, that was beautiful. I went to Uluru. I seen Uluru standing there. I seen the whole magic rock just there.
Awesome.
And it was oozing energy, and this energy was like a crystal spectrum of like a whole bunch of different rainbow colors, and it was just coming out of there.
Crystal buildings that are crystal.
Yeah.
There's a lot of crystal in that realm.
Yeah.
It's up to the higher realm, but I'm going to save that for anybody who'd like to book a session. We can do a light body activation. It takes a little bit longer, but and some people aren't ready for that yet because, yes, it will kind of sometimes. So,
Right.
This is I wrote this session specifically for this meditation, so I feel pretty good about it. I think it did pretty well. So I hope it helped everybody out there.
That was beautiful, Aaron. Thank you.
Yep.
You're welcome.
As you noticed,
I went and sat down in like my special spot for meditating and had it on my phone too. So I was getting fresh air while it was like going on, and I just felt like this, almost like a detoxifying of like my light energies were just fluttering while I was doing it too. It was exceptional.
That was beautiful. That was wonderful. Thank you very much, Aaron. Really, that was lifted almost like a burden off of me. I feel a whole lot lighter. And as you began the meditation, you notice I ran out to my living room and I grabbed some plants, and I put the plants behind me to harness the plant energy as well. And thank you very much for that beautiful guidance. And I really appreciate you putting this meditation together, especially for today's event. And I appreciate your time, and and I appreciate you for for what you do. And if you guys, once, at the conclusion of this, and I'll be sharing links to Aaron's website throughout the day. Aaron also has a webinar called Metaphysical Meeting of Mystics every Wednesday night at 7 p.m. Check that out. And, Aaron, Psychic Shaman's Facebook page, and also, his personal site, Aaron Fowler. And then you can also go to psychicshaman333.com to, work with Aaron privately and, get activations and get your chakras cleaned out. If you're looking for a reading, he will guide you through that as well, and give you, beautiful advice that, is easily followed, if you're truly serious about, in bettering yourself, for yourself and for your family and for your community. So thank you very much, Aaron. I really appreciate that.
Very welcome. Thank you all.
Yeah,
I was just going to add one more thing. As I've opened up this portal, that energy is going to continue to flow. Don't reject it. Let it just keep flowing through you. It's like I just saw Omar doing this with his hands, and I'm like, yeah, you're feeling it, bro. You're feeling it.
Bringing it in. Bringing it in.
Right? So
bring in the positive energy.
Flow through. You may get some downloads. You may get just an overwhelming feeling of peace, or just looking at things differently. However it hits you, accept it. Let it process. Don't reject it, or it's just going to be kind of a funky energy. But let it.
Then it's just Yeah, if you reject it, then it's just going to build up within you, and that built up energy is going to really block your chakra systems. And if one of your chakras is blocked, then there'll be a lot more pressure on the other ones. Think about it as an intersection around the corner from your home, and if they're doing construction on that, then everyone has to use the other intersection, and traffic's going to get backed up there. And the chakra is kind of the same thing. If you block your chakras, then there's more pressure put onto the others. So it's always good to follow Aaron's advice, what he just said. Accept the energy for what it is, and in with the new, and then out with the old.
And share it. Share it with others. Even if you're not saying anything, you can actually use that Reiki, right? They call it Reiki. It's just life force energy you're sharing. I'm sharing it with all of you right now.
I feel that. Yeah, I feel that. I feel that. It's like a magnet.
My palms started to tingle a little bit.
Yeah.
And that's one of the great things about today too. Is this is a place where we're giving you also a network to connect with different people, to manifest different things for yourself. We're literally showing you other people's methods on how they do it, so you can hear all these eclectic ways of really bringing out that soul, that spirit, that force inside of you. And Aaron is amazing at what he does. And now we're also, it's a place where you can come into the stream, watch it, and find other like-minded people that can help you on your journey to that next step, and that's that's one of the pivotal things also that we're doing, is bringing you these people who can really push you on this journey to this level of love that is just going to be all encompassing very shortly. So you have to just get on that wavelength and really put that out there, and Aaron, thank you so much, man. That was incredible. I've seen your work, but to be a part of it it's completely different. It's completely different to be there while you're doing it. It's incredible stuff.
Now you see why I fell in love with this guy. The first time I seen him, I was just cruising Facebook, and I came across a stream that somebody else had shared, and I was like, "Oh, what's this?" And at that time, my I guess my jury was still out on psychics and stuff, right? Because I wasn't too aware of it. I didn't really learn much about it, and then I was like, okay, well, I'm going to check it out. I like the name Aaron, so let me go and look at it. And the minute I clicked it and I saw Aaron's face, I connected with him like immediately. I didn't even have to listen to him. It was first on mute, and then how you got to press the button to unmute. And then when I saw Aaron's face, I was in love. I was like, wow, this man is just oozing energy and just oozing love, and I just love the way he looks. And I unmuted him and I began to listen to him, and I was like, oh wow. And then and then I listened to him for about a month and a half, and then finally I reached out to him, because at that time I began going out and checking out other psychics out there as well, and because I wanted to compare chickens, right? And I went out and I looked, and there was a few that I found that that didn't really resonate with me, but then I really resonated with Aaron, and then I reached out to him, and I was like, hey, wow, bro, you're awesome. Let's do a show. And he's like, yeah, totally. And ever since then, we've just been developing our friendship on almost on a daily basis. That's why I love this guy. His energy and his voice. It's very soothing, and I really love it. And then speaking of Reiki masters, of what Aaron was doing earlier, Leo is a Reiki master, and he's been practicing this for decades now. So Leo, maybe you want to touch on that a little bit.
That was a good segue, because Marianne in the audience said she's doing Reiki, and I was gonna let her know that I'm a Reiki master teacher. Stay after it. I've been doing it since I was 23, and I'm 53. So for 30 years, I've been involved. I got my first attunement when I was 22 or 23 years old. I got my Reiki 1 and 2, and I just got my master attunement 2 years ago. My master teacher attunement 2 years ago. But it's really intense. So don't get discouraged by the feeling. And Linda said in the chat that I couldn't see the higher dimension. Don't feel distraught if you haven't been there. It takes a long time. Meditation is not something that you just like jump into and like everything is perfect. It takes a while to get, because you have to really get in there, like we talked about earlier, learn yourself and have that dark night of the soul and cleanse that stuff. But even then, if your chakras are not lined properly and they're not open to the right crystalline sequence, that'll block you from getting there too. So don't feel distraught. It just means there's something that is blocking you. It could be something as simple as, like Aaron said before, one of your neighbors, one of your friends, one of your family members is looking at you and giving you bad energy because of what you do. You have to be aware of that and say, oh, I have to block that stuff and get it off of me. Don't let it stick. Don't take any of that personally. Don't let it stick. Get it off of me. It's not my energy. I don't want it. So don't get discouraged and keep after it. But yeah, with Reiki, Marianne also said she can feel the energy. If you look, I don't know, maybe I can watch. Let's see if you can see my hand. I don't know if it'll focus, but look how red my palm is, except for the duck.
I felt that energy.
Right, except for the duck foot right here. Right, I know. I watched Omar back up from the energy. Neil, I didn't see you pop in, buddy. Namaste, welcome. But if you look at my hand, you can always tell a Reiki master because they have that duck. We call that the duck foot. You see the duck foot there?
Yeah.
That's the spot. That's the cold energy, and the rest is the heat that you see in my hand. Both hands are the same thing. So we laugh about that because you look at a Reiki master teacher. As soon as they hold their hand up, if they have that duck foot there, you know that they're a master teacher because that's the only way you get it. Is once you get that attunement, it just shows up. Right? It's there for the rest of your life. So always know that if you're doing Reiki, the energy flows. It's the Kundalini. If you do it right, it's like what Aaron was showing us with the energy in the meditation coming from our root, from the ground, and going up through the body. The Kundalini, all energy enters our body through the root, through the base. So people a lot of times envision energy coming in through your head. It's the opposite. When it comes at you, it goes into your body through the root chakras and then up to the crown. That's where the energy goes. So it's always drawing you upward, like Aaron was showing. When you walk into that energy, it's always drawing you upward. All the energy always comes from the base. That's why you have to be grounded and centered with the earth. Is if you're one with the earth, when you touch the earth energy is easier to go through your body to work. And then when you're using Reiki, you pull that energy in, you bring it through your body, you focus it to the crown chakra, and then you bring it back out and through the hands to the people. Do you see?
Yep. It's awesome.
Yeah.
It's awesome. All right, guys, I've got to let you go for now, but thank you very much. Thank you all for being here and watching. Please continue to share, continue to let this out. People need to see this. This is this is like probably the best live stream we've all done together that I mean, really,
Agreed.
To this day. Not that the ones before weren't great.
Well, Earth Day was going to be a rockin' Earth Day, but they kicked us off the air. Remember that?
Yeah.
Earth Day was rocking. We had it set up. We even had a band, a rapper, but then they kicked us off the air. So that just sucked. This time we're staying on the air.
Right. I'll let you guys go for now. Much love to all of you.
Thank you, Aaron.
And, have a great day. Have a great session today and a great live stream. I'll be tuning in here and there, and Norma will be on here in the next hour. So talk to you soon. And I'm excited.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, brother. Really appreciate your help here today, and much love to you. And I'll talk to you soon.
Much love.
All right, thanks, guys.
And next, we have our brother from another mother. I am so glad I met this guy, and it's thanks to my other brother from another mother, Leonard O'Neill, who went out and found Neil Gore, Portal to Ascension, and
I didn't find him. Peter. I know he's pointing at me.
Yeah, it was Peter Chang.
Peter actually posted about the Portal to Ascension, what they were doing in one of my groups, and I was like, "Who are these guys?" And then that's how I found Neil, and I was like, "We need to talk to these guys. We need to interview them." Neil was like, "Why do you want to interview me?" I'm like, "Because you're the guy behind the scenes doing everything. No one ever talks to you because you set up all the meetings.
You're the
no one
dude.
interviews you because you're interviewing everybody else." And so he was like, "Okay." And I said this before, and that day, Omar said, "You're gonna do the interview."
Yeah.
And I had not done an interview before, and he said, "I want you to be there with me. I'll be there with you, in case you get lost, and I can jump in." And I did, and then Neil and his wife afterwards said to me, "Wow, man, you got the voice. You asked the right questions. You should be doing this." And
dude, I thought you'd been interviewing for years. I don't know.
Very first interview, bro. Very first interview was
that was the first one ever.
Yep.
Freaking crazy.
Yeah, and then right after you shot me a message, you were saying, hey, we've got to talk to these guys. We'd set up a conference call with Neil, like I think for the following day, and we hammered out a plan, and then ever since we've just we've been working together and developing our relationships, and
I still promote a Portal to Ascension on every episode of every single podcast in the last 4 years. If you go there, if you see the visual, you're going to see Portal to Ascension popping up on your screen during the show.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
This wasn't just coincidence either. This is all meant to be to this pivotal point in this moment right now.
That's right. It's like
the next one will be the next one, but this one is important, super important.
It's like chess moves. Whatever that we've done in the past is leading up to something great and beautiful, and today is one of those conclusions. And I'm sure in the future there's going to be a whole lot more. So if you guys don't know who Neil Gore is, which I'm not sure why you wouldn't, Neil Gore is he's the creator and the chief executive officer and of Portal to Ascension. He's the manager. This guy's putting on like hundreds, and I mean literally hundreds of events every single year, conscious-based events. The amount of information this guy shares is just enormous. He knows all the best people in the world. Some of the leading names in some of the most leading research on the planet when it comes to consciousness, awareness, UFO disclosures, what have you. He's got his own YouTube on portaltoascension.org. You go on there and you just see literally thousands of videos, thousands and thousands of hours of conscious material. I will be sharing the links to Neil's website, in the comments throughout the day here today. You guys go and register. We just actually Neil and just did a 53 speaker event over 5 days, which Leo and I were involved in, which was a great pleasure to do. So I had the opportunity to interview a couple of people and listen to just tons and tons and tons of fantastic people, music. It was amazing. So thank you very much, Neil, for everything that you do, brother. You truly are a leader in this field of the conscious events and
not just a leader,
bringing
but
people together.
Not just
an innovator. Yeah, exactly. That's the word that I was looking for.
Yeah, because he has pioneered.
That's the word I was looking for. Pioneer.
This entire way that I wouldn't be doing Orion Rising if Neil didn't do Portal to Ascension.
I wouldn't be doing
creating that, and that conscious awareness and the juggernaut that it has become has paved the way and opened up the way for all of us to be able to do what we do. And
it's so true.
He's so humble. So true. He's just now right there. He's so humble that he doesn't even think about himself in that way.
Doesn't. He's and
when we say these things, you saw the natural reaction just now on his face.
He's
so humble that he's just, I'm just doing what I do. And we're just but you're raw in the law.
You guys need to stop. You need to stop. I can't reach that level. You're setting me up too much.
Don't put me up so high, right?
No.
You're just fine where you're at, Neil. Don't you worry.
Yeah.
But Neil, because
Neil,
of that,
you barely know me too.
He's allowed us to do what we're doing.
Right.
And
you've affected me as well, greatly.
All the time. And we, look at Rob. Rob, he's a year in now. He's me 4 years ago. Right. He's me 4 years ago. He's Omar 6 years ago. Right. We're Neil 10 years ago.
Yeah. That's
right.
I gotta tell you guys one thing for sure is that this event today and all the previous events that I've done would not be possible if it were not for Neil, because when I first started off, I was just simply doing interviews. My thing is that I wanted to find authors and researchers and interview them, have a one-on-one, and that was the extent of it. And then when I came across Neil, he really, really, really opened up my eyes as to the capacity and the capability that I have and what I can do with my platform. And I attended one of his what was that, 33 speakers, I believe it was, a few years ago, and 35 speakers over the course of a few days. And I realized at that time that I too can do this. And prior to that, the idea just didn't even, dawn on me. And then when I attended that, I was like, hey, I can do this as well. And then a few weeks after, or a month or two after, I held my first event, and I was like, wow, I love this. No wonder Neil's doing these hundreds of them. They're addictive, so I want to do them too. And and I began doing them. So
producing that stuff.
So this wouldn't be happening. Yeah, it wouldn't be happening if it weren't for Neil, because he opened up my eyes to this, and I truly want to thank Neil for that. And also Ben Carroll that's coming up here today. I looked high and low everywhere looking for a sound bowl healer, and I couldn't really find anyone. And then I reached out to Neil, and Neil hooked me up with Ben, and we had a chat the other day, and Ben was like, yeah, absolutely, I'll come on. So not only is he helping me open up my eyes to do these events, but he's also helping me by introducing me to other conscious like-minded people. And not to mention, we're streaming this event to Portal to Ascension on YouTube as well. So there's a lot of collaboration in the background of of these events, and I truly appreciate that.
Dude, if I wasn't brown, you'd see me blushing right now. Shit, I'm all red. You guys give the best introductions ever. Seriously, I've been introduced by so many people. And this morning, when I woke up, I was thinking it before we even did this. I was like, dude, these guys give such good introductions. And I'll let you continue introduction.
Yeah, right.
Well, no, it's my turn now. So
turn, right?
The crazy thing is that before the other day, I had never met Neil ever, but unbeknownst to him, there were so many things that I've watched with these amazing people that have brought me to this place where I felt like I could do that as well, in a sense of not putting these things together, but attacking interviews in a specific way and learning about these people and the way that they manifest their spirituality, that I could find my own space to do that as well. And, to take my platform for what it was, but also to learn who I was at the same time. So I just want to say thank you, humbly, from my heart. I truly have a love for what you do, Neil, and it's truly awesome. It's truly awesome.
Neil's been ahead of the curve more than people realize. I remember a conversation that Neil and I had a few years ago, and you were like walking around in a park. That's where you were at that day, and we were telling the people. He realized then. He and I at that point realized, we're talking and trying to get this whole alien disclosure thing in order for people, but he realized that people were being turned off by that, and it wasn't resonating, and he understood the other side of things. And it took me up until that time period to really understand where I was going with Orion Rising as well. I was doing like Omar said, I was doing more interviews with people, trying to get knowledge out to people, and I realized that what we needed to do was really start focusing on spirituality. If you want to wake up the masses, don't try to show them what's going on, because they're only going to see it when they're ready to see it. So I understood that then, and most of the ancient alien community that's not on the television show propagating slave labor alien creator gods, which is a lie, and and that's being done on purpose to keep us being stupid. If you're not propagating that message, then the messages should be resonating with you is that the only way we're going to wake up everybody as a mass is to get everybody focusing on their inner spiritual journey. So that's why if you look at my shows in the beginning 4 years ago, it was all aliens. And I remember even Neil said that day, because we're all aliens, now go meditate. That's a direct quote from what you said. And then we both laughed, and people are going, but it all ties together. And so it's been, we've sort of distanced ourselves away from, even like Aaron kind of touched on the whole, fake false flag alien invasion that could still happen, that Dr. Stephen Greer's been talking about for years, that he knows about. We don't talk about that stuff very much anymore, because the truth is, you can only go so far, and then people go, well, look, there's just no definitive proof, and you're like, okay, so now what we need to do is focus on you spiritually, because then that elephant in the room becomes clear to you when you start seeing it.
Yeah, you'll notice over the
to that place.
Yeah, you'll notice that over the last 3 years, I don't think I've done a single show based on aliens. It's all been about consciousness, energy, vibration, sound. When Neil started talk about sound, my attention totally changed, and it was almost like I had an epiphany. And I realized that aliens and spaceships and UFOs are really just a very, very small aspect of the overall picture. And the number one thing that we need to concentrate on is self-awareness and learn who we are. And through his education, I learned a lot, and my focus of attention has totally changed. Like, you can go back and my last 50 videos, you probably won't see a single, alien, discussion happening. But prior to that, you'll see, tons of alien UFO, things happening, and my focus changed. Okay, so let's stop there, and I'm going to introduce MC Resonance. Not Neil Gore. MC Resonance is AKA Neil Gore. This is spoken art. Look, the hair on my arms are standing up just even thinking about it. Oh yeah, just thinking about it. MC Resonance, like, wow. Really, that's all I have to say. Every time I hear this spoken art, I'm at the edge of my seat. So I'm going to give Neil the full stage, and I'm going to mute myself, and then we'll let Neil go, and then when he's done, maybe at the end we can have a few minutes of chat, maybe answer some questions. So until then, Neil, it's all yours, brother.
Thank you. So appreciative of you guys. To be quite honest, you're some of the most authentic people that I've really had the opportunity and honor to connect with and to create events with and be interviewed by. Just when I come on your shows, Leonard and Omar, I just feel like we're homies. We're really good friends, and the interaction is just grounded from the beginning. And I never feel like I have to, perform or present. I'm just myself, So I love working with you guys.
Thank you.
So I'm so excited to be here, everybody. I was having dreams of performing and rapping at this event, and I couldn't sleep because I kept being woken up. And one of my dreams, I was performing for Eminem, and he wouldn't, and then I couldn't find my lyrics, so it became a nightmare. So that was my last night, because I was really anticipating the excitement for just being here right now and a part of this. Not only because today's this date, specifically the solstice, and there's so much energy connected here. The traditions go back into antiquity, and later today at 3 p.m. I'm going to be presenting some of that in a 1-hour presentation on the pagan origins of Christmas, where we're going to be speaking about some of the original solstice celebrations. But the fact that the Jupiter-Saturn conjunct is going on, and the high vibe on the planet, and then the awareness is happening, the world situation right now, and every now and then I take a moment to really reflect and realize that when everybody on the planet can really focus their intention and attention on a specific thought form, we have the ability to create that. And in essence, that's how this reality is created. We all collectively have these frequencies that we're sending out, and then ultimately those thoughts become reality. What is the law of attraction? The law of attraction is thoughts equals action. Action equals manifestation. So the action part has been overlooked for so long for so many people, because the law of attraction, some people don't take the action. But right now, within this reality, our thoughts make the action happen. The action creates the reality. So if we all thought fifth dimensionally, what would our actions be? Right? If 51% of the world all thought fifth dimensionally frequency, let's just say that's the dimension of a high vibe where we don't have these lower frequencies of lust, hate, anger, greed. So we're all at that frequency together. Then when we are all collectively vibrating at that frequency, the world will start reflecting that reality. So what's going on right now, right? We're all focusing on, for the first time ever, right? So there have been things in the past that most of the world had probably thought on, like devastation, destruction, World War I, World War II. But the population of the planet right now is more than it's ever been, one. And then we're all focusing on the same thing, which is this fear of COVID, right? So sending that frequency out. So the collective anxiety is increasing, the depression is increasing, the suicide rate is increasing, because this collective anxiety and people are picking up on it. So what's important about today is how many people are counteracting that energy. And this is just one out of many events. I know a lot of other people are doing these events. And my friend Erin, who's watching right now, she's going to be doing one later on today too, on her YouTube. And it's just because we really need to be putting out that collective energy of the joy, happiness, peace, tranquility, because there is a lot of anxiety in the air. So it's an honor to be here, a part of this. Now, today, this morning, I'm going to be presenting for, this is the longest set I've ever had as a musician / spoken word artist. And I'm going to be presenting as MC Resonance. That's my name as a rapper. And you can check me out on Instagram and on YouTube. And I go all over the world and I create spoken word videos of myself at different ancient sites, and you can check that on my MC Resonance, youtube.com/MC Resonance. And how we're going to be doing this today is I was going to curate, because I have hundreds of songs on this computer I'm looking at right now. So I was going to curate, a progression of where we're going to begin and then to build up the energy until the end. But I thought I'll be more synchronistic today, and I'm going to randomly select poetry. But the cool thing is that I'm going to have the opportunity, which is very rare, to actually dissect and go through what the meaning is behind some of these poems. And just to give you a little 5-minute synopsis really on my journey and how I got to where I am now, why I write the way I write. So I was born in London, England, right? I was born there. I was raised in an Indian Hindu family, right? My parents, they're pretty Western. They have English accents. But my mom, pretty religious when it comes to, Hinduism and following the rites and traditions. So my entire life, I just did what I was told. It's not that I did not believe. It's just that I just did what I was told. I was a good Indian kid. Do these rites, do these rituals, say these prayers, sing these hymns. So I would do it, but I really had no belief. When I was 12 years old, I moved to California. And at that phase, when I started, transitioning out of middle school into high school, I started having more thoughts, questioning things. In high school, I would hang out with a group of people from all over. It really was like expanding my consciousness and my awareness. And then not until I graduated when I was 18 and I went to college here in California, I started, connecting with all types of other people, listening to a range of amazing music. One of my first bands in college that I really fell in love with was Tool. And not until later did I realize that all the stuff about consciousness, the evolution of consciousness, Ascension, UFOs, disclosure was actually in their music. And I wasn't truly 100% even into this at that point. So as I was listening to this music, I was also doing some plant medicine, right? At that point, it was psilocybin. And so I was writing down a lot of my thoughts. These thoughts became poems. I first created my first poem when I was 16. It was called The Dead and the Dying. And it was the assignment was to actually be pretend you're a World War II poet and write a poem about World War II. So that's what it was. So mine was called The Dead and the Dying. And then from then onwards, I just kept writing until I was now in high school and I started writing like full-on ballad spoken word pieces. And in these poems were information about the universe, extraterrestrials, quantum physics, other planets. And I wasn't aware about any of the stuff that I'm really into now at that point. So I started looking on the internet and researching similar things that I was writing down because, I was on plant medicine sometimes. I was just like having conversations. I was listening to music. So I started researching on the internet. And then what did I find? I found 3 individuals: Jordan Maxwell, Nassim Haramein, William Henry, all of which I work with now. But at that point, they were like celebrities to me. I was like, they were giving me information about my true history that I had no idea. This took me on a rabbit hole of ancient history, hardcore ancient history, but connected to the extraterrestrial phenomena, ancient aliens, and the spirituality of it all. But I was also very much into the darkness, into the Illuminati taking over us, controlling us. What are we going to do? How are we going to? It was resistance and fight and fear. I was consumed with it from 2000 to 2008. Then I was writing this whole time. So I was writing stuff about some of the poems you're going to hear in a bit here are from that time. And I was writing about the struggle and the hardships and what's going on with the world and how these elite are controlling us and the GMOs and all of this like chemtrails, right? And then in 2008, my life shifted. I met my soul family. I went to my first open mic and performed a spoken word piece. And the first piece I'm going to do right now, I'm going to take a little pause here because I've been talking for a minute, and I'm going to do that spoken word piece, and I'll explain it to you. This is the first spoken word piece that I ever performed at an open mic. I've performed it thousands of times now. And I wrote this one when I was actually on a plane going to India, looking out at the windows, just looking at the clouds, and just having one of those moments, just like flying above, the clouds and just looking at the vastness of Earth, and then having this awareness of extraterrestrials and consciousness and our reincarnation process. And I decided it just came out of me. And this poem, actually, when I wrote it down, I remembered it. It just stuck with me, which is pretty amazing because it's a very long and kind of a complicated one to remember, but it stuck with me. And I'm going to go ahead and perform this, and then maybe afterwards I'll dissect it, and then we'll continue on with the story. So this one here is called The Journey. And what I want to do is I really want to cultivate the energy of today and everything that we're doing. So I'm going to take a little step back right now and slow down my voice a little bit, because now we're going to embark on a journey through the spoken word, into the cosmos, into the multiverse, and then reflected back as a fractal back onto this planet. And then part of what I'm going to do today is I'm going to do a little freestyling too. So you probably won't know when I'm freestyling because I'm just going to be adding it to my spoken word pieces. But this is going to be just a free flow, synchronistic day without any curation for me. All right, this is called The Journey. The road goes on for generations. The travelers who disperse their light amongst all the willingly incarnated souls. But what of the ones who didn't know? Amnesia of the internal endowment to reserve a place in the fifth dimension for themselves. The ego took control, and a better life they shall never know. I welcome you, dark one, into the lap of luxury, followed by pain and woes. We all sold our souls to the devil, but the devil exists not. Negative energy we dub as evil creates the demons of whom we are fearful. Take the D from the demon, put it in front of the word evil, and now you have a personified devil. Our thoughts and experiences create a creature that only exists in the mind. Our desires and wants create a full-featured ego that keeps our lower selves from reaching the divine. Intellect, love, and a perfect understanding we will have with one another. I welcome you, my brother, my sister, my lover, to become one, to help me become one, before reality tears me from duality and back into ether's imagination. You see? I'm the ghost of lives past. Generations have descended to gain these experiences, and I pray the human situation is critical, mind analytical, won't let me forget the fall of angels and demons in this third dimensional world. Is this planet yours? May I hide amongst the lost souls? Hide out for a bit, drink some liquor, smoke some weed, and step outside for a cigarette? Yes, sure, man. Here's a social security card. You may live. Reincarnated to a kid to live and give back to the society. Am I locked in borders? I smolder, but through the ashes comes the horde of abstract thought. Who is not a ghost of spirit, but just is an enlightened individual. Equality minds a leader's political goals, the cynical flow of the pain and woes, and shamanistic pagan rituals. We will resurrect the Messiah in all of us. It's time to trust our brothers and sisters. Unity of mind, conscious awareness in the rise. Yin-yang intertwined, masculine feminine lovers intertwined. Spit words from the chakra points in my spine. Relentless, but I still find inner peace, help down the pace of my corrupted mind. Chemtrails, aspartame, fluoride, kept my awareness fried, getting drunk and high, but the consequence of why am I really here? But now I know. Is to help humanity steer into the right direction. For every single one of you, I feel affection. We're in the same situation. So erase the awkward moments, trying to walk around and get that bonus. You remember, the Arcturians will be one of the group of interdimensional beings through mass landings will help us those really breathe. So raise your frequency if this is what you want to see. And don't try to break free from the shackles of captivity that we formed in our own mentality, because you and I, we've always been free. So that one is called The Journey. And what inspired that poem was everything I was really into. We have the ET conversation. We have GMOs in there, chemtrails in there, the reincarnation process. And when I started out saying the journey goes on for generations, I'm talking about the fact that this journey, this cycle, we keep coming back. The journey of the willingly incarnated souls. We willingly chose to come here. But what of the ones who didn't know? Amnesia. Reserve a place in the fifth dimension for themselves. They don't even remember it. The ego took control, and a better life they shall never know. I welcome you, dark one, the darkness, the duality, into the lap of luxury, followed by pain and woes, struggle in this life. We all sold our souls to the devil. The fallen angels, we come down here. The fallen angels and Lucifer supposedly rules this kingdom until the second coming, when Lucifer has to give the keys back to God. Has to give the keys back to God, because it was all an agreement and all in a contract. There was no, hey, I'm going to leave you. I hate you, God. I'm leaving here. The original Gnostic texts, what do they talk about? They talk about Lucifer being the volunteer. God said, creation said, source said, I need a volunteer, please. Can someone go down to earth and give these guys the illusion of separation? And then the fallen angels stepped up. But then along the way, we lost that reality and that understanding. So that's what it goes to. And then the second verse is really about all of the chaos in the world, but what we can do and the steps that we can take in order to shift it. Raise your frequency. This is the reality we want to create. Raise your frequency if this is what you want to see. And don't try to break free from the shackles of captivity that we formed in our own mentality, because you and I, we are, and we've always been free, even if we don't know it. We had the freedom to come to this planet in the first place. We chose to incarnate here, and it's easier to say than to realize that we chose this experience. But the fact is that we're clocking in a lot of experiences right now and a lot of soul growth on this planet, and I feel it. So this was in 2008. I wrote this. I wrote this actually way before 2008. But in 2008 is when I recited it, and it was the beginning of me going all these slam poetries, open mics, and at the same time, Portal to Ascension was created within those 2 years. And we went from doing one small event every month, meditation, to doing huge conferences by 2012, 3-day conferences on ancient aliens, on consciousness, and so many other topics, sacred sexuality. Now we're at over 110 events a year. But my goal and my dream is to get the support that I need in order to be able to run Portal to Ascension, not just having to do it 100%, so I can do music full time. So at this point, I'm actually creating music right now, and I'm going to be releasing my album hopefully in a few months. And my name again is MC Resonance, and the music is music from the next dimension, because I really feel that part of my call here is to bring down the frequency and the vibration of hip hop for what's to come in this new reality that we're now manifesting. So now we're going to go into a few back-to-back spoken word pieces. And some of these pieces that I'm going to perform, I haven't performed or wrote over 15 years ago. So here we go right now, okay? So this one right here is this one. I wrote this, I think, in like 2004. And this is when it's called Conversation with God. And I was wondering, one verse is me, one verse is God. And it's like almost like I'm having a conversation with God and about all the things that were going through my mind at the time and the responses that I was getting. So here we go, Conversation with God. What is the point of anger? Why do you have to hate me? Can't you forgive me when I'm on my knees begging, please God, hear my cries. Please God, tell me why. I can only use part of my mind until the 100th year before I die. We are immaterial. In the universe, we are only one world with billions of other races for you to control. How come my relationship with you is so personal? I see you in full form right in front of my eyes, telling me all superficial existence is a lie. I am trapped, limited by my own mind. So find your meaning to life. And when you die, I will hold you by my side, explain to you the divine that you cannot apprehend in a place of science, money, greed, envy, and political lies. But I want to come right now. Leave this place because I don't belong. What I know makes it hard for me to go on. So wave your wand and facilitate my move into the next dimension with ease, please. I don't want to be in pain when I'm erased from the life full of capitalistic gains. Pain is nothing but a signal being sent to your brain. Can you leave your material life, family and friends and wealth? When you speak of pain, are you not worried about your health? You are stuck in existence full of substance for which you must repent. No, you are not ready to come. Some more years must pass until your life is done. Just maintain the exploration and soon you will find your own pathway, my son. And soon you'll find your own pathway, my son. So that was just a short one there. And just to be showing you and really showing you the journey of where I was and my confusion and how lost I was. And then a few years later, I started realizing a lot of truth about our ancient history and Christianity in general, about the lies and manipulation of organized religion and how it had been fragmented and hijacked. And the whole concept of Christianity in 325 AD, which I'll be touching on in my presentation a little later today. But in 325 AD, Constantine proclaimed himself basically head of the Christian religion by making Christianity the number one religion, the main religion in all of Rome. But he also held something called the Council of Nicaea, in which he had all the high-level Christian people in Christendom that came, and they took all the Gospels, because there were many Gospels. There was no one concise actual Bible at that point, and they created what we now have as the modern Bible. But there were hundreds of Gospels. I don't know if you know anything about Christianity, but Christianity doesn't have hundreds of Gospels. So what happened to the rest of them? Well, they went through them, they sort through them, they took out a bunch of stuff, they erased entire books. 2 books that were erased: the Book of Love and the Book of Reincarnation, right? Book of Love is an interesting book because that book talks about how all is love, and the fear that we've been told by organized religion, complete BS. The Book of Reincarnation, it ties on to the resurrection of Jesus, which really represented the resurrection and reincarnation. And it was all about the fact that the life is immortal. But why did Constantine take that book out of the Bible? Because if you think that your life is like immortal and that you live like forever, you'll be back here and all that, then how is this Roman emperor supposed to control you when you are free from the constructs of society that these elite have created for you? So that was a part of why that was taken out of it. So this one right here is called Political Spirituality. And this basically touches on, the first verse touches on the whole story of Constantine. And then after that, we go into the esoteric of how that manifested within the universe. So here we go. Political spirituality. And it's very interesting because I wrote this one on December 22nd. And the first line is, the sun stops on the 22nd, which is about tomorrow. And I wrote this over like 15 years ago. So it's very, very synchronistic because it's about this time right now. The sun stops on the 22nd, dies in the skies, reflects over the oceans. He walks on water. Didn't you see him telling me how to be like he lived? He died for us, but there's no such thing as us. There's only one covenant. Feel me, show me, teach me. Since 325 AD, Constantine proclaimed himself a part of divinity. Manipulations of Christianity, political organizations creating order from anarchy, placed me at the bottom of the elitist hierarchy. The pyramids created by the Anunnaki, creating the Tower Bible so we can reach God. Why did you leave us here? It's not separate at all. It's all crystal clear. Human flaw is portrayed in a concept of divinity. Is politics intertwined with spirituality? Is politics intertwined with spirituality? Galaxies so far away, we intertwine planetary cosmic stargate to seek. Breach walls of society through technology. Spread words to the masses. Eschew gases of volcanic ashes. Cosmic element irrelevant to the reason why we will control your mind with words of divine originality. Originally believed to be one of the free rebels of humanity. It's a fallacy of superficial promises of rules and laws. Find the meaning of a truer cause. Scriptures and prophecies of the second coming of God. The sacred sounds of sacred geometry of fourth dimensional lords. The new age will not be as hard. Thousands of years in revelations with us realizing we are God. Negative energy will be gone. The rise in the feminine energy is due to us becoming brothers. One with a terrestrial mother. No more Jehovah witness knocking on my door. No more having to get on our knees on the floor. No more someone capitalizing over you because he wants to score. No more pettiness and no more war. No more pimps and street corner whores. No more violence, media manipulations, and gore. So until that day arrives, I will meditate and concentrate my thought and my mind on a manifestation of one love, consciousness, and rhymes. So until that day arrives, I will meditate and concentrate my thought and my mind on a manifestation of one love, consciousness, and rhymes. So this piece here, just to break it down a little bit before we go to the next one, when I say here the sun stops on the 22nd, I'm talking about the solstice. 3 days, the sun stays, 3 days, the sun stays, right? And in the same angle in the sky. That's what happens during the solstice. So if you've ever heard the prophecies of the 3 days of darkness, the 3 days of light, Jericho had 3 days of light so that Moses' followers David was actually the head of the army, could go around Jericho with huge sound like trumpets to bring the walls down. Sounds like some type of sonic vibrational weapon right there. And how God helped him by creating 3 days of light. And if you look at it, these are all talking about solstices and equinoxes, where the light is the most in the sky, or the sun stays at the same angle, right? So the sun stops on the 22nd. I'm talking about the solstice and the sun stopping. Dies in the skies reflects over oceans. The sun dies. The whole solstice, and we'll be talking about this later, is a resurrection of the sun god. Who else is the son of God? Jesus. Dies in the skies, reflects over oceans. He walks on water. So we just said dies in the skies, reflects over the oceans. I'm talking about the sun god or the son of God. And then I say he walks on water. So the sun reflecting over the ocean is personified through Jesus walking on water. Did you not see him? Jesus. He told me how to be like he lived. He died for us, but there's no such thing as us. He tried to show us that there's only one. So control me. They can try to control me. He tried to show me. They try to show me. They try to teach me. They try to teach me. Since 325 AD, they've been doing this. Constantine proclaimed himself a part of divinity. He manipulated Christianity. He made us believe there's only one way to breathe and we had to conform to society. Placed me at the bottom of the elitist hierarchy. The pyramids created by the Anunnaki, if you want to go back into the bloodline, climbing the Tower of Babel. Why did they create the Tower of Babel? The story goes that they were trying to reach the ETs that left them here. They were creating this tower because they had been left with these advanced technologies and without their gods. So climbing the Tower of Babel to reach God. Now, God, why did you leave us here? We're not separate at all. It's all crystal clear. Human flaws portrayed in a concept of divinity. Human flaws portrayed in a concept of divinity. Go throughout all the modern religions. You'll see that all over the place. And then what? It's politics intertwined with spirituality. It's politics intertwined with spirituality. The political movement, all the way back to Rome and even before that, was designed in order to hijack the spiritual awareness that we were all coming to the awareness of once again now. So that's what that piece is really about. Okay, so now I'm going to move on to some back-to-back poems here. We're going to go on a little flow. But first, before I do that, I'm going to do one verse on this one here, which is called Historic Records. And it's just just one little verse that I just wrote, and I'm going to be making it and putting it into a hip-hop song pretty soon. This right here is its own track. Embarking on a journey to abundance from lack. Slacked off, the past was lost, nailed to the cross, historic records I sought for, needing more research to explore the galactic war and how it kickstarted the need for more expression and experience. From the star system of Sirius to the age of Aquarius, falling from grace with angels whose wings were clipped and misplaced on a planetary body, I embody sitting shoddy, driving through the muddy astral planes. My one complaint is that our origins are laced with lies, ego, and blame. My one complaint is that our origins are laced with lies, ego, and blame. So why am I here? Here to shift the frequency from fear into one where we have abundance, that we come from the sun, and that we know this life, it will never be done. Fun is just one component of the experiences we're here to gain, but it's all experiences, so don't complain. Sometimes we're going around the world feeling like we're going insane, but really the blame game has to stop so that we can have the real conscious hip hop come up into the scene and change the music industry through this type of conscious poetry. From this type of conscious poetry. So this one right here, next one is called Astral Travel. And this one is about my incarnation into this world. So what I did here is I took I personified myself. I imagined myself as a soul and how my journey was into this world. And, you know, I started out like most of us as nothing, as something, but nothing at the same time, the paradox. In the center of our galaxy as etheric matter, where I hadn't even manifested yet. And my soul came out of the center of the black hole, and it made its way through many incarnations into this world. And now I'm here. So this is astral travel. Astral travel, vibrating high at the center of the galaxy. Rematerialize etheric energy, dropping in density, increasing in complexity. To the ends of the spiral I shall go. Planets form all around. I see a water world in the system of soul. My soul speculate in this illusion, a spacesuit made of skin, into a polarized reality of duality, oneness, and sin. Carbon base will join the crystalline children. You see, I slowly descend through the ozone. We'll be born soon, so I enter a womb. Birth cycle almost ends. You see, I rode the unity wave into this dimension, a fabricated fallacy. I forgot when time became linear. Masculine-based society suppressing her. feminine energy, creating stargates and other etheric tools, going through the wormhole, spinning around like a whirlpool, here to overrule the external in this earth school. From my eyes, I finally lifted the wool. I reincarnated to this planet November 17th, 1982. And that was the day I was born. You guys know my birthday now, so I expect a message on my birthday. I reincarnated into this planet November 17th, 1982. So that's just my journey I felt coming into this reality. See, let's see which one we're going to do here next. Okay, the next piece, I actually just finished writing it, and I presented it for my class that I'm taking with a good friend, Kiyoshi, that does something called Expand Your Expression, in which he has, I think there was like 18 of us in class, and it's about learning rhyme, flow, performance, being able to perform, freestyling, a lot of things that help people who are performing, especially those that are in poetry or even rap. So I wrote this one as my final project. And the whole concept of this is it's called time travel. And right now, for a long time, I would contemplate and think to myself that a lot of people tell me that time is speeding up. Doesn't it seem that time is speeding up? Doesn't it seem that time is speeding up? So when I start thinking about this, I was like, well, is time actually physically speeding up, or is the contract of time from our distance from the sun the exact same as always been, but there's two different things happening now? Our consciousness is expanding, and the stimuli that we're presented with are so much more that, 300 years ago, if you're in your own village, you might have just seen a few things a day and not really gone more than a few miles from your village. But now we got bikes, cars, we have internet. There's so much more stimuli. We're being bombarded every single moment. So has time sped up, or is time the same, even though it's not, because it's actually becoming more fluid, I feel. But is it that our consciousness has expanded? And then this whole entire quarantine situation happened. And all of a sudden, many people have a lot more time to dedicate to their passions and hobbies. Some don't, but a lot of them do. And even though myself, I'm doing more work now, because as soon as this whole thing happened, it was a call to action for me. It was like, all right, yep, this is something I've been preparing for. Let's hit the road running, start doing more events, help people and inspire and empower them. So even though I'm doing a lot of that, I still have a lot of time to do a lot of things that I want. And I got kicked off Facebook, which eliminates like 4 to 5 hours a day of Facebooking. So I have a lot of time. And so I realize now that I'm doing so much more than I've ever done, but I still have time to do everything else I want to ever do. And that's cool, because that's my belief. My belief is I have more than enough time to do anything. That's my mantra, because I don't like to limit myself to time is actually taken away from situations. So this piece right here has 3 verses. And the first two verses is really about the concept of time and how fluid it is, and how it seems like time is slowed down, or is it sped up, or what is actually going on here. And then the third verse, the first part of it, I'm actually going to time travel to when I was a child, and it's going to be about my journey as a child and the struggles and pains that I perceive that I went through at that point. And then after that, it's really about my healing process, and I'm time traveling back to the present and into the future for my experience here on Earth. And so this one is called Time Travel. Firstly, let's all just take a few breaths together. If you would like to, just get yourself present. Take a deep breath in through the nose. Let it out of the mouth. And now we're about to embark on a journey through time, through the depths of the cosmos, all the way through the wormhole, to other worlds, to other incarnations, and then back to Earth. Time has slowed down. Or is it our perception of the now? Creating ripples, overcoming obstacles, abundance flows, the end is close. Which only means there's a new beginning, spinning like a black hole's event horizon as my chakra points awaken and widen, a solar flare that inspires all men and women to inhale the ether into each of the pores inside of the physical, cells that rely on oxygen and a natural amount of rest. I will forever rhyme until I take my last breath. Time travel with vision, the mission was given, shatter the prison, unlock the chains. Remember the days that came before this eon, this age, when the starships transported our ancestors to earthly place, when we, like the sage, pay homage to the ways in which we came. Time travel with vision, the mission was given, shatter the prison, unlock the chains. Remember the days that came before this eon, this age, when the starships transported our ancestors to this earthly place, when we, like the sage, pay homage to the ways in which we came. To time has slowed down, or is our perception of how we exist in a matrix of disavowed humans searching for the next cash cow? I'm the sacred cow, worshipped at the top of the mount, spinning around, milk and honey to those who hear the sound. As your chakra points awaken and your soul is found, sun gaze to receive praise from this maze we find ourselves in. To the cellular membrane ancestry passed down to your kin, DNA strands unwind and bend and dissipate upon death. I will forever rhyme until I take my last breath. Time travel with vision, the mission was given, shatter the prison, unlock the chains. Remember the days that came before this eon, this age, when the starships transported our ancestors to this earthly place, when we, like the sage, pay homage to the ways in which we came. Time travel with vision, the mission was given, shatter the prison, unlock the chains. Remember the days that came before this eon, this age, when the starships transported our ancestors to its earthly place, when we, like the sage, pay homage to the ways in which we came. You see, one time, everyone, each day was a struggle, trying to juggle my higher and lower self without assistance, no help. I'm just a lost soul in this world, just a kid in this world who knew he didn't belong. I came from another planet, another home, but home was all I ever wanted. Looking for it in the friends I loved, I confronted fears that were ingrained in my soul from a childhood when I didn't know how to say no. My trust in those were violated. It took decades before I owned that it wasn't my fault. That it wasn't my fault. I didn't know better, had no direction, felt disconnected, I could melt and vanish. No one would miss this misfit. I wish this life started different until I shifted the imprisonment of my own brain. I was a slave to the belief systems and imprints, so I went on a search for the root of all religion to see why we were dismissed kids by the gods above. On a search for the pure, unconditional love, traveled the depths of space with the books and videos that made me realize humanity's soul was so deep. I began researching Earth's true ancient history and spirituality minus the organized piety that got all these MCs on their knees. I no longer beg God, please, please help me. For I have always been free, moving to a higher density, providing the world with non-stop free energy. Time travel with vision. The mission was given. Shatter the prison. Unlock the chains. Remember the days that came before this eon, this age, when the starships transported our ancestors to the earthly place, when we, like the sage, pay homage to the ways in which we came. Pay homage to the ways in which we came. When we, like the sage, pay homage to the ways in which we came. So as I said, that one is called Time Travel. And just to break down a little bit of it all, kind of show you my journey. Because what I like to do and what is cool with this right here is I'm having the opportunity to do kind of like a mini lecture as well as dissect my journey here and how I progressed into where I am now. And if you, let me just go to this part right here. After that, it wasn't my fault. So I did not know better, had no direction. I felt disconnected. I could melt. That's how I was for a lot of my life. I felt like I didn't belong. I was disconnected and like I could just melt and vanish. No one would miss this misfit because that's all I ever was. I wished my life started different until I shifted the imprisonment of my own brain. It took a long time. It took a lot of journey. It took a lot of modalities. It took a lot of Vipassana 10-day silent meditation retreats. It took a good amount of plant medicine, but I shifted it. And I'm still shifting. I was a slave to my own belief systems and imprints. So I went on a search for the root of all religion. Why did I create Portal to Ascension? For that line right there. I wanted to know what the root of all religion was. Why is there so many texts that have the same exact stories, but no one ever talks about the similarities? Everybody's focusing on the differences. Like, how many people know that Krishna and Christ are the exact same person? And I don't mean that metaphorically. I mean that Krishna was born to a virgin mother. Krishna had a carpenter dad. Krishna was known as the savior to his people. You know, like every single thing on Jesus's life checks off for Krishna's life. And then you go back to Greece and then you have Christos, which was the exact same person, but in Greek times. So to me, I was like, wait a second, did this Jesus guy even exist? Or did someone else before him exist and the story was taken? Or was it that the universe is creating the same thing? History is repeating itself, and the same kind of energetic makeup, same kind of energetic soup that created Jesus is coming down to earth. And because of this, I wanted to find out the root of all religion. Is there a common origin story? And a little plug for my Creation Stories webinar. You can go actually for free, portaltoascension.org, sign up, watch my 3-hour presentation on the origins of humanity and the origin stories of humanity, in which the whole entire presentation is me trying to find the root of all religion and what I found out instead. But I was trying to find out the root of all religion because I wanted to see why we were dismissed kids. We're kids in the eyes of God, right? The universe. So by the gods above, now we're talking about the alien, lowercase g. On a search for the pure unconditional love. I didn't even know. The whole time I was just on the search for the pure unconditional love, but I had no idea what I was looking for. So what did I do? I traveled the depths of space with the books and the videos that made me realize humanity's soul was so deep. Shout out to Jordan Maxwell, William Henry, and Nassim Haramein for like helping me in the start of my process, right? And then made me realize the books and videos made me realize humanity's soul was so deep. So what did I do? I began researching Earth's true ancient history and spirituality minus the organized piety. Spirituality, I call myself, if anybody who needs me to explain what spirituality means, I said I'm a non-dogmatic spiritualist, because Christians think they're spiritual, Hindus think they're spiritual. I don't have dogma, and I don't follow one single sect or religion. I just follow the vibration that leads me to the next destination, you know? So spirituality minus the organized piety. That got all these MCs on their knees. You know, I'm just throwing in MCs there for the hip hop thing, but got all these people begging on their knees. I no longer beg God, please help me. For now I realize I've always been free. We're moving to a higher density, and we're providing the world with nonstop free energy. So that's just the last half of the third verse right there. And that one is going to be my first fully produced track, hip hop track. It's going to be pretty epic, and I'll be releasing that probably within a week or so. Okay, moving on to the next poem. And I just want to say we only have like 8-9 minutes actually, so I'm just going to keep going. I was going to bring on Omar to see if there's any comments, but I think I'll just continue here and do a couple more. All right. So now the next one is called Fragmentation. And the way I divided this spoken word piece is into 3 parts. We have the void, we have the darkness, and we have the light. The void is before all physical matter was created, before there was history, before there was time, before there was wormholes to even come out of. This is the void. The darkness is the duality, the amnesia, the forgetfulness, the coming down to this earth and being consumed with, you know, the anxiety of just living here, right? And I have to say, not everybody has that experience, but there is a lot of duality. And when you forget your connection to source, and I go through times where I forget it all the time, you know, I'm consumed in this world too. But when you forget your connection to source, anxiety can take hold, and then you can get lost into a downward spiral of darkness. So we have the void when nothing and everything exists. We have the darkness, and then we have the light, which is where we're going to right now. So it's 3 parts. So here we go. This one's called Fragmentation. The void. In the beginning, there were no words, no concept, no winning, no place, no time, no description, no label, and no finishing, until awareness became conscious of itself, separation from source, no east, no west, no south or north, not to mention there never existed a dimension or ascension or physical lessons except for the 0 point. There was no Christ to anoint, singularity, energy, frequency raised vibrationally, paradoxically into limitation of what only the 5 senses can see. No linearity, no anarchy, no galaxies, no nebulae, no jobs, no nature, no materialism, and no political lies, until darkness finally fragmented from the light, using free will to see through the night. The darkness. I take my anxiety pill full of fright, in my bed insecure for the conspiracy that might take over my mind, control me with a chip inside, scared and full of fear. That is the reason why we are here. To the star system of Arcturus I stare and recite my cosmic prayers. Self-empowered, the fabric of victim consciousness I tear. Light. You see, there's no reason to worry. The destination has been chosen. It's the journey that counts. Every day we transcend, no doubt, living in the now, Realizing it's all a projection of the co-creation of our own subconscious mind. Channel energy through the heart, remembrance of the divine. Take apart my ego and restart my life in any moment. I'm going home, traveling across the black intergalactic ocean. Took the psychedelic potion, now I'm awoken. To the streets we take the spoken word. Fly high, levitate the God inside. I'm free like a bird. Cosmic oneness integrating in my being. A full spectrum being. In alignment with the purity confined in regions of frequencies inhibit what we are seeing. I shift what I choose to believe in. Fuel my light body for the ether. I am fiending. Fuel my light body for the ether. I'm fiending. So the first one there is just the void right there. It's just like nothing exists. There's no place, no time, no description. There was not even a dimension or ascension or physical lessons, right? But all was well. There was no Christ to anoint. These are all constructs of our own reality on earth. And then the darkness, that's when I was like 8 years of my life in darkness, anxiety, full of fright, in my bed and insecure from the conspiracy that might take over my mind. They might control me with a chip inside. I'm scared and I'm full of fear. That's the reason why I'm here. But to the star system of Arcturus, I always would stare. And I recite my cosmic prayers because I knew self-empowerment. So the fabric of victim consciousness, I tear. That was my 8 years of that. And then the light, 2008 till now. And I didn't even need to tell you guys about the light because we all know what's up with that. And that's why I ended with fuel my light body for the ether. I'm fiending because I truly am fiending for that consciousness all the time. So now I'm going to do 2 more spoken word pieces. We got around 4 more minutes here. And I want to leave it off on a really meditative one that puts us in the zone for the rest of the day. So I'm leaving that one to the last. This one right here is called, what is it called? It is called Road to Zion. And I wrote this one around 14, 15 years as well. In this world of calamity, with organized piety making fools drop to their knees. You see, we be the free. People see right in front. Time for the peripheral, narrow-minded ignorance. Be the bigger man and see the benevolence. The interdimensional energy of love holds my truth above other dimensions. I'm the anti-level vacuum being sucked on the pull of a black hole. Recycling this universe that shows acceptance. Acceptance by knowing that all I want to do, what all the government makes me feel I do is a sin. Straight fear-mongering. So I write with a pen to show beginning to end. Just know we chose to be here. Tear perception of fear. And remember, Jah will be waiting there. It's time to believe in yourself. To forget monetary wealth. To concentrate on your health. I felt lost, stones pelt, body bloody, judgment by those who say they love me. But what does love mean within these lower frequencies of emotions, causing mental erosions? I'm frozen in a rapidly moving time, with holes in the heavens, flow of energy from realms of divine essence. These beings think that we're under their guide to receive lessons of ascension? No. The gods we show, the biblical portrayal of Jesus and pagan rituals, the deities who we worship and bow, ask for forgiveness, and how can we reach the kingdom of heaven? Away from ourselves. Looking externally for a personified God, indemnify soul of the old ancestry of the duality of friends and foes. Know this, the energy level will persist. The new world order doesn't matter one bit. No one world without singularity. Physical perceptions manifest in realm of spirituality. No order, pure anarchy to set all humanity in 13 different third-dimensional planetary systems free. So follow me, and together we will transcend and ascend to the 4th density. So I wrote that one to Damian Marley's song Road to Zion because I love Damian Marley. And that's what came out. It doesn't sound anything like that or reggae, but that's what came out of it. It was the theme of the energy of Road to Zion. And it's basically just my journey in this world of calamity with organized piety, making all these fools drop to their knees. You know, we be the free. People see right in front. All we do, the peripheral narrow-minded ignorance, seeing right in front creates an ignorance where you can't see around you. Be the bigger man and see the benevolence. The interdimensional energy of love holds my truth above other dimensions. You see, I and you, we are the anti-level vacuum being sucked down with the pull of a black hole, recycled in this universe that shows acceptance. I know acceptance by accepting the predicament that I am in. With all the government made me think I do, is all I do is a sin. So that's straight fear-mongering. So what do I do now? I write with a pen to show beginning to an end, to know we chose to be here. Tear perceptions of fear. And remember, Jah will be waiting there. And now here we go into the last spoken word piece, one that I do quite often because it helps me meditate and get into this zone. But let's take a little moment here again and center ourselves. Open ourselves up to this energy. As I said earlier, there's a collective anxiety going on in the world. For the first time ever, we're all in the world pretty much focusing on the same exact thing, right? So we want to shift that energy with the vibration, and we're going to be bringing on Ben Carroll in any second right now to do that. So it's a perfect way to start it. So here we go. Meditate and levitate is what it's called. Meditate and levitate. Waves of frequencies resonate higher. I'm connected to the provider, source of cosmic energy. We're going to be one single entity, expansion remedied, oneness must breathe, exhale and let free, consciousness to be, experiences of you and me. Souls of interdimensional beings to feel, hear, and see this third-dimensional planetary existence. All time can be found in one instance. In this realm of linearity, atoms in anarchy, quantum polarity, the epitome of creation, facing our egos, acquiring patience, waiting to let go of our nations, and join the federation of souls that will take us to the fifth world. Love you all. Thank you so much. I'll be back on at 3 today.
Wow, that was so beautiful, Neil. MC Resonance. Wow, man. The hair on my arm stand up every single time you do your spoken art. It's just beautiful. I love how you put the messages together and make it flow, and and make it easy for people to understand what we're going through, and the message that you're trying to relay forward to us. It's absolutely beautiful, and I can never ever get enough of MC Resonance and Neil Gore himself as well. That was just incredible. Lots of great comments. People absolutely love MC Resonance. There's tons and tons of comments in here, and how much they love you, and how much they appreciate your spoken art, and how it vibrates and resonates with them. And it's a perfect place to stop to bring on Ben Carroll. Just a fantastic guy. The first time you sent me his link, I went to his Facebook page and then to his website, turned on his music that he has on there. I signed up to his email, subscribing to his newsletter, and I got 2 free songs from that, and I turned it on. Neil, oh my God, man. I think my body needed some tuning, because while I was laying here listening, I began to breathe, and I just felt my body just tingle from head to toe. It was almost like my body was just tuning itself to the resonance that Ben was playing. It was incredible. I'd listened to it for I don't know, what was it, 2 hours or so. I think I listened to both of them a couple of times, and I absolutely loved it. So thank you very much, Neil, for putting me in contact with Ben. I can truly just see the energy coming off this guy. It's just a beautiful, beautiful guy.
Thank you.
So Neil, thank you very much, brother, and we will see you at what is it?
I'll be around hanging out. So if you guys have any discussions, let me know. But I'll be just chilling.
Yeah, if you want to stay in the studio, you're more than welcome to do so. You're always appreciated. And then like I said, we'll pick up on the on your presentation at 3 o'clock, and then we'll have a panel discussion at 4 o'clock. Leo's just on the phone, so as soon as Leo's done, he's going to introduce Ben Carroll, and let me share Ben's website address here, so that you guys can go over there, subscribe to his newsletter, and he also has albums and such for sale on there. And I would suggest you guys grab them. I think they're sold out right now, because I think I tried to buy a album yesterday, and it said it was sold out. So I'm going to come back and I'm going to check over the next few days, because it will be an excellent gift for anyone. Hi Ben, how are you, buddy? Thank you for joining us here today on this day of love and meditation, and coming together and raising our the vibrations, and and through your music, man, I already know that we're in for a treat.
Thank you so much, Omar. It's really my pleasure to be here. It's an honor in such an amazing day with so many things going on. So thank you for asking.
Yeah, I totally appreciate your time. It was this was like some really tight timing. that we had. I was saying earlier, I was looking, high and low for someone to come in and do, some sound bowls and help us, change our vibrational distortion. And and I looked and I just couldn't come across anything. And finally, I reached out to Neil, and Neil put us in contact. And I'm so glad he did, because I listened to your music and I totally resonated with it. And you definitely got yourself a fan over here, brother. Okay, so Leo looks like he's busy, so I'm going to where is it? I'm going to do a quick introduction, Ben, and then we'll do a couple of quick questions, and then we'll jump into the music. So Ben Carroll is a gifted and intuitive sound worker. As a former full-time touring musician and universal recording artist with album sales reaching the hundreds of thousands, Ben has quite a unique background. As a perpetual student of metaphysics, consciousness, and the effects of sound and vibration on the body and mind, the transition from rock star to sound healer wasn't as far of a leap as one may imagine. For several years now, Ben's focus has been on using sound coupled with group energy to strengthen intuition, facilitate healing, access higher dimensions of self, and facilitate the recalibration and expansion of the mind-body-soul connection. His sound healing journey works events have had a profound effect on many that have had the opportunity to experience them. And how true is that? Because like I was saying, I listened to your music a couple of days ago. I was listening to it last night and yesterday, and and it just it totally I found that it really tuned my my body. Like I said, I just felt tingling from head to toe, and I'd never ever experienced anything like that ever in my life. And and I truly appreciate it. So Ben, you are a professional musician, you are a teacher, and your main focus is to bring people together. And can you give us a quick brief about yourself, and then we'll toss a couple of questions at you, and then we'll jump right into the music.
Sure. So I guess the long story short is I signed to Universal Records when I was 25 and lived that whole life. Never really felt fulfilled, and then when the band I was in went to hiatus, I moved up to Maine to figure out what I was going to do with the rest of my life, and just started exploring a lot of different things. Started studying Reiki and meditation and getting out into the woods a lot, and I discovered singing bowls around that time, and was just instantly captivated. But I was always curious what it would be like to sing with singing bowls. So I bought some and started singing with them, and it just worked. And now here we are years later, and I'm still doing it and doing it all over. So. Great.
And you have a huge following too, Ben. Your music has touched a lot of people for the positive, and thank you very much for that. Because people like yourselves are, few and far in between. You did a selfless act from, being a rock star, performing for tens and thousands of people at stadiums, to leaving all that behind and following your true inner intuition to bring people together and work with people and then help them understand themselves. So that's pretty cool, brother. I really like that, and I respect that a whole lot.
Thank you. It was an easy path to take, very hard path at first. As it is for many people, but as you get into it, when you find that path that resonates with your soul, everything just opens up, and that's when it becomes easy.
Yeah, beautiful, man. Thank you very much. If you want, we can get into the music now. Everyone, you are in for a treat. I would suggest that when Ben is doing this, be aware of your breathing and pay attention, to your breathing, because this is really going to help you a great deal. And I'm going to do the same thing. So I'm just going to mute myself for now, Ben, and the stage is yours, brother. Well, I got to get my bearings together here for a second. Holy.
That was incredible.
Wow, I tried to hold my tears back, but I couldn't. I don't know what it did to me just now, but it just it did something profound to me. At first, it touched the inside of me, and then my eyes began to water, and I was trying to hold those back, and and I just simply couldn't anymore. So I shut the camera off, and I had just tears rolling out of my eyes. I don't know what that was, but this is the second time Ben's done this to me. Like I said, I have to get my bearings here. That was absolutely amazing. I've never heard anything like that before, and I feel I've been put into tune. Wow.
I had my
so
female cat
came
into the office.
Sure.
Oh, sorry, Ben. Go ahead.
I was just saying that there's so many people coming together today, doing all these different events. Everybody building the collective energy. So I'm sure that is just amplifying everything that's going on, especially everything that's going on with the intention of working with that.
Yeah, wow, that was my ears are itchy.
That was incredible. I have two cats, and the female cat, her name is Squeaky because she doesn't meow, she just squeaks. She was in here and she was trying to climb up, and my speakers are above my monitor up here, and she was hearing you, and she kept looking up there, and she wanted to get up to see where that sound was coming from, and she kept trying to jump up, and I kept telling her no, because if she did, she'd be on the desk in the way, but she kept wanting to get closer to the sound, and then she was rubbing all over me and purring. She was loving that. She just left when you finished. She stayed here the entire time, and when you finished, then she went, "Oh, all right, well, I'm out of here then."
That's awesome.
Yeah, kind of the same thing was happening over here. I had Gilbert and Daisy. I don't know where they were, but as soon as Ben started playing, I took my headphones off because I wanted to hear it on my speakers. And Gilbert and Daisy came and sat down like right there, and they were just sat there just looking at me and listening. And then as soon as I plugged the headphones in, they took off.
Soaking that energy up. That was good stuff.
That was beautiful. Debbie Caldwell says, moves the soul. Kevin Cummings, very cool. Candice Moreau, so beautiful. Watchers Talk, touches my inner self. Just absolutely amazing. Like I said, I'd never experienced anything like that before. I've never actually heard music that has brought me to tears. Ever in my life. This is the first time, and wow, what a moving experience that was. Like I said, I was trying to hold it back, and it's just something with that vibration and that frequency that it just couldn't hold it back. It just came out pouring, and I had to wipe my eyes. I was like, oh, I better get myself together. Just beautiful, Ben. Beautiful. That was amazing, man. How long have you been playing music like all together, and the transition from rock music to sound bowls? Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Sure. Well, I've been playing music since I was, in the single digits, but I didn't switch to doing this, working with singing bowls. Anyways, I didn't get my first singing bowls until 2014. Before that, I was doing for a couple of years, I was doing some stuff with toning and some tuning forks and just exploring other things. But then when I actually got the singing bowls, started working with singing bowls, it really, it became my own personal practice of just singing with the bowls every morning. That's how I started. It wasn't ever something I ever intended on sharing with anybody, really, ever, because it was mortifying at first. Because you have to, doing what I do, I have to completely step out of the way and move into a space of complete vulnerability. And, coming from a background of rock music, that's really the exact opposite. Putting on a front and putting on big airs and being larger than life is completely different than this. But they both have their place, I suppose.
Yeah, I bet you're just totally tuned within your avatar and within your consciousness, because what that music did to me just for a few minutes, I can imagine, you being right there and, letting that vibration go through you. I can see the energy radiating off you. It's beautiful. It really is. It's absolutely beautiful.
Thank you.
Leonard?
Really...
Yeah, sorry, I was adjusting over here. I was changing my position. My chair's not quite in the right spot, but pardon me. So yeah, the resonance of are those bowls, are they all tuned to a certain frequency, or is the frequency driven by what you're doing with like the, I guess that would be like the pestle or to the mortar, yeah?
Yeah, well, the bowls themselves are specifically tuned. It's a C major scale. The setup I have right now, anyways, I have all 12 notes, but the setup I have right now is a C major scale, C to C, and one extra bowl that is tuned slightly different that I didn't use this time. But with that is there's a lot of stuff out there about that. And the bowls do their thing, but I feel like when you adding in the singing with the bowls and
absolutely, yeah,
definitely changes it. And there's a lot of cool stuff that happens with the bowls with overtones and all interesting things that happen with the sound when they're all
I noticed you
together.
use both hands doing that, and that just rocks, because
Yeah,
that's not easy to do. You're involved with you have to have the right angle and the right speed to hit the right tone you want to hit, and you're operating both of them, and then you're also singing. So you really have to be in tune with, like Omar said, you have to be really tuned up yourself to be able to just get into that music, to just let it flow through you. And just watching that, hearing it was insane, but watching you do it was like watching a world-class magician make the wall of China disappear. You know what I mean? I was in awe just watching you work, and I wanted to close my eyes and just listen to the sound, but I found myself fascinated and going, no, you have to watch this magician in what he's doing in his creation
in his
of
element.
the sound. Yeah, and I got chills just saying it. It was just incredible.
Yeah, the hair on my arms are still standing.
Yeah, I got goosebumps just from
he's
saying
an absolute master at this. Ben, do the size of the bowls have anything to do with the frequency that it emits when you play it?
It's partially the size and partially the width of the wall. The thinner it is, the thinner it is, it changes the pitch. I don't know which direction it goes, and my brain's a little too spacey right now to figure it out logically. So I also some of the more expensive bowls I have are, they're all perfectly tuned, and you can see how they kind of sanded down the side a little bit to tune it. It looks like.
Yep.
At least that's my speculation. I don't know for sure. And all these bowls are made out of quartz crystal, actually.
Wow.
Well, that was going to be my next question. What are they? What are the bowls made of? That explains it a lot. Are all sound bowls made of quartz crystal, or do they come in different materials? And if they are in different materials, do they have the like a different vibration to them?
Yes, they come in all different kinds of materials. The oldest bowls are the metal bowls, which I think originally came out of Tibet, and those are still around. They make these; they're really popular, the quartz crystal bowls. But then they have all these other kinds of bowls made out of all different kinds of gemstones, from carnelian to moldavite to amethyst. And I think a lot of them are inclusions. So it's actually more of like, it's not like they carve the quartz. It's more like a quartz glass or whatever type of mineral they're using, whatever type of stone it is. It's more melted down and molded into the shape. It's not carved.
Yeah, well, I got to say this was my first experience ever with sound bowls, and man, it was just amazing. I don't know what else to say. You've left me wordless, Ben. Just it's totally wordless. I'm still buzzing from just a few minutes ago. The hair on my arms is still standing up. Just what an experience that was. Thank you very much, Ben. This is much appreciated, brother. And you guys, you see Ben's website address scrolling on the bottom, innerselfsustain.com. Go there and sign up for the newsletter. And he has 2 notes of music that you can download and check them out. And also there are some CDs for sale. One was, I believe, just recently released. Do you know when you'll be restocking on your CDs, Ben? Because I tried to buy one yesterday, and I got a notice that said that you're all sold out, which doesn't surprise me whatsoever.
Right.
Well, actually, my CDs are sold out because I a couple days ago, I went to the post office and waited in line for an hour. So I was like, I'm not shipping anything else until after Christmas. So I just marked them as sold out. So I really have plenty. And I'm just not planning on shipping anything till after the holidays.
Right. It's a crazy time of year to try and do that. And then you have to self-distance now, right? So, yeah, it would be like an hour, 10 minutes, hour and a half probably to get into the post office just to try and get stuff out. Yeah, that's crazy, bro. That's crazy.
Yeah, definitely. I'm going to be buying them, and I'm going to be checking out the site, right after Christmas, and I'm going to keep checking them out because, this is something I feel, is going to, help myself. But not only that, but my wife, she gets a lot of migraine headaches and such, and I've been looking for music like this to expose her to, so that she can begin to heal and clear out her chakras, which I feel is the problem. And and I forwarded your music. I was playing it actually last night, and she was in the bath, and she came out, and then she's like, "Oh my God, my body feels so weird. What is that?" And I told her, I said, "This is Ben." I said, "Remember, we were listening to it earlier in the morning." And she's like, "Oh my God, this is intense." And I was like, "Yeah, totally." So I'm going to be buying a bunch of CDs. I'm going to send them out to my friends and then keep them around as well. The website address, guys, is right here in the comments as well. Check it out, and check out Ben Carroll's fan page. I will also provide a link to that. Go and give it a like and follow, because this is the next step in our ascension. We're exposed to so much harmful frequencies throughout the day that we really need to step back and expose ourselves to the right frequency and the right tune. So please follow Ben and check out his site and support him all the way. Because I know I'm going to be a fan for his for life, because it was moving. Like I said, I can't say enough. Thank you very much, Ben. You're truly an amazing human being. You're a wanderer, a light worker, a teacher, and truly a master at what you do. And like Leah was saying, you're using both your hands and then singing at the same time. That is an incredible task. And I've even tried doing that. When going like this, and there's no way, man.
Well, I want to say that people, and Ben understands this. I was reading his bio earlier, and Ben he actually understands the harmonic resonance, and he is trying to show the world just how much all of us are harmonic. The entire universe is vibrating at a tone. All of us, each individuals, have our own tone. And whether that's a positive tone or a negative tone is determined by your course of action and your choices. He's showing how beautiful these sounds can resonate. That is not this mundane craziness that's going on in the world where you hear car horns and sirens and backfires and people honking horns and yelling at each other. And this is the beautiful side of the universe. This is the sounds that we really, I hate to go back to a song from the 60s, but that is the sounds of silence, right? Mm-hmm. That's the beautiful sounds of silence, is in that tones, or those tones that he is creating. And the reason it makes you feel so good is because the God energy, the Hex boson, is in that resonance. And Ben understands that, and that's why he's doing what he does, because he gets that, and he wants to bring that and share that. And he, like a conductor for an orchestra, is able to pull those beautiful sounds out. I'm glad that we have people like Ben. Really, Ben, I'm glad that you're on this earth, that I'm here at this time to witness this moment of what you're doing, not just here for this particular event, but in general in your life's mission. And I'm honored that I was able to be here to witness this, and I'll be buying your albums as well. And I know that I've seen you before. I don't know where, so I know that, and I've listened to your music, so I don't know if it's been somebody had one of your CDs, or it was a video, or you were on somebody else's show. But I know when I saw you and you started, I was like, I know this guy, and that just might be my memory as,
soul memory,
ascended soul saying, I remember this soul from before. I don't know, but. Namaste, my friend.
Yeah, absolutely. And Ben, you take private sessions as well, right? If somebody wants to contact you and align themselves, do you do those? And are you taking any sessions this year or for early next year?
I do private sessions occasionally, and I do offer those on my website with getting with me to figure out the scheduling. But what I've mostly called to do is group work, and I do a lot of group events. Before this whole situation, I was traveling all over doing this, all over the East Coast anyways, because I can't fly with the bulls. And since, I've actually been doing online events, which have been going really well. And, I feel like when we come together, doing this work in a group, holding an intention together, amplifies that intention. When you bring people together, you don't just get the if you have two people, you don't just get the energy of those two people when they come together. You get that and more, and it works that way exponentially, which is why I'm called to do the group work, because it's even more powerful. But I do offer private sessions.
Interesting thing you said, that you can't fly with the bulls. May I ask why you can't fly with the bulls?
Because they're fragile.
Simple answer.
Right?
Yeah.
And expensive.
Yeah, I bet, guys. I can't encourage you guys enough. I'll be sharing, Ben's links throughout the day, and when you guys find the time and you get the chance, please go over and visit, and like I said, sign up for his newsletter. You'll get notifications and a lot of good music coming in the future, and access to past music as well. Much love to you, Ben, and tons of respect to you, brother. I really appreciate this, and I appreciate you for doing what you're doing. Like Leo said, we need more people like yourselves in this world, and you truly are a master of your art. So thank you very much. I really, really, really appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Omar.
And I hope to work with you in the future as well, Ben. This is I can't get enough of you. I'm in love.
Well, that's the language that he was speaking. That's right. That truly resonated with your soul, because that was what he was conveying.
Yeah.
There was the harmonic resonance of love. That's what it's all about. That's the logos. That's the creation. It's love.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And that's what I felt, and and that's what I feel as well. And huge kudos to Neil for connecting us, and then of course, Ben, you accepting to come on with such a short notice. We hooked up like 2 days ago, and the event is Monday, and we had a Saturday afternoon chat for a few minutes. So I really, really appreciate it, Ben. I can't express my gratitude enough. I wonder where Rob. Yeah, I wonder where Rob took off to. He's totally missing out.
Right, I know, right?
Yeah, like wow.
I wasn't going anywhere. I was, sitting there with Neil, and I knew the segue from Neil and what he was doing, and then going straight into Ben. I knew it was going to be an experience, so I was going nowhere.
What a fantastic comment from Candice Moreau on Facebook. She says, the clairsentient visuals and downloads I received during the sound transmissions were incredible. Thank you so much, Ben, with a purple heart.
Right?
Yeah, like, damn, man, that was, usually I don't get left, left for words, but you did it to me, Ben. You left me words.
Well, I've always been fascinated. I've seen people do glasses where they've used, the crystal flutes and things, and then I've seen the water wheels where they're using the water on the glasses or in the glasses to change the tones. And I'm always fascinated with sound. Anyway, I was in a band when I was younger. We never really went anywhere, but I grew up in chorus in school and in church and things like that. I've always been, I understand and I get the resonance between everything that we are and the universe itself. So when I see people do things like what you were doing, Ben, I just love that because, like I said, you're just showing the world what is out there that maybe you would, like when Neil was talking earlier, he said, we just don't see that stuff. We're not paying attention. And so people, get behind Ben, buy his albums, because that is the language of love. That's the language of the universe. That's the language of the one true creator. And he's singing it to you and showing it to you that it's there. You just have to manifest it. And he's manifesting it, like I said, like a wizard or a magician.
Just accept it. Yeah, accept it. We got our brother Neil and Rob back. Neil, you got any thoughts on this? Ben just put on just an incredible performance, and it had me in tears. And and I'm sure a lot of people in the crowd felt the same way.
Oh yeah, for sure. My comment is, of course, it's beautiful. I love Ben and his work and the music and the vibration he brings. It's always a great component to add to any event. My wife and I, we do sound healing as well. And after we started doing sound healing for a while, we started getting booked to do business corporate gigs and opening ceremonies for like financial institutes. So what I want to add to this is there is no event where this does not work.
Right.
You can always set the intention. You can always zero in. You can always contribute a positive frequency to an experience. So I would like to say that you can incorporate this everywhere. It doesn't just have to be when it's time to meditate. You can have it all the time, whether it's binaural beats, whether it's acoustic frequencies from your own instruments, whether it's Ben's album. Incorporating vibration and frequency into your life is very important, harmonious ones. And what are we here for today? We're here for the Saturn Jupiter conjunct, right? So like, what is this talking about? It's supposed to be a frequency shift that is occurring from alignments within space, right? So it's all vibration, it's all frequency. And we just need to remember that we are also sound tools. We are also instruments. We have chakras, we have notes, we have tones that all the frequencies around us strum us like a guitar,
Absolutely.
We're like just like the leaves in the wind. So that's all I want to add to it. I really love Ben, and I'm so honored and blessed that he came to be here and contribute that frequency that really sets the vibration for what we're going to experience for the rest of the day.
Yeah, the intent for the day has been, to enhance and elevate our, personal vibration and our energy, and then send that energy and share it with all the sacred, sites across the world. And what I found is with Ben's music, that's really, in tuned my avatar, so that I can, effectively send my energy where I needed to send it to. Like literally, look, 10 minutes. After we've talked, and the hair on my arms is still standing up. It hasn't gone down. And what an incredible experience. Rob, you got anything to throw in there?
Well, I just want to say that Ben, that was incredible. I've heard bowls done, but I feel like I've never heard it done in that specific way. Like it definitely resonated with me, like on such a level that, and that's one of the reasons why when these meditations go on, like I have to go to this place where I'm just, like you said, surrounded by plants, comfortable, not on camera, and really flow into the focus. And it was like waves, man. I was captured by it. And your voice is incredible as well. Like that is truly an art that is something I would always myself love to have. But it was epic. Like everything that we've done so far, I feel like has been on such a level that is just, it's incredible. And the coinciding of all of it together is, this is one of the best streams I've ever done in my life, especially for myself. Hopefully everybody else feels that way, but I mean, just for me on a personal level, you know, I feel it's incredible. Like I'm in shock and awe right now of all the things that we've done so far. And Neil, when you were doing your spoken word, there were so many things that I related to on so many levels that it was, I was like, my jaw was like, yup. Yep, he hit that one right on the head so many times, and it's incredible, man. This lineup today is just magnificent, and there's nowhere else I'd rather be right now, for sure.
Yeah, people are going crazy. They want to know Ben's website address, so I posted it again. Who was asking for it? Thomas. Thomas asked for Ben's website, so here it is, Thomas. InnerSelfSustain.com. Please visit and support. You're right, Rob. This is one of the best events that I've done, especially with the intent behind it. Some of the events that I've done, I've just done them, and never really had any intent behind it. But this one, there's total intent. Love is the intention behind this, and like I said, Ben just really elevated that in me, and I feel that his music really tuned my avatar, and I feel fresh. And I like that. Ben, would you like to say anything, final before we end this segment and move on to Norma for a meditation coming up?
Definitely. I just want to say that there's so many people stepping into their gifts right now. What I'm doing is great, but there's so much more going on than just me. I just want to say that there's people finding their way to paths that align with these vibrations, and it does not have to be sound. It can be anything that works with your soul, that opens up that pathway for you, that opens up the pathways to those higher vibrations so that you can open up and become a channel. And there's so many platforms, there's so many spaces available for that right now, because there is, we need that in the world. The world needs to soak that up like a plant that's been dried out and waiting for a torrential downpour. So, if anybody out there, whatever it is that you're feeling called to do on one level and on another level that you're terrified of doing, that's probably something that you want to step into and just at least experiment with, because the world needs that right now. And I know from personal experience that stepping in and doing stuff like that is way harder to think about doing than actually just doing it. When you're actually just doing it, you move into the flow, you move into that resonance, and then everything starts to align and make sense, and it's not scary anymore. So,
yeah, I know, and I'm glad you mentioned that, because mostly people are living in fear of themselves and of their potential, and they don't really want to get their feet wet. But but when they do, it's a really exhilarating feeling. It's liberating, and it opens you up to a whole lot more than than what you or one was accustomed to prior to that. Greatly, fantastically said, Ben. You guys want to add any final notes before we say bye to Ben and bring Norma on?
Yeah, really quickly, I'd like to say that what I was noticing, or what I was, two things. One, when Neil was doing the spoken word, it harkened me back to Common when he started doing that publicly, where he hadn't for, and then he did, and how much that affected people. And got a lot more people their attention on that as an art form, and other people have come out now and done the same thing. Listening to Ben and watching him, it triggered in me that 5% native in me, and it harkened me back to going to native ceremonies and watching the elders doing a drum circle and then chanting, and I see him doing this, and I'm hearing this. And in my mind, I'm seeing this ancient native elder who has found the modern way to show people the same thing that the Native Americans were trying to show with their drum and chant. And that was what the feeling that I had, as well as, him being this composer, this director and magician. But that was the feeling that I got, that this energy from this man is not just this lifetime. He's been doing this for many lifetimes, and it's manifest. You can see that it's manifest in everything that he does. It resonates there with him. And when he's in that moment, that was what I got. That was the awe moment. And I don't know if that was my DNA with, I don't look Native American, but I am. I have some. But that resonated inward with me in that way. And I just wanted to point that out because the experience is the same. When I was there watching the natives do in the experience I have there, and then watching Ben, it's the same experience. Even though one's more modern than the other, it's still the same effect. So I thought that was really cool.
Rob?
I just want to say that, we've done long sessions of live stream before. And you're right when you say, Omar, that intent is everything, right? Because we're 4 hours deep right now, and I am so fired up to go another 10 hours. And then Ben came in and soothed me to this, it showed me like instead of just like that fire, like it drove me that to like focus, that focus on what needs to happen now. But I still have that intent and that fire behind it, kind of took me from everywhere, brought me back. And now we're going into motion again. And I could do this for another 12 hours if I had to, probably.
Right. They ask, because I do that, especially working with Neil when he does these long events. And I know Neil does the same thing. Afterwards, you're exhausted. But in the moment, the energy that is happening in the moment sustains you in a way that you wouldn't think about until you get in the moment. And people say to me, how do you do these 8, 10, 12 hour? I'm like, you don't even know the time's gone by. Until you're sitting there, your stomach growls, and you go, when did I eat last? Right?
And then when you finish, your brain is like mush. You can't even correlate complete sentences together. You're talking to somebody, you're like, well.
If I do a show that's 3 hours long, when I get done, I go put my feet up, and I turn on television and turn on something I don't have to pay attention to, and I don't speak. I just sit there. I'm like, I got to regain focus, ground, draw in energy, because you just so much energy you're transmuting, It's crazy.
I got to have proteins, man. Got to make sure you're hydrated with proteins and, everything.
Well, I got water, right? Oops, the napkin hooks onto it. And then, of course, I got coffee, but I don't usually drink a lot of it. I sip that. I drink the water more than I drink anything because working, being a Reiki master teacher, you transmute energy, you have to make sure you consume water and, like you said, proteins or sugars to keep the electrolytes up, because when you burn energy by transmuting energy, it wears you out just because it's going through your body.
What I like about today's session is that we had the meditation with Aaron, and then we had the word spoken art, which was very high energy, and then Ben came in and really balanced everything out and rejuvenated our spirit and our energy, so that we can go for the next 4 hours because we're halfway in, and I really appreciate that, because I know in previous events that we've done at 4 hours, you're really gung-ho to go, but at 4 or 5 hours you begin to feel it, right? You begin to feel it in your back because you've been sitting for so long. But when Ben started to play his music, my whole body, it was like vibrating, and and hence the hair was standing up, and I just I couldn't shake the feeling, so I just flowed with it and I allowed it to do what it needed to do, and then now I feel like I'm rejuvenated to carry out the next few hours, and I really, really, really appreciate that. Again, I can't express my gratitude enough, Ben. I'll definitely be in contact with you again, Ben, and just shoot messages and keep in touch. And I'd love to develop this friendship with you even further as to what I have with Neil and Leo and Rob and a lot of people watching us. So thank you very much, Neil. Is there any final words you want to say before we say bye to Ben?
I just want to say that I love you.
Yeah, I like that.
I love you, bro. Thank you so much. You're amazing. We'll be talking soon.
Thank you, Ben. I love you too, brother.
And for those of you that haven't connected with me yet, just find me on the Facebook or whatever the thing is that you do, and let's connect. Because I am really grateful to be here with you today. And so wonderful to see all these things going on, and you guys holding this light as well. So thank you for putting this on and holding this energy for all these hours straight, because it is so needed. Thank you.
Awesome, brother. Awesome. Thank you very much, Ben. I really appreciate it. And let's get into our next session. And, we're going to do a meditation with Norma Rasmussen coming up here just in a couple of minutes. Ben, you're welcome to stick around if you want, brother, or, you can take off. I've got Norma coming on here in a couple of minutes to lead us through another 20 minutes of meditation. And the reason why I put Norma right after Ben was to so that we can really ground ourselves and and understand on what we just experienced and what we just learned, right? So through this vibration, I think this next meditation is going to be even a lot more intense than it was the first one, because we're running very high energetically right now, and so this should be really cool.
Definitely, I think it's going to be definitely a high energy, or maybe calming, but it's going to be definitely intense. I mean, the energy seems to be building all day, and everybody around the world doing the things that they're doing, the different services and rituals and things that is going on this day for not only the galactic alignment, but that it's the solstice, and it's happening at the same time. Mm-hmm. There's a lot of energy just in this 24-hour cycle. I wish we could just keep that going all year round. When I was going to church as a boy, I met this priest, and he said, and it was Christmas time, and I said, Merry Christmas. And then like a couple of days later, I said, oh, hi, Father, or the next week. And he said, Merry Christmas. And I said, well, Christmas was, 2 weeks ago or last week. And he said, every day's Christmas. And if you don't see it that way, you need to pay attention to what's going on, because every day should be Christmas. And so I kind of try to run my life that way. In the holiday season, everyone seems to be nicer to each other, except for when they're trying to kill each other over stuff that in the store that they're trying to consume. But otherwise, the idea of the holidays, and people go, why can't it be like this all year round? And I'm like, well, why can't it? We can just do it.
Well, Elvis had it right, dude. If every day was like Christmas.
Right.
But the thing is that we can do this every day, and it's really about the perception of the individual. So if you want it to be Christmas every single day, or that holiday spirit every single day, and run with that energy, we can choose to do that ourselves. But the problem is that we've been so indoctrined into thinking that you only be nice during the holidays, and then after that it's back to the grind. And the thing that we're trying to change with this event and what's happening at Uluru is to remove that division that we have amongst each other, and be in that perpetual state of holiday energy every single day, because the next vibration that's coming and where we're ascending to, it's all about love and acceptance. And that's the really the intent of this event is, and the intent of Ben's music, and Neil's intention, and Leo, yours, and Rob's. So it's up to us whether we want to be in that state of mind or not. And the time is coming where we are going to be in that perpetual state of mind of the love frequency. And I'm so happy that that we're finally ascending to that, and we can put our differences behind us, and accept each other for who we are, and for how we think, and what our ideas are about life, because everybody thinks differently. And just because we disagree with someone on their opinion doesn't necessarily mean that we have to attack them, or we have to hate them, or even we have to disagree with them. We just have to accept, because remember, they're a projection of you, and their thoughts are actually your thoughts, and your thoughts are actually their thoughts, because we're part of that infinite consciousness where we share that same same consciousness. So, we always have to keep that in forefront of our minds. Well, like I said earlier in the beginning of this stream, is that it's all about self-awareness. The more aware we are of ourselves, the more accepting we will be of others, because that's because you're beginning to love yourself, right? People, they don't really love themselves, and they don't even think about loving themselves. They say, well, how do I love myself? But you love yourself by, saying nice things to yourself, by respecting yourself and by respecting others. And instead of saying, oh, I'm such a dumbass, you have to remember, words have power behind them. And if you say that you're a dumbass, your avatar doesn't know the difference. It only understands the vibration of that word. And then, and then you're going to lower your distortion, so you can't abuse yourself like that anymore.
Yes.
One thing I want to say is, I don't know if anybody else is feeling this. I try and do a little bit of work on myself every day when it comes to the spiritual sense. But I don't know if it's all of the people who are in tune today, but there is definitely something a little bit different about today than there was yesterday. And hopefully that's carried on to tomorrow. We can never be sure, but I don't know. I just wanted to get your guys' take on it. If you guys actually feel that difference today, and if you can put a finger on it, because I think, to me, it's a few things. Of course, we have, the winter solstice and all that, but I really truly think that it's the people behind it now.
Yeah.
And it's the more people coming to this, the forefront of this knowledge,
Yeah, I think you're right. But I think it's not, the day is special. There's alignments happening, of course, but I think the reality that so many people decided to choose this day and jump onto it in order to do their own. I know a lot of people are just doing individual videos of themselves on the YouTube channel, and then I know people are doing huge events. So just the collective energy going towards this vibration of unity is huge. So definitely there's alignments happening, but then I would say, that people are like the crystal that amplifies that alignment. You know what I mean? So yes, I've been getting texts from everybody like saying, check out my Solstice event that I'm going to be on. So there's a huge collective energy for this vibration. It's beautiful.
Yeah, and that's perfectly said, Neil. And I think what all of us are picking up on is that that very vibration that you're talking about, because people are oozing this energy of love across the world, and and it's going all into the earth. And I feel that we're all picking up on that, especially like listening to conscious music and and then doing these meditations throughout the day. It's really helping us get in touch with our intent, because everyone has the same intent. And let's hope that this continues for all of the tomorrows that are coming, and just not one tomorrow. I wish to see this tomorrow last indefinitely.
Well, that's one of the reasons why I bring it up, is because if we're aware of that perception, we can try and replicate it from that day forth. And I think that I wanted to make sure that I know what I was feeling, but I wanted to see if other people were feeling that same energy. That same that it's almost like it's moving, and you can just feel it all over, all around and through you, beneath you, above you. It's incredible, and I hope that it does keep its way throughout for forever. I would love to ride that wave if I could.
It's almost palpable.
Yeah, be the change. Be that caterpillar that turns into a butterfly, and something beautiful, and be that change. And I want to say that we can turn this perception into reality. Now, I want to go back to earlier. What Neil was saying is that what we think and what our thoughts are, manifest the reality that we live. So if all of us collectively, turn this perception into reality, then that is the reality that we will live for all of the tomorrows to come. So, that was, great advice from, and a great point from Neil. So now, with that being said, I want to bring on our next guest, Mystic Norms. I've been, following Norma and Aaron for quite some time. We spoke about that, earlier, in the broadcast when Aaron was on, and Aaron and Norma, they're a couple, and they've been, they work together, and and every time there's a stream, there's Norma, just effortlessly, working very, very hard to help elevate people and and to empower them and then give them advice and then show them love and and I really, really appreciate that, Norma. And this is the first time that you and I have actually talked. And actually, no, it's not. It's the second time, isn't it? Because I think I did
yeah, it is the second. You're right.
Yeah, because we did a show there a couple of years ago on your ministry, and so that was a really great talk. I enjoyed that, and but this is the first time that you've been on Watchers Talk, and of all things, leading a meditation. So I really, really appreciate that, Norma, and much love to you, and huge, huge respects to you. And the reason why I put you at right after Ben was, as I was saying earlier, is that Ben has helped us in tune our avatars into what we needed to be for today, and then you coming in and leading us with this meditation is really going to ground us for the entire day, and then we can continuously send our energy to all the sacred sites around the planet.
Right. And I appreciate you bringing me on and giving me this opportunity. And I'm sorry for my slight tardiness there. Quite a busy morning.
We were all talking anyway. So
Yeah.
If you got here on time, you'd had to wait for us.
Yeah, exactly.
Very true. Very true.
Yeah, we're running about 40 minutes behind actually, because I was going to run the 30-minute video from Stephen and Evan this morning, but introduction into the event ate up a little bit more time than expected. But I didn't want to cut us all off and say, okay, well, enough of this talking. We're going to run this video. Yeah, that's just
being. He has me on board, so when you put Leo in here from Orion Rising, you're never going to stay on time or on topic. He's going to run. I'm like the Robin Williams of hosting. You got producers in your ear going, he's going to take over the show. Rein him in now. Go to commercial.
I think we all do that, right? I think it's pretty much the three of us together. It's just like
I talk to people on the phone and I go on and on. I go, sorry, I have a talk show. I'm like, I got to, and they're just like, wow.
Well, that's the beauty of it, though. It really is. And the flow of the show has been smooth and just phenomenal. So.
Awesome.
It's been great.
That's why I love Leo, and and that's why Leo, I have done so many shows now and events together. I've lost count on how much we've done. I just value,
maybe even thousands. I could even count. Yeah.
I totally value everything you say. Sometimes you can be long-winded, but even in that long-windedness, you have a point, and it may take a few minutes to get that point.
I am Irish.
Great advice.
So we're Irish people don't tell stories unless they're worth telling, and they're
That's
usually
right.
wrong.
Well, we always appreciate those stories for sure.
Yeah. I've done a couple of shows with Rob now, and I don't think we've done an event together, but I'm so happy that we're actually doing this together today, and I appreciate that because this is the right energy for today, and I wouldn't want to do this with anybody else because I resonate with your guys' energy, and I feel that the intent for today resonates with our energies collectively put together, and really that's one of the reasons why I reached out to you, Norma, is because when Aaron's screaming and you're speaking in the back, I can really feel your energy, and and you were like I think you were like the second person that came to mind. Actually it was before Aaron. I thought about you first. I was like, I wonder if Norma will lead a meditation, and then I was like, oh, I don't know if she'll do it. And then I was like, okay, maybe I'll reach out to Aaron first and soften the ground.
Yeah, meditation is part of what I do. So I'm grateful to have the opportunity.
Awesome. So let's get into it. I will, give the stage over to you, Norma, and then, I'm touching the wrong mouse. I've got a couple of screens going here, and I don't know which is which.
Can everyone hear the music fairly well? Can everyone hear that? I don't want it to be too loud, but
I can hear the music. Yeah.
All right.
I'm excited for this. Let's get into this. Yeah,
for sure. Let's do this.
Get into a comfortable position.
Yeah, I'm going to mute myself, Norma, and then I'll hand the stage off to you. So, run like a, like a 15-minute, 10-15-minute meditation. And then from there, we'll chat a little bit.
This might go a little bit longer.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm cool with that. Go a half hour, sister, if you want. I'm down with the meditation.
I don't know. It depends on where, how I try to bring in, my guides and allow them to lead the flow. So, it could go fairly quickly, but I feel like it might be a minute.
Yeah, I like the minute part. Let's run with minutes. All right, guys. So please, ground yourselves. If you have an earth mat, put your feet on there. If you have plants, household plants, maybe you want to surround yourselves with those, and really take in the energy from the plant world, and that's really going to help us to ground ourselves. And while this meditation is happening, please visualize the sacred sites which are important to you, and send those energies to those sacred sites, because really at the end of the day, that is the goal for today.
All right.
Okay, Norma.
Just get comfortable. Close your eyes. And take in 3 very deep breaths. We're going to go all the way in, and we're going to hold it for just a minute. And all the way out. Push it all the way, all the way, all the way out till you have nothing left. And hold it. Back in. Hold it. And out. In. And out. A stream of pure white light, healing energy flows down from source and into the top of our heads. A waterfall of pure, unconditional love, well-being, and joy, straight from the heart of Creator, flowing into our being. This pure healing energy shines like millions of crystals, reflecting all the colors of the rainbow. Each color carrying a special ray of healing nourishment into all levels of our being. This pure healing energy shines like millions of crystals. Just look at all those colors. Allow it to nourish every cell. Breathe it into the top of your head, through your crown, feeling your chakra. Healing light flows into every cell, enlightening and enlivening, nourishing you. Breathe in this white healing energy all the way down to the soles of your feet, deep into the core of Mother Earth. I am creating a permanent, continuous corridor of light from the heart of Source down through all levels of my being and deep into Mother Earth. As my breath goes out, I breathe this white healing energy out from my heart to all of humanity. This healing light circulates through you, and you realize everything that has been veiled or obscured from love. Old residues and dense particles of energy are consumed by this white light, immediately burning them up in its brilliance. From the crown chakra, breathe this pure crystal light into the brow chakra, or your third eye, in the middle of your forehead. Breathe in this pure white light, love and clarity. Release everything that has blocked reception of the highest light of love of source. Ask this white healing light energy to open our inner vision to a broader light-filled, continually expanding perspective. From the top of our head, breathe this pure healing light of love of source into the throat chakra, base of the throat. The place of speaking and being in truth. Release everything that veils the truth of who you are. White light flows out from this energy center, affirming to the world the highest truth of who you are. As we breathe out, the pure white light healing energy flows from my throat out to all humanity, bringing healing and love to the whole world through my voice. Still breathing in that white crystal light into the crown, in through the crown of the head. Breathe it down into the heart. Down, expanding that heart chakra in a brilliant sphere of pure white light, radiating out in all directions. Say to yourself, I'm a unified field of pure white light. And I breathe healing light into, within, through, and around my body. In this light healing, I release everything that has been veiled love. I am a unity of light. I breathe out white light, healing energy to all humanity through my heart center. Now from the crown, breathe in that pure white healing energy into our solar plexus, just below the heart, the parent chakra. Release and free yourself from all the shoulds, the rules that you've adopted that obscure love and light. To yourself, repeat. I am an expanding, unified field, pure white light. I breathe healing light into, within, through, and around my body. As I continue breathing in that pure healing energy from our crown down, we breathe it down into our sacral chakra, just below our navel. Our child chakra. I feel a beautiful and innocent child alive within me. Pure white healing light, unconditional love, and divine compassion nurture this young being who lives inside of me. I open to source and feel it loving me as I am. I surrender everything that veils light. I am a unified field of pure white light. I breathe healing light and well-being into, within, through, and around my body. From the top of my head, breathe in white healing light energy down into my root chakra at the base of my spine. Here we feel the tribal connection with Mother Earth and our fellow human beings. Say to yourself, I release all separating and constricting imprints stored in my root chakra. I am a unified field of pure white light. And I breathe healing energy into, within, through, and around my body. With each breath, this healing light expands out in a brilliant sphere of white light all around the physical body. And now it includes my alpha chakra above my head, the omega chakra just below my spine, release everything that vibrates at a frequency less than God's infinite protection. And repeat to yourself. I'm a unified field of pure, brilliant white light within, through, and around my body. Through my heart center, I breathe out this brilliant healing light to all of humanity. Each breath I take expands this unified field of light even further. Healing light is now permeating my emotional body. This pure white light floods all my emotions with white healing light and cleanses. Release everything within the emotional body that has obscured the light. I'm a unified field of pure, brilliant white light. Within, through, and around all levels of my being. I breathe out this crystal light through my heart center to all humankind. I am a conduit for healing light of source to flow to all humanity. Still expanding out with each breath, this unified field of light extends out even further. Now reaching the casual body. It is permeated with this white, healing light from love of source. Say to yourself, I invoke the healing light source to transmute the cause, core, and effect, habit, record, and memory. Every thought, feeling, word, or action I've ever expressed at any time or dimension, known or unknown, that reflects limitation of any kind. Ask this white healing energy to transmute every electron, every precious life energy that has my signature on it in any place at any time that reflects anything less than the infinite perfection of source. As all electrons are transmuted to source's perfection, fill this space with the white and golden light of source's pure healing. And repeat, I am a unified field of pure, brilliant white light within, through, and around all levels of my being. I breathe out this healing light through my heart center to all humankind so that all can partake of this healing energy. And continue expanding even more. Brilliant regions of white healing energy with each breath. This healing light is now expanding into the mental body, permeating all thoughts within the pure white light and well-being. Let go of all limiting ideas, thoughts, and beliefs. And repeat to yourself, I am a unified field of pure, brilliant white light within, through, and around all levels of my being. With each breath in, continue expanding even higher. More refined spheres of white healing energy. This healing light now expands into the etheric body. Permeating all subtle and psychic energies with pure crystal light. Let go of all limiting energetic connections. Then repeat to yourself, I'm a unified field of pure, brilliant white light within, through, and around all levels of my being. Through the heart center, breathe out this healing light to all humanity. As we breathe in, continue expanding out even further with this white light. This healing light is now expanding into the spiritual body with the full force of Source's brilliant white light. Repeat. I am a unified field of pure, radiant white light within, through, and around all levels of my being. Breathe out this healing light through my heart center, consecrating every facet of my being as a channel for Source to use for all of humanity. And the in-breath continues to expand the unified field of white healing light energy even further. This healing light now expands into and permeates and awakens the avatar Christ self. As we repeat, I'm a unified field of pure, radiant white light within, through, and around all levels of my being. Breathe out this divine healing light through the heart center to all humanity. As we breathe in, we expand into the pure essence of the divine feminine and divine masculine. The pink divine feminine ray and the blue divine masculine rays merge within our and into a sacred violet flame of infinite forgiveness and transmutation. Now feeling our entire beings on all levels and all dimensions. Through the heart center, breathe out this sacred violet flame of infinite forgiveness and transmutation to all humanity. Together, we transmute all electrons of life energy in all time and dimensions that vibrate anything less than at God's infinite perfection, back to the pure state of divine light and love. As we continue breathing in, we expand the unified field of white healing energy even more. Consciously expand into the I am presence. I am a unified field of pure, radiant white light within, through, and around all levels and dimensions of my being. Through the heart center, I breathe out the I am presence and join with the I am presence of all humanity. The I am presence of Mother Earth. The I am presence of all highest light and love. The I am presence of all that is. I'm a unity of healing light. And now with each in-breath, expand into the God presence. The purest, illuminating light, love, and truth of all that is. And repeat. I'm a unified field of all the pristine, radiant perfection of God, within, throughout, and around all levels and dimensions of my being. With every out-breath, I breathe out to humanity this infinite perfection and radiant white light and love of Source. As we breathe in, I am a continuum of healing light from the glorious heart of Source through all levels of my being, all the way down through my physical body, out the soles of my feet, and deep into the heart of Mother Earth. I'm a continuous, unified field of white light, heal energy within, through, and around all dimensions and levels of my being. Through my heart center on all dimensions, I breathe out the full breath, width, and depth of this sacred love and light source to all humanity. Ask this continuous unified field of healing light, the highest level of spirit, to permanently radiate from the center of my heart, feeling all levels of my being completely. We ask it to shine out to all humanity, where we meet one glorious unified field of white, healing light energy. I radiate forth throughout this day as pure white light healing energy. I am unity of spirit. I invoke this unified field of healing light to guide me in all that I do. Ask this light to anchor itself in my heart center. In deep humility and profound gratitude, we ask this healing light source to shine through all of us, to all life. Through me, claiming me as a channel for the highest love, light, and healing for beloved Mother Earth and all who live on her, including myself. I am an open door to Source's infinite light, love, and grace that no one can shut off. I accept this white healing light. I turn my life to the highest and purest light and love of Source. And so it is. Beloved I am. Allow yourself the time to slowly come back. Continuing your breathing. You're going to feel very light. Remember to bring this light back down and anchor it in the earth to keep us focused and centered and present. How are you all feeling? As you get anchored, just carry that light with you. Okay. Forever, for as long as you'd like. Anyone back with me yet? How are we feeling?
I feel like 1,000 pounds has been lifted off my center, you know, and I feel like I'm floating. To put it, you know, lightly. I mean, it's just that was incredible. That was absolutely incredible.
Excellent.
I always love meditating because afterwards, when you open your eyes and you see the world again for the first time,
Right.
it always seems so much brighter, you know, than it did before. When you
Right.
don't realize it until you meditate, and then as soon as you open your eyes, you can't help but smile when you look at the world because you're literally seeing the world through a different eyes now because you just cleared all of that out. Everything that was there, you don't realize how much sticks to you and gets sticky
This
when you're out
world
there
is
in the
slightly
world,
mucky.
the universe.
You gotta clear
You
the
know,
muck
and all the people
frequently.
and the bad energy, right? Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, it always feels good. That's why I always tell everybody, you know, like we were saying with Neil, we were going, aliens, 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 now go meditate. You know, I tell people when they go, you know, my life is just not, what do I do? The first thing you need to do is meditate.
Just to
Learn
clear
how
the
to meditate.
chatter is,
Seriously,
you
you have
know,
no idea.
and some people are intimidated by the word meditation. Just learn to clear the chatter. And you'll notice the voices, right? Because you'll notice as
the
they're
hardest
coming
thing for
in, which
people to
ones are the
do is
loud
to
ones,
clear
which
their
ones are the quiet
minds,
ones, and
right?
and then that's when you start to learn to kind of
Right.
focus. Okay, hang on, this is the useless chatter. Here's what I'm listening to, and then you can really truly begin to well, at least
Right.
consciously meditate.
Right. Well, you know, and then there's, I always give people advice because they always go, well, you know, I was trying to meditate, but I couldn't visualize. Earlier, we had a person do that. I couldn't visualize what we were trying to visualize. Well, that's only because you haven't done it enough. That's all. You just haven't gotten to that place in your own mind to where you can stop everything. That's hard in the beginning. People don't know how hard that is until they start, and then they go, this is really hard. It is really hard.
Well, see, I'm still working on my visualization, really.
We're bombarded with so
I do
much
the
stuff.
sense. I sense a lot, and I know how to work with the energy, and you know. But as far as my visuals, yes, I have kind of put a block on me as well that has taken me quite some time to, and I, you know, I do visualize, but not when, you know what I mean. I'm still working on it when I want it, if that makes sense.
Well, I mean, we're all a work in progress for always. You know, we talked about that. Even Aaron said that we're not going to, we're not going to be, we're not an ascended master.
Yes.
And even if we
so
are,
we're still
in
learning
this avatar.
something, right? So,
right.
Yep.
So we're still learning something, right? That's what we're here. I mean, even if you've returned here on purpose to help people, you're still learning. That's why a lot of people have come through. That's why we have so many people on the planet right now. There's so many people that are coming through just because they know how beautiful this transition is that we're about to go through as a species here on this planet. Now, I'm hoping it's tomorrow, but, time is irrelevant. Life and love is relevant.
Yeah.
So people don't realize that. They think, well, when is it going to happen? 20 years, 30 years? Aaron was talking about that. You don't know. It doesn't matter. You have to get away from that linear thought. Get that out of your mind and just know that eventually you're going to get there. There's no rush. There's no hurry, and you're going to get there. I love the line from The Lord of the Rings in the very beginning of the first movie when Gandalf shows up and he says to him, Gandalf, you're late. And he says, a wizard shows up exactly when he's supposed to. Right? And I tell people that you will ascend exactly when you're supposed to.
And if you have an idea of what ascension is,
if you
just,
run
I'm sorry to cut you off there. Understand that expectation puts a limit on you, right? It kind of, maybe you did ascend, but you had such an expectation on what that was going to be that you totally almost missed out on your experience, right?
Right? I mean, that's why we say to people, stop and smell the roses, because the truth is, until you actually stop, and people are just running, this is a crazy time. Everybody's just running, and sometimes you just got to go. Oh,
I felt such a resounding sense of love throughout that whole thing. It was touching at so many different levels. It was a lot of love, and it felt amazing. My whole life,
that's what I've always told everyone, my children included. All I have to give you is my love. I may not have all the right answers. I may not have all the right things. I may not do it all correctly, but I will always love you.
Yeah.
Well, and I think it's really, I want to say that I'm really glad that both you and Aaron came on here today separately.
Right.
Most of the time you guys are working together. Like the last time we worked together was when I put it on the show for you because you guys' Halloween show, you were having blatant problems with your internet. So I hosted it for you guys on your thing. That was the last time you and I talked. But usually you guys work together, and which is a good balance. But for today, Aaron came on and he had that warrior masculine energy, and then you came on and you had that loving, nurturing mother energy.
That divine feminine energy.
Everybody
I really like that.
Right? And I think that was perfect that he came on first with the masculine, and then you come on after and lead this meditation with this very loving, like you said, caring, feminine energy. And I think that that's a really good rounded out thing for people to meditate to do that, because you see, you guys that have been here for the whole show, you've seen the difference in the energies, just the two polars, but that's important for you to understand the difference in how it felt when she was doing her meditation just now and how Aaron did his meditation before. They were both very, very good meditations and very moving, but the energies were completely different, both good. And both beneficial, but people need to taste that difference.
Well, that's exactly right. As is anything, that duality and understanding both sides of, no matter what aspect you're talking about, understanding both sides of the duality gives you a grander picture of the total. And that's truly what enlightening, getting to an enlightened state, I hope, is to me, is understanding both sides of any argument or any feeling, or the good and the bad, because it does take the shadow work to get to the light, and
the shadow work really is that deep feminine that has been kind of masked for so long. Feminine would basically be considered the dark, your darker half, your yin, right? Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
The yang to the yin, or the yin to the yang. Yeah.
Being able to truly nurture, right? So it's our masculine that is truly deciding what we are flowering into. It is that movement, that masculine, that force in which we do here in life, right? It's deep down in our roots, in our feelings, our emotions, that real work that it takes to be a healthy human being that is our feminine.
I found that. Sorry, go ahead, Norma. I didn't
go
mean to
ahead.
interrupt. I was going to say, the difference for me between the two meditations, was vast. And as we were meditating with Aaron this morning, I was saying that I visualized myself at Uluru, and I saw a spectrum of colors, like a rainbow spectrum. And then when you were leading your meditation, I found that just having come off of Ben's music, my avatar was already like finely tuned, and then when you began to talk and lead us through the meditation, I took myself back to Uluru to see if I would see the same thing, and I didn't see the same thing. What I actually saw was Uluru in all this magic, and I just saw the entire area. I didn't see the beam or any colors coming off of it. Just I felt the wind of the desert like on my arms, and then I had to come back, and and then it took me a few minutes to really get my bearings together, and then that's why I kind of stayed quiet there for the first little bit, because I wanted to get myself grounded again. Because I wasn't here in my bedroom. My physical avatar maybe of being here, but my my energy, my infinite energy was elsewhere, and I found it to be very beautiful, and one of the best meditations that I've sat through. So that was beautiful, Norma. Thank you very much, Liz. I really appreciate it.
Yes, I'm very glad. Yes, it is important to just be able to relax and breathe and know that you have the power to truly remove those things you don't want. It's work. It takes conscious effort, but the more you focus that effort onto it, the easier it becomes.
One of the things that I felt was that when Aaron was here before, we were almost in like looking forward to when he was leading the meditation. It was like looking forward, right? And when you did it, it was like retrospective, and it was like the back and the forth, and it just encapsulated the entire journey. So it was like just that end cap. You're both end caps to that tremendous center that is just us,
right?
Yeah, I really enjoyed that.
They both took us on that journey, like you said. You had Aaron who was starting the day, so it was looking forward, getting ready for this, and then of course Norma comes on and it's look within.
Yeah, grounding us, right? Grounding us and forcing us to look in within. Whereas with Aaron, he was taking us on a journey, and it was I really like the balance of the masculine and the feminine energy, and the masculine and the feminine message. For me,
to understand that. That's why I wanted to make sure to hammer that home for the crowd. It's important for you guys to be exposed to both, and understand that you have to venerate both. You can't work with the universe unless you work with the whole. So you have to understand the divine masculine, the divine feminine, and that duality. And you also have to like Aaron said before, with the dark and energy not being evil energy and the light energy, you have to understand that all of that is one. And if you don't get that, you're only working with a portion of the energy, and you're going to block yourself in some ways. You won't open yourself up. And don't be afraid of that. Some men are afraid of feminine energy because they're afraid that's going to make them feminine in some way.
Right.
It's not.
What
it's a part
people
of
are going to think
what
of
you
them.
are anyways. You're still you, and if you're comfortable being you, it doesn't. That feminine energy isn't going to turn you into something you're afraid of.
Exactly. Well, see, that's why I like to put it as the feminine being your lower. This is the soil, and the masculine is not necessarily a seed. That's still kind of feminine. It's what grows up here, right? It's what's reaching out into the light. It's what's becoming. Masculine is that movement. It is that growth. It's that expansion. Feminine is what we're nurturing, what we're tending to, what we're paying. You know what I mean? Like those nasty thoughts you're constantly feeding yourself. That's your feminine
nutrients to you.
You're feeding those. You're nurturing that nastier side of yourself.
There's a reason they show the tree of life from as above, so below.
Yes.
That's the reason for
that. Norma was saying earlier with the with the feminine energy and the feminine aspect of of our reality is that for the last several thousand years that feminine part of us, each and every single one of us, has been demonized, and it's been made to be very small. So like guys don't want to cry because they think that what will other people think of me, and they're going to think that I'm turning feminine or I'm a girl, and and those are the doubts that it's being placed in our minds for us to just constantly work on that warrior energy, of that masculine energy, of that constant war.
That way it keeps you closer to your lizard brain.
That's right.
Just to add that, like, I like to say we are human beings, not human doings. And the whole energy of the divine feminine right now, I feel, is assisting people in being, but also to add to this conversation, we need to recognize that the divine feminine, divine masculine don't really have a specific gender,
Right. Correct.
Good call, Neil.
But I do feel that we are wired in specific ways to kind of like channel certain energies more efficiently, and I feel women are generally wired with the anatomy, literally, and the intuition to have that more nourishing, component,
nurturing ability. Absolutely.
And then also like the divine feminine thing. When I first woke up, like many people who first wake up to the spirituality, the divine feminine, the return of the divine feminine is one of the number one phrases we use, and then we start realizing that we are actually bringing back both the divine masculine and the divine feminine. But the divine masculine, instead of being like becoming submissive and taken control of, it became arrogant. You know what I mean? Became overly aggressive. So now we're bringing both components back, and bringing them in the conversation is
because really both got toxic, right? Because the feminine was feeding that part of or nurturing that nastiness in the masculine. So I mean, it's really we're really bringing both of them back. The divine back into feminine and masculine,
right?
And understanding really it's all within one. I mean, we are everything and nothing.
I really enjoyed this comment from Portal to Ascension YouTube channel from I'm not even sure what that is, L8V. I'm thinking this levitates, but I may be wrong, but it says let's get this out of way really quick. LOL. All humans are masculine as well as feminine. We have a masculine side and a feminine side. It's about balance of our yin and yang. It's because of conditioning. Ones don't know how to balance. Men also have masculine and feminine side. Each human is the same in that aspect. Our right side is masculine and our left side is feminine. Appreciate the meditation. Yeah, absolutely, Rick. Like to the point of that, because we have both the energies and within us, and like I was saying a few minutes ago, the feminine energy over the last several thousand years has been vilified or has been demonized, and and that's to remove us from ourselves, and that we don't understand that half of ourselves. But it's really nice to see this conscious shift happening, where people are beginning to realize now that there's no shame in being having feminine energy and masculine energy. It's a balance of the yin and yang. So beautiful a few comments there from L8V.
Well, and that goes back to what Neil was talking about before. When you look at the fracturing of the churches and what they had done at the Council of Nicaea, the Second Council of Nicaea, by the way, where they just annihilated most of the books out of the what we now have as the Bible. So in that, it was the same thing. They destroyed the masculine, feminine, and any culture that had that in it. And the Celts had to go underground to keep that. And Neil will be talking about that later on when he comes back on to talk. And that's why I don't want to go too far into detail on it, because I know he's going to, and then we can talk about it more after. But it plays into everything that's happening here is perfect for leading up to Neil when he comes back, because of the way everything has gone and is going. So Yeah, so guys, stay tuned because there's so much more to learn, right? So I'll be quiet now and hand it back over to the MC over here, and he go that way. Wait, wrong way.
Oh, no.
Wait, which way am I?
Gotta keep going. You gotta keep going. Keep going over.
Yeah.
Next one.
Thank you very much, sister. I really appreciate your time today. And I truly appreciate you, and I love you very much, and thank you for everything that you do, not only today but the other 364 days of the year, and I literally mean the other 364 days of the year, because Norma and Aaron, they're light workers, and every single day, like 6-7 days a week, they're streaming, and they're putting out a beautiful message, and and sharing their positive energy with the whole world, and we need more people like yourselves, and and in this ascension that's happening, everyone is aspiring to be like yourself, and like Aaron, and Ben, and Neil, and Jillian coming up. It's really nice to see that this shift is happening. So thank you very much. I really appreciate it.
Thank you for having me. I appreciate you as well.
Thank you, Norma. Thank you. So next on our any final words for Norma, guys?
I couldn't have said it better myself, Omar. I mean, that was, keep doing what you do. It is such a beautiful thing, and you are touching so many souls, whether you know it or not, on a daily basis, because that message is out there and it resonates in the universe. And I can't even talk after that meditation. I'm just so affected by it. It was so great. It was so beautiful. And everybody today has been such a great job, such a top-notch type of event that's been going so far. And I'm just blessed and truly grateful to be here. It is an amazing thing.
Yes, thank you, everybody. And for any of my services or whatever, I unfortunately right now just use Facebook. I'm working on that. But you can find me at Mystic Norms.
Mystic Norms, or you can go to psychicshaman333.com. Like we said, Norma and Aaron, they work together, and they have webinars that happen every Wednesday night at 7 p.m. called Metaphysical Meeting of Mystics. Head on over to psychicshaman333.com and sign up, and it will be truly beneficial for you and your family, your friends, your community, because when you raise your awareness and you raise your vibration, not only does it help you, but it also goes into the ether, and it also helps your family, your friends, your community, your work, anyone that you associate yourself with. It just pours out of you, and it's like a magnet, and other people, because it's positive love energy, people just absorb that, because that's the natural way of doing things. When you hate, people run away from you and they want to have nothing to do with you, right? So in order to elevate yourself, this is one of the tools which are available to you and in the toolbox, and that's kind of what our intent is for today, is to equip everyone with information and tools in their toolbox as to which road they want to follow and which path they want to take to help themselves ascend into higher self-awareness. So before we thank you, Norma. I really appreciate it, buddy. I'll shoot you a message a little bit later after the stream is done today.
Okay, sounds good. We'll talk later, guys. Thank you so much.
Have a great afternoon.
Much love, everybody.
Much love.
That was fantastic. So huge shout out to Norma for leading us on that very beautiful meditation. I really enjoyed it, and she's been working on that for us, and she put that together. We have rest of the afternoon to go, not that much longer. I'm sure the time's going to fly by really quick, but it's just getting tastier and tastier by the day, or by the hour, I should say. Now we have Jillian Parker with us. She is a light worker, energy worker, and Jillian has a beautiful story behind her, but I'll get into that here in just a couple of seconds. At 2 o'clock, we'll do a stretch, and we'll do the recap of the day. And then at 2:30, got Ray Davis coming on from the affirmation spot, and he'll give us some more tools as to creating positive affirmations for ourselves and how to follow that through on a daily basis to raise our awareness again. And then after that, at 3 o'clock, Neil is going to do a presentation on solstices and the pagan rituals of solstices and what that means to them and what it meant in history and how it's evolved to where it is today. And then after that, we'll pick up right where he leaves off with a panel talk, and that will be at 4 o'clock, and that'll probably go until like 5:30. And then we'll do the conclusion of our day. So with that being said, get the commercial out of the way. Got Jillian Hendricks, a buddy of mine. I ran into Jillian a few years ago when I was cruising Facebook, and I came across her video, and she literally brought a dead bug back to life. I think it was a ladybug, and I was just watching, and I wasn't too sure what was going on, and she grabbed this little ladybug and put it in her palm, closed it, and then shook and did some energy work on it, and the thing came back to life, and it just like flew away. And I was so amazed by that. I was like, wow, that's intense. So I reached out to her, and we started talking, and it turns out that she's had near-death experiences, out-of-body experiences, and that's like really, that was the event that happened to her a few years back that really put her on course to where she is today. And and by doing this light work and energy work that she continues to do almost every single day and shares that with everyone, especially with us. And sadly, there are people out there that are vibrating at a very dense level, and and that's not very surprising to us because we're working with two opposing forces, right? One force is us, which is on the positive side, and then we have the other force, which is on the negative side. And because Jillian's message is of love, these people just simply can't resonate with that. So what do? They become trolls. They begin to attack. They begin to call names, and they do the things that we normally see trolls do. But the thing that we need to do is simply ignore that and really understand that these people are vibrating on a dense level, and in a few years they're just simply not going to be around because the shift that's happening is going to be all for love. And the people that are vibrating at a dense level, they just incarnate someplace else where the vibration suits them and it fits them. So just to say to Jillian, I wouldn't worry too much about it, sister, of all these haters out there. We know that there's haters out there, and we're going to continue to come across them for several more years until until this whole thing just disappears. So with that being said, welcome Jillian Parker. It used to be a different name, but I'm just not going to bring up the other name. I'm just going to use her real name here, Jillian Parker. She's beautiful. She's she's my sister from another mother, and she has a beautiful, beautiful soul, and and the energy that she has is immensely amazing. So welcome, Jillian. Thank you for accepting the invite to come here and share your energy on this day of love.
Blessing, Omar. How are you? It's an honor. Thank you so much for having me.
Doing fantastic. Today's been a wonderful day. We started off with some meditations, and then we had Ben do grounded us, and then or tuned us, and then Norma came in, and she really grounded us for the rest of the day. Not as in grounded, no more TV. Right. She totally grounded us. So Jillian, I was just speaking about your your journey and your path to ascension to where you are today. Before we get into some energy work and light work, let's familiarize people with your path very quickly as to how you ascended to where you are today. I just recently said that you had an out-of-body experience, you had a near-death experience, I think a couple of times, and that really ascended you to where you are today. So can you give us a little insight into that for a few minutes, and then we'll give the stage over to you so that you can help us get our wits together and send energy our way so that we can be cleansed for the rest of the day, because we have some really powerful discussions coming up over over the next couple of hours. So your energy work is really, really going to set the tempo for us for the remainder of the day.
Okay. Well, I had a near-death experience in 2014, but I don't really remember that much about it. But the one that I did have, my second one, is in 2016, and they thought I had the highest grade of cancer before it turned. I had to go in and have an ablation done. It's like a 15-20 minute procedure normally in the doctor's office, but due to my anxiety level, I asked them to put me out, and they put me out, and I got a...
Hang on 1 sec. Sorry, Jillian. Rob, is that, you hear that banging? Is that coming from Jillian, or is that coming from
It's
Rob?
coming from my house.
Oh, okay.
My boyfriend's in the middle of redoing my daughter's room. He's taking
okay.
and stuff. I'm sorry.
I thought at first it was me. I'm like, wait a minute, where the hell is that coming from?
I
So
heard it.
you see me taking my headphone off, like,
I knew it was coming from
Where
her
is
mic, and I
It's
thought,
coming from my house.
it's almost musical. He's almost hitting it at the right times to be like a drum in the background. So I wasn't going to even mention it. I was like, just let it go. It's natural.
I was like, yeah, is that a drum? Is there a drum working right now too?
No, it's just
crazy.
Dave Bain.
Dave being a man.
But go ahead. Sorry about that.
Dave's an awesome guy too. Jillian and I did a show
Want to say hi?
with Dave a few months ago, and
He's coming to say hi.
That was a really great. Yeah, come on in, say hi, Dave. Hi, Dave.
Hey, Omar, how you doing?
Doing fantastic, brother. I hope you're doing great.
Yeah, doing a little room construction, some remodeling.
They were
Yeah, sounds like it.
Yeah, we could hear the hammering.
Sorry
I
about
wasn't
that.
going to mention it because it sounded very methodical, like a drum.
Yeah.
So it was almost perfect for her setting while she was talking in the background. I'm hearing this, and I'm like, is there Native American music being played in the background? And I was like, no, that's hammering.
Fantastic. Okay, Jillian, we'll toss it over to you again, buddy.
Okay, what
Sorry
was
about
I?
that.
Okay, where was I? So they put me under with the breathing tube, and I got an infection from the breathing tube. 2 days later, I ended up with 104.6 temperature, or I really don't remember exactly, but I was admitted into the ICU unit immediately. They said that I had blood poisoning, toxic shock syndrome. It's a miracle that I survived and that I'm here. Before I had my health scare, which I also had a walk-in experience, I did have my awakening, which they call a huge download, and that happened right before I was in the hospital because of my health.
That's incredible. I know that toxic shock syndrome is something that's totally, that's a very scary thing. There's a lot of things that happen to the body while that's going down with the blood.
It was terrifying. Yeah.
I'm truly glad to see that you are here with us. Well, and if we can go back to the awakening part of it, the awakening part of it is that's a tremendous burden in itself to come to this grips that a lot of the things as reality have these caveats that come to light when you shine a light on these shadows. It's like rats scurrying away, and you got to kind of catch that the notion of what's happening. So I'm sure that was an emotional thing for you, and then this near-death experience and things. Go ahead.
I had my awakening before my health scare, the second near NDE, and at the time I lived on a native burial ground, and I had two hospitals in a 15-20 minute proximity around me. So if you've ever seen the movie Poltergeist, when they talk about when all the things come out of the cemetery, the good, the bad, the ugly, everything at once, that was my experience. I just started realizing and seeing things that I couldn't explain. I started reaching out to paranormal people and taking pictures and capturing a video of what I was seeing and experiencing. And somehow, some way, I started seeing colors, and that was part of my download.
I've actually talked to a lot of people with NDEs, and for some reason there is a semblance of a pattern but it's never the same thing that they see. So there's a lot of like
Correct.
substance that ends up being relative to the same type of feelings, where it's, like this feeling of weightlessness, whether they be floating or something is lifting them. There is this, like a walk towards a light, but then they're rejected from that light and they come back. There's different ways people get lifted to the light, then they drop. People get pulled to the light, then they pull back themselves. But most of the time they're told that it's not time yet. It's not their moment. Was there something like that happened for you during your NDE that like gave you this signal that it wasn't time for you to be there yet? You had to come back?
Actually,
just to add to that, Rob, that's a great point, and I just want to say, I wonder if it's if these near-death experiences or out of its body of experiences is kind of like a wake-up slap from the universe to wake you up, to show you what you truly are and what your capabilities are, and maybe that's why people pull themselves back, or they say, well, it's not time yet. So I wonder if it's like slap from the universe that says, wake up, and then you go through this traumatic experience of waking up. Go ahead, Jillian.
Well, let me chime in really fast because Omar, you're touching on it. You're very close. What happens is, when you come here, you're supposed to be learning different things that you've already decided. That's the first thing people need to understand, is that God's not doing this to you. You are. Okay, you decided this with your guides. Everything that happens to you in this life, you decided that you needed to learn that, or you needed to be a part of it so that someone else learned something from it. Okay, so we're always to learn teaching and teach learning. So what happens is, if you're supposed to wake up and you're not getting that, it is kind of a slap in the universe. It's your higher self that will give you the NDE to do just that. Take you out of your body so that you see there is something more than just the mundane 3D reality that is this avatar. And, oh, wow, I wasn't aware of that. Or, I kind of thought that, but now I know there's something else. And wait, but it's not your time. So go back. And then when you get here, when you get back, most of the time you have abilities that you didn't realize you already had, but you already had them. You just didn't know that until you woke up. Then they wake up with you. So some people will say that I had a near-death experience and now I can do this and this and this. Well, truthfully, you could do that before. You just didn't know it.
Yeah, you needed yourself to activate yourself.
Yep.
Right.
And Jillian knows about activations a lot because she does that. Yeah. So she gets that, right?
Yes.
Go ahead, Jillian. I'm sorry.
Oh, it was definitely a smack in the face. I'll tell you that. It was like 3 hours long. I didn't know that much about star seeds and vibration and frequencies. I thought this was something that just people went and searched out for. This physically happened to me. I was just some small peon just living my life in 3D world, and this just smacked me in the face, and then whoo, here I am.
Nobody's a small peon, Jillian. We are all infinite consciousness.
Correct. But I'm just in general.
Yeah, I hear you. It's metaphor.
Well, I also want to say, I wanted to say this earlier, but there was a lot of discussion going on, and I've said this to you before, Jillian, but I feel that I need to say it again. When these people are trolling you, you have to understand that's the opposition. Every time you're getting closer to vibrating at a higher level or graduating to a different stage in your own experience, that's when you're going to get more pushback than you have before.
Yeah, right.
So all these people, if you have people following you and trolling you and trying to do, don't let them get to you at all. I said this earlier. You may not have been on. Don't let that ickiness stick to you. Okay, let it just you just leave it. That's not my energy. You're the troll. Right. Go away. And people out there need to understand that when something like that happens to you personally. I remember when I was learning about all the different religions. I talked to this man who was he was a padre, a father. Or he wasn't a father because he wasn't Catholic, so he was some other Christian religion. But he's actually said, just learning the Bible and going to church and becoming a Christian, you're going to get pushback from somebody in your family or friends. Doing this kind of thing is even worse. Because this kind of, right? Because you've been through it. We've talked about this many, many times, right?
Yes. This our conversations, Leo.
Right, I know, me too. I miss, we used to talk for hours and then we'd go on air and do the same thing. but you guys need to understand that, Jillian knows. She just went through, Omar was kind of alluding to that. I went through the same thing. What happens is we start our mundane lives, and if we're not lucky enough to be with the person we're supposed to be with when we start to grow, next thing you know, we're getting divorces. That happens to more people in this industry than any other industry, except for maybe being a police officer.
Well, yeah, that's a bad one too.
I'm divorced.
Right? So you guys need to understand out there that it's not an easy path that we walk.
No.
Being a light worker of any kind, choosing this path, I tell people, choose wisely.
Yeah,
because
it's like
if you choose this path, you're going to be a target. You're going to have pushback. People are going to try and, kill you, rape you, murder you. They're going to do bad things if they can get to you to do that. So you have to understand that and be not afraid of that, because that gives them no power. Anyway, Jillian, I just wanted to point that out because I know you know that.
Yeah, I do know that.
But if anybody was paying attention out there and didn't know that, you guys in the audience out there, you guys have to, that's what we just talked about, that with the Aaron Fowler's meditation of the masculine. That's the change, standing up for yourself. You have to ignore these people and go, get out of here. You're just a troll. Bye.
Right.
And you give them no more energy than that, and you move on. And then if they start death threats, there's things you can do. Call the police, call the FBI, that kind of junk. But you know what I'm saying? You guys need to know that it's going to happen to you. So I've done 2 videos on it, Defense Against the Dark Arts 1 and 2, to explain to you what you need to know to go forward as a light worker. Watch those videos. Anyway, I'm sorry, Jillian. Go ahead.
Yeah, when we respond to those types of attacks, we're actually helping them by interjecting our energy into their negative energy, and their negative energy becomes stronger. So my advice would be to not give it like any energy whatsoever, and instead send love their way and hope that it changes them. Sorry, go ahead, Jillian.
No, it's just one day at a time is how I live my life.
That's
as you should. Every day presents its own challenges, and we just have to be positive approaching them. I agree with you on that 100%.
And always be grateful.
Absolutely. Gratitude is a great key to finding self-love, and self-love is a way to project love. So it's a system, and it's even at its most fundamental roots, it all generates from a place of feeling of self-worth and love and maintaining your thoughts on the proper path, as I've seen it, but everybody has their own thing in their own way.
It's cyclical and reciprocal.
Yeah.
Right.
You see?
And also the thing that we have to remember is that this dark force that is working against us, it's an intelligent energy, and it realizes when you're vibrating at a higher level or a higher tune, what it does is that it throws barriers your way or hurdles your way in an attempt to knock you down. And when you can see that play coming, it's far easier to deal with that hurdle when it shows up, because you give it no energy at that time, and it just dissipates. But if that's its goal, is to keep you down, and our goal is to vibrate at a higher elevation.
Correct.
Okay, so I'm going to pass the stage off over to Jillian, and she's going to do some light work on us and help us to get ready for some pretty intense discussions coming up for the rest of the day. So Jillian, I'm going to mute myself and I'm going to attune myself to you, and I'm ready to receive the energy that you're about to send my way.
Okay, so I brought out my special crystal. It's a Lemurian crystal. I was gifted this when my Nana passed away.
Wow, look at the size of that thing. Holy shit.
Right? Nice.
It's huge. Biggest one I've seen.
And then you have a Himalayan salt one behind you. Is that a lamp?
Yeah, I have a rose quartz Himalayan, and then I have selenite.
Nice.
I didn't know if you can see it or not.
Yes, I could. I had 2 just like that when I was in Arizona. But they're in storage now. But I have 2 just like that lamps. I love those things. Anyway.
Yeah, I got that orange one that I see right now, just sitting right over there.
Yeah, it's they were all gifts too. You guys we were talking about remembering when I was quite younger, I remember different dimensions and talking with the Fae and different mythical creatures, supernatural, seeing the spirit, that I thought we all did this. So,
Right.
I guess I just kind of repressed it, and here I am now.
That's
So-
kind of the way it works. Go
And
ahead.
I'm so glad you're here, Jillian. I really am. Truly am.
Thank you. It's 4 years. It was 4 years 2 days ago that I've been out of the hospital. I don't even look like the same person. So, what I was going to do today, because the global meditation for everybody is to raise everybody's vibration and frequencies for Gaia on this beautiful day, blessed day. So I tell everyone to open their hands up and put their palms out to the side. Call on your higher self for permission to receive the activations and the healing. And these are cosmic activations. I call on Archangel Michael for protection, strength, and courage, and I put myself around my bubble, whether it's pink light, gold, white, purple, whatever you desire. Just imagine a clear bubble. And one of my blessings is to be able to send out activations and healing. Telepathically, I can connect with the angels and be in the angelic realm. And I have a very strong connection with Archangel Raphael. So concentrate on your breathing. And just be open to receive. Sometimes people see colors. Some people's ears might start popping. Everybody's different. Always stay hydrated. Drink lots of water. I'm done.
Yeah, everybody perceives the energies in different ways. It's the same with mediums, where when you're talking to the other side or somebody that's passed, we all get different. With our perception of energy is personal to us. So our guides will work with us, knowing that certain things can trigger certain images in our minds, and our higher self is the same. That's why you always hear different psychic mediums talk about different things, and this means this to me.
Correct. Yeah.
Because it is that individual. You get the same information, you just receive it in a different way, because all of us are completely different. So our perception and our link to the other side, or all of our abilities in general, is completely different. So like Jillian said, when you're receiving the information or energy or both that she's sending to you, it will be personal to you, but there will be something that you'll notice was triggered in some way, like she said. So that's a normal thing. We did a whole show on that a few years back, and Aaron was there. Aaron Fowler was on there, and I think Jillian, maybe, I don't know if you were there or not, but it was a whole bunch of us. And we talked about all of that, mediums and psychics and all of that, and how we all learn the same stuff. When you start vibrating at a higher resonance, you get knowledge. You just get that stuff. And people say, well, I haven't gotten that. You'll get there. Don't worry. It's not a race. Just take your time, meditate, and you'll get there. Walk your path, walk your life, and enjoy it. That was Aaron's message, his final message before he left. Walk your own path and enjoy it, right?
Right.
Okay, so go ahead.
And the more that you do, the more that you use your blessings, your gifts, the better you get at it. But you've helped me a lot, Leo, with the psychic mediumship part.
Right. Yeah, well, that's what I do, and I tell people that that. That's one of the things that I do is that I guide people. I am the Green Man. I have that Green Man tattooed on my back for a reason. I am the Green Man. When people of the Celtic religions would be seeking knowledge, they would go out into the forest and they would ask the Green Man, and that had very many different guises, including like Kronos, the god of the sun, and the green stag, and all of that came out of the Green Man. But you would go out there, Merlin, for instance, that title. I would have that title in that religion, and you seek the knowledge. And I'm one of those people that helps you find it. It's not my knowledge. I'm not giving it to you.
Right.
I just help you navigate yourself and your downloads. And the way it works truly is I kind of sit around and talk to you, and you just go, and you throw things at me, and I just keep talking, and you go, and the next thing you know, you figure it out on your own, right? So, but I'm there as that catalyst to help you do that, to guide you in the right, give you the tools so that you can understand it. So that's what I do. So I worked with Jillian for a lot of hours when we were she was getting up to speed, and then she's been off on her own for a couple years now, and we talk every now and then.
Right. Tell me what you guys think of this comment. I find it interesting when Jillian was saying that you may feel your ears popping and stuff like that. And everybody responds to it differently. So from Portal to Ascension's YouTube channel, we have a comment. Actually, there's two comments I want to touch on. One is from L8VE3V87. I'm thinking that is levitate, but I don't know.
Yeah, that's levitate.
It says, right, anyone talking down to you or trolling, etc., we don't need to accept their gift. They can keep it. Late, despite them choosing to be the way they are, right? So, essentially what he's saying is that let them vibrate as how they're vibrating. We don't need to give that extra energy. So I really like that. And the second comment here he was saying well, I don't know if it's a he or she, but the human was saying that was weird. I got nausea earlier. Before she spoke, I was getting left side of my ears ringing and pressure changing.
Yep.
Right. So I found. What do you think? What do you think about that? What do you think that nausea is? Do you think that's like regress energy that's leaving, and and it's leaving its mark while it's being refreshed with new energy? I'll start with Jillian first.
Everybody experiences the activations differently. They have to somehow be aware consciously. Yeah, this has to do with your consciousness, and there's different levels of consciousness. When you receive the activations, I always tell people to just please stay hydrated, and sometimes they have a euphoric feeling.
Leo?
Right, and it could be as well. What you have to understand is that your chakra centers are also going to be sensitive to the energy. And it could be, being a Reiki master teacher, it could be a blockage that's releasing, and the nausea feeling would be coming from your stomach area, which is a chakra point, and you could be, that's the yellow, I believe, isn't it? Yeah, because it's not green or blue; it's up higher, so it's the yellow, because the red is the base, so it's the yellow or the orange there, where you're feeling that you might be feeling that blockage, and then Jillian's energy was kind of unblocking that, and you were like, what was that? You felt a little nauseated, but like Tony said in the chat over here, that the pressure in the right ear let go. The energy comes in and comes in different ways. So that's just the way it is. You just have to find what it is that works, what it is that triggers you and what that means to you. It's always very personal. We all have to learn our bodies and how we perceive energy and how we perceive messages, and understand how that works. I get a chill that runs down my spine, on one side of my body or the other only, and it's really weird. And it means different things to me when it actually happens. Same thing with the ears, or the ringing in the ears and things. So everything's personal to you. And yes, always, always stay hydrated and drink water. Lots of water when you're transmuting any kind of energy, because it'll just burn your water right out of you. When I get done doing a Reiki session, or even when I'm doing, like when I was working with Jillian, I would get done, I would have to go and drink water and eat something to get my electrolytes back up, because all that energy I'm transmuting drains it. Reiki just drains. You're pushing so much energy through your body that it just drains you of your salt, your sugar, your water. Yeah.
Also, I can add to that the nausea, it could be like you were saying, Leo, is the unblocking of a chakra, or releasing old regressed energy due to the fact that we've done a couple of meditations, and we also did sound bowl, and then now we did energy activation. So all of that combined together may have had an effect to where your energy, which has been gumped up inside of you, is finally beginning to let go because of those sound bowls, first of all, which tuned us into a proper tune.
Everything that's happened the entire
That's
day.
right.
Every single message, every single affirmation that everybody has had, it's just been building and building this energy where we're focusing. Everything that Neil said, his entire monologue was building your energy to raise your awareness, to raise your energy level, and that's what this entire day has done. So
that's right.
You guys out there are going to have stuff popping off like that probably the rest of the day, and if you don't, rewind because you missed something.
Yeah, the sound bowls, man. Go to the sound bowls. That was intense. I just can't get over that. And that's the reason why I wanted to bring Norma on right after Ben, so that it would ground us, and then to bring Jillian on right after Norma to bring us back up, and to activate our inner selves, and activate our third eye, so that we are ready for this epic discussions that are going to be coming up later on in the afternoon here. I think recycling your energy is the most fundamental thing that we can do in order to raise our own awareness, because if you have old energy that's bogging you down, then you're not going to be able to move ahead, because there's all that weight that you're carrying. Like Rob was saying earlier, I feel like 1,000 pounds is being lifted, is because that old energy is being rid of, and it's being replaced with fresh energy. What do you think, Neil?
I agree 100% about what all of you guys are saying. And I do feel, yes, we are definitely picking up momentum. And I'm just hanging out here with you guys all day, just tuning into everything that's happening. I was tuning into Jillian and also writing some poetry at the same time. It's just I feel like today's a vacation for some reason. Maybe it kind of is. But yeah, we're definitely picking up momentum and keeping the energy going up. And not only did you curate this in a way to do that, but you already noticing all the synchronicities about how you pulled this together, things that maybe you didn't even plan to go a certain way. That's what happens at these events a lot, is that you just see that after you've created it, the intention really is what it's all about. After you set the intention and you start creating it, when you start looking at the event and when you're done with the event, like my mantra is like, I couldn't have planned it better myself, even though I planned it.
When I make videos and I grab a bunch of pictures, I have an idea, like you said, this is my intention of what I want to do with this, and then I'm grabbing pictures off the internet or off of one of my sites, and I'm putting them in a folder, and sometimes they change positions in the folder. You know what I mean? And I'm like, well, that's not what I intended, but okay. And then I'll run them, and then I'll pick music. I'll find this music, and all of a sudden, it fits perfectly. It's timed out like as if I knew that song was going to fit exactly for the slideshow that I'm putting together. And all of the images seem to work out with what's going on in the music. And I'm like, what? I couldn't have planned that. That was definitely from somewhere else, from a higher portion of me. Because it just happens, just like this. Sometimes if you let it go, like you said, you're trying to put it together and you think you have an idea, and then sometimes things don't work out and you jumble it around, but at the end you go, wow, that was perfect, right?
Yeah, I can attest to that. writing my Earth frequency, I'm just typing away, and paragraph by paragraph by paragraph, and then later on when I go back and I read it, I realize that my fifth paragraph is actually not my fifth paragraph. It actually should be my second paragraph, and my second paragraph should be the fifth paragraph. So it all comes together after it's come out, and you go back and you read it and you say, okay, well, I don't want it there. This actually should be up here and this should be down here. And even when you go back to like chapter 1, what I started off with, which I've changed a few times now, the way I started off in chapter 1 is not what I wanted. In fact, that's part of chapter 5, and what was in chapter 6 is actually what the book should start with in chapter 1. So, it's quite interesting I think I've read my book more times than I think anybody else is going to read.
That's the way it always ends up, though.
Yeah, that makes sense.
You end up doing that. It's just like, I'm sure Neil, when he's writing his lyrics, he goes back 100 times. He rereads it, because that's what you do.
Yeah.
Is it right? Is there something? Does it flow good? Is there something I missed? Does it not flow properly? I mean, as you're an artist, you have to be that way. Mm-hmm. I noticed when it comes to that kind of stuff that when you structure things, it flows better, and you stay with what you have that works. I watch rock bands because I was in a band when I was younger, when I was 16, 17 years old, and I was a singer and a rhythm guitarist, right? And we never went anywhere, right? But it was an experience, and I noticed that when you choreograph the entire set, I mean, to everywhere. Where are you going to be at this particular second of the song? So that way you can choreograph moves where everybody's switching sides and doing stuff, and nobody slams into each other or falls over, or you don't have everybody on one side and no one over here but the bass guitarist 100 yards away. So when you do that, it works, and then you stay with that. And if you see the same concert over and over, you're going to see them do the exact same set and the exact same moves, right? But if it works, and the crowd loves it, don't break it. It's the same thing when you're doing stand-up comedy. It's the same thing in everything, and you have to perfect it. I learned that from martial arts. I see that as an art form. I don't see it as a combat, although it is combat, but I learned the martial art part of it, the martial part or the art part of the martial, and I see that in everything.
Yeah.
I see that in everything that I do. I implement that in every move that I make, whenever I speak, even though you guys think I'm long-winded, if you go back and actually pay attention, like Omar said, you'll find out I was setting something up an hour ago for something that I wanted to talk about at the end of the show or whatever, and it seemed like it was abstract, and then it wasn't. You've seen that many times, Omar, where you're like, wow, that tied perfectly. I'm like, sometimes I do it on accident. Sometimes I do it on purpose.
Okay, so let me touch on something what you had said earlier, Leo, and and I want to try to correlate that with Jillian's experience, and I don't want to cut open old wounds or make scars bleed, but I think this is very important because you had mentioned earlier, when you take this path of ascension and this journey that you go on, it's it's going to have a lot of benefits, but it's going to have consequences to it as well. Yeah. And then you had mentioned divorce.
Yeah.
Now, I want to say, like a few years ago when I met Jillian, she was married, and then she was, she's going through, this ascension process that she has been on this journey, and at the end of the day, it costed her marriage. Not mostly due to, because of the ascension, but due to the, the energy difference between her and her husband, because he was vibrating at a dense energy and she was vibrating at a higher energy. And then that kind of just, butt heads, and, and eventually, that union came to an end. So, I want to ask Jillian, this path that you're on, I'm absolutely certain it's been a very, very difficult path for you and for your daughter. And, how, if there's any tips that you can give to people who are going through the same thing right now, or maybe going through this in the near future, because there's a lot of people who are ascending now, and, and their mates may not, be compatible with the energy that that you're vibrating at. So can you kind of touch on that, and and what people can do to make it easier for themselves, because you've already walked that tough road, and maybe if it makes it easier for someone else, all the merrier. Carol, I'll give you the full stage on that, because I feel that this is a very important question.
Now I want to jump in too when she's done.
I was going to say, the first thing Leo used to always say, don't be afraid. Whatever you don't feed into the fear. When all this stuff hit me at once and everything that happened, I really thought I was losing my marbles. But the more that you are afraid for that change, for that transformation, the harder that it was for me to ascend, if that makes any sense.
Yep.
Like I said,
it's the negative energy bogging you down, holding you down like an anchor.
Right. And, it's actually a blessing that I'm divorced, because now I'm with the love of my life that I always wanted to be with when we dated when we were teenagers. But I didn't ask for any of this to happen. This just physically happened to me one day. Mm-hmm. And if I can go through it, you can go through it. And I have clients that reach out to me all over the world. And that's what I tell them, take it one day at a time, step by step, baby steps, and embrace your inner child. That helped me a lot, to just be silly and have fun and laugh again.
Laughter is the best medicine.
Laughter is the best medicine, and it raises your vibrations and it raises your frequencies.
Leo, you were going to say something? You were going to add to that?
If you go back in time now, 4 years ago, I'm actually still married to this woman, but we were living together, married, and it was a toxic relationship. Neither one of us were growing, and I didn't want to have it end because I had already lost a marriage in my 20s. Mm-hmm. So for me, I didn't want to be a two-time loser, so I was working really hard at trying to save the marriage, but it was not salvageable. And I still refused. I'm Irish. We'll live with shit crooked and wrong for a long time, mm-hmm. right? I mean, that's why Jillian did it. You got Irish in your blood, you'll live with shit being crooked and wrong for a lot longer than you should. Right?
Yeah, I know.
Right? Yeah. And so I wouldn't end it, and neither would she, right? So what ended up happening, I find out later from psychics, is the universe stepped in and said, neither one of you are growing, and you're supposed to be doing something other than you're doing now. So this is going to happen. And then we ended up separating, and we filed the divorce papers, and then we started to kind of reconcile and thought we were going to be able to reconcile, so we stopped that, and then realized that we couldn't be together because we were completely going in different directions.
Right.
And but we just now with the cornholio virus, we're not everything's on hold for just about ever. Right, I got that from Aaron Fowler earlier today.
Yeah. That was a great way to put it.
Are you threatening me? I am cornholio. So anyway, so everything's pretty much put on hold. So we haven't filed, but we still talk, and we're still kind of trying to see if down the road things might work out and we might end up back together if we come back around to that. I mean, who knows, right? So at this point, since we're still married, but we're separated, she mm-hmm. lives on the East Coast and I live on the West Coast, and it's been that way for 4 years now. Okay, so I went through that same thing, and I mean, it sucked, but because I did that, and I moved out to California, and I was living on my yacht down in San Diego, that freed me up to be able to, in a real hurry. I was only there for a month, and then one of my sisters says, you got to come up here to the state capitol. I'm on Carmichael, which is 5 miles out away from the state capitol, and you got to check on our parents, man. They're not doing good. They have no food. They're borrowing money to pay rent. I'm like, what? So I called my mom. I hopped on a train. I came up here, and I said, I'm moving in with you guys. You guys need me. Turns out they were both dementing, wow. And no one knew it, right? Mm-hmm. I had suspected it, but I was in Arizona. When I got a phone call at 6 o'clock in the morning, my mom said, did you just try to call me? That was when I said, are you guys paying attention? So I said, oh, man, I got to move in here and help these people. So I did, and then eventually I was going to bring my yacht up. That would turn into a fiasco. The universe decided that I didn't need that yacht.
Mm-hmm. Right? Not just yet.
Yeah, so not just yet, right? So I got rid of the yacht. and stayed up here with them, and it was worked out. 4 months after I got here, my stepfather died. My mom would have been on her own, and she's 76 now, and I am her caregiver. If I weren't here, she wouldn't remember to take her pills, and she would be dead. You know what I mean? So the whole thing worked out, and it also allowed me to then go global with Orion Rising.
Right.
So you see, I embraced that. I did exactly what I was advising Jillian to do. Embrace that. Don't be afraid, because it is scary. Change is scary, and to ascend is scary.
Especially for humans.
Especially,
right?
but
the
that's
conditioning
inherent in what we are. That is one of the things we're supposed to overcome. Is that fear of change, because change is not something that is easily done. It means everything is uprooted. Sometimes little things, but sometimes your entire life. My life went from living in a house in Arizona, planning to buy 2 other houses, to living on a 30-foot yacht, not one of those big diesel gas guzzlers, mind you. It was a sailing yacht, to getting rid of that and living with my parents, my mom, my stepdad. But
that's the journey that you're on, that the universe wants you to be on.
Right.
Well,
and,
I go where
you can't argue with that.
I've done that most of my life. People say, how can you live your life like that? And I'm like, when you stop fighting the universe and go with the flow,
the universe
will work out a lot better for you.
I can relate to that 100%, right? I was working overnights in a warehouse, lifting boxes, getting hurt all the time, pulling my back out, breaking my legs, all types of crazy stuff. And I decided that when the Cornholio thing hit, we all got furloughed, right?
Right.
So now I'm like, I always did the show with Omar and Leo and Clarence, and I'm going to do my own and give it 100% full steam ahead. I haven't looked back since. I'm not getting a 9-to-5. This is what I'm doing. I'm making this into my career, and it's something that I'm manifesting because it's my drive that does it. But also, the universe gave me that time to work on perfecting this as my craft. As I do, I was gifted the one thing that I have on the face of this earth is the gift of gab. I can talk to anybody about anything. Doesn't matter. So I took that opportunity to further somewhat of my agenda, but I think it's the universe pushing me to. Now I'm getting I'm working on my website. That's going to be incredible, because it's going to have news and it's going to have archive shows on it. I'm also starting to write my first book, which I always wanted to do, but never really got a chance to put what's up here down here. So there is a synchronicity with the way the universe works and what your life coincides, right? And another thing I want to say to Jillian's, to what she was talking about is it's not only just boyfriends, girlfriends, lovers, husbands, wives. It's groups of friends too. And let me tell you, when I first started waking up, before I started even going on these shows, is when I met Clarence and Omar. And I had a great group of friends, but we just weren't seeing the same way anymore. And now I feel like I've actually found my true friends who let me speak as I want and see it in my frame of mind without judgment. And Leo and Omar and Clarence, you guys are honestly my true friends. That's why it's such a delight, and it really feels like home when we come back and do these things. And it's such a great thing. Like we never judge each other. We all have different views on different things, but it's always great to hear those views because of this understanding, this unspoken bond and understanding we have with each other.
Right.
So you're going to get rid of the people. Right.
In fact, it's encouraged. If we all thought exactly the same, we'd have a boring conversation. Right.
Yeah, I agree with that.
But the point is that these people are going to come and go, right? The real ones will stick around.
Yep.
Right.
The other ones will fall by the wayside. And is it important? It does hurt in the moment.
Yeah.
But coming full fold from that, especially seeing Jillian now and she's happy, it's a testament to the fact that they will come and go, but the real ones stick around.
Right.
What do you think about that, Jillian? I'd like to hear your thoughts on what Leo and Rob just talked about.
I was going to say, I don't honestly, I don't even recognize myself anymore. If you had pictures of what I look like when I first came on the show and everything that happened to me till now, I'm a completely different person. Although my boyfriend Dave says that I'm the same person that I was when we dated when we were kids.
Well, I do have to say, from the when we first met to today, you look a lot more vibrant and radiant and happier. I remember when we first met and you were with your ex-husband. You weren't really all that happy, and you can tell in your voice and the way you carried yourself, and your daughter as well at that time, and and I'm assuming that her change into the positiveness is probably equal to yours, if not greater. But I do have to say that you look very radiant and and very energetic, and I like seeing that. Right, because you are a beautiful woman, and and to walk around sad in life. It really,
it's no way to be.
Yeah, it puts a negative expression on
you
somebody.
guys can go back in the archives and see a couple shows we did.
Absolutely.
Talking about if you guys could have saw her, then she was very like Omar said, she was distraught. You could see that she was in pain mentally because of she knew in the back of her mind what was going to happen.
Yeah,
but she was trying. She didn't want to either.
Yeah.
And then it got to the point where the universe pushed it even further, and she finally said, I got to do something, man. And it scared me. I was scared for her.
Mm-hmm.
There was Tony Taylor and myself were like mom and dad watching every move she made, talking to each other in the background. Have you talked to Jillian? Did you hear what? Literally like she was our teenage daughter that just moved out or went to college. Right? I'm not kidding you. And I don't know if Tony ever told you
It was pretty scary at first,
yeah.
I've done a 180.
But you look when your camera first turned on, I was like, wow, look at her.
Yeah.
I didn't say that, but I thought it. Wow, look at her.
What a change! What a transformation!
Hair. Look at the change in everything. Even the way you wear your clothes, the way you move, the way you sit, the way you are just there is so different and uplifting compared to when I first met you.
And the best is yet to come too. The best is yet to come. This is only the beginning.
Yeah, just like
old revival
the best is yet to come.
Right, now it's a journey. You've done the revival. Now it's time to get that full head of steam and ride that son bitch till it falls off, till the wheels fall off.
That's right.
Yeah, and also want to add
that's how you do it. You hold on. You hold on, guys. Just Rob touched on it right there. When you guys realize that you need to stop fighting the universe and say, okay, now what? Because if you do that, you're going to find that the path you already set down for yourself is going to manifest in front of you. I did that one time. This is no joke. I literally was about to be homeless. I had just lost my job because I was leaving the company that I was at, and I was getting hired at another company. And the owner came in and saw how much they were going to pay myself and two of my friends as managers. I was in retail. I was a manager in retail. And he said, absolutely not. Cut those people loose. I had already quit my other job. And then they said, sorry, because they didn't give me anything in writing yet. Sorry, we're not hiring you. So now I have no job, right? I'm about to have no place to live. I have a vehicle that's half broke down with a cracked windshield. I ended up homeless. I ended up getting a car from my mom that had a threadbare tire, had a blown valve cover gasket. And this is no joke. It sounds like something that the Blues Brothers. Yeah. I had a half a tank of gas, half a pack of cigarettes, and $5 in my pocket. Okay, and I was sleeping in a guy's garage with rats. This is no joke. But that change, I sat down and said, okay, I'm just going to die right here because I don't know what I'm doing wrong, but it ain't right. I need a path. I need to know what it is and where I'm supposed to go and why. Give me a path. And all of a sudden things changed in my life and things were there. And it was weird because I ended up going to a Catholic church that my mom was going to. But I realized I didn't need the church needed me. There was a priest there who was from Vietnam, and he's still there. He has his own church now, but he was the vicar then, which is the second priest. It's not the head priest in a Catholic church. You guys are Catholic, you know that. But he had a language problem that nobody understood him because of his language barrier from being from Vietnam. Well, I took to this guy and I went, no, we need to help him. Everybody needs to stop being, because he was thinking about leaving the church. We helped everybody in there and convinced them, help this guy and give him a break. And he became their favorite priest. The man never left. He was in the military, and he's still in the military. He now has his own church, and the other priest who was there, he also has another, he's moved up. And then when all that was done, I wasn't needed there anymore. And then I ended up leaving, and I haven't gone back to the churches because of what I'm doing now. I was needed there, and these are the things you need to see, guys. I know it's long-winded for me to go down this path, but you have to look and say, okay, I'm going to give in, because you can't control the universe. You can't control everything. You've already set up what you want to learn. You don't know that here, so you're trying not to learn certain things because they're painful. Well, those things are going to keep reoccurring until you learn them.
Got a fantastic question from Portal to Ascension's YouTube channel, and I'll start with Jillian on this one first. So the question is from Maria Memora Zida. I'm sorry if I pronounced your last name wrong, but she says, would you please also elaborate on conditions that don't change? People have sometimes conditions that have been trying to change, but no change happens. Jillian, can you touch on that? And then I'll jump over to Rob, and then from Rob to Leo.
Well, I had to learn how to retrain my brain. And I learned about affirmations, and I did the I am affirmations for a good 30 days or so. And I just started believing in magic, that magic is possible and magic is real. And what I knew deep down inside is that it's a miracle that I survived what I survived, not once, but twice. And there's a reason why I'm here. And I've always believed in like coincidences, but now I know that coincidences don't really exist, and that everything happens for a reason. There's a reason for everything. So I would start journaling, and I would start writing things down and try to teach my brain to not think so much, and to just like kind of stare off in space and take this all in and consume it instead of fighting it.
Yeah, that's a very good point, what you just said about thinking, because we know that the thoughts are very powerful.
Correct.
And if we're thinking in a low vibratory way, or we're thinking negatively, then those thoughts will eventually manifest themselves, and turn out to be quite dangerous to yourself. But
right.
I would say when there's no change happening, we begin to think positively and start making affirmations for ourselves on a daily basis, and then follow that. And then writing in a journal, that's a fantastic idea, Jillian. Just fantastic, because sometimes you can't talk to anyone except to yourself, and you don't want to sit there and just speak out to yourself. So writing down your thoughts in a journal, and possibly even meditating over them, and putting that energy out into the world in the hopes that that it will manifest itself into fruit.
But I didn't even know what meditating was. I had Post-it notes all over my house.
I can see it.
You are beautiful. Say, I believe it. You have to believe it to receive the magic. You have to believe it. So I that's what I tell people all the time. All the people that reach out to me.
What do you think, Rob?
Well, a lot stays the same in the sense of my core principles, that I have a love for knowledge. I have a love for research. It just became the different things that I was researching and the different knowledge I was trying to procure. Another thing that somewhat changed was, when I had a lot of wants and needs before I gave it up to the universe. And honestly, I haven't had a want or need that hasn't been fulfilled by the devices of the universe. I lost my job. I was thinking I was going to be broke. Like Leo said, I'm going to be on the streets, this and that. I haven't needed or wanted for money since the beginning of the pandemic. There's many things that brought to that. And of course, it's getting tighter now towards the end. And I'm really, going to start doing things that produce that kind of money, even though money, you don't really want to, focus on it.
But it's a necessity evil that we must work with for the time being.
Right. So, but up until like close to now, I haven't even needed or wanted it. It was just a non-existent function that it came in and it went out to pay the bills, and I was living right on that razor's edge, and I was fine with it. It wasn't even an anxiety of mine, you know? And, you know, there's a lot of blessings that I've had along the way too. But once I gave that up and didn't worry about it, which is always something I wanted to do, just never had the gumption to actually do it. So that want to change was the constant. The actual change was what manifested once I released this aspect of needing to control it all. And it was the biggest moment in my life. Because all the things now that are coming down the pipeline, maybe I will struggle for a little while, but I know the light at the end of the tunnel is going to provide for me in ways I could have never done before. And whether that be spiritual, financial, you know, in so many different ways that it's hard to put a finger on anyone and say, that was my doing. No, that was all the universe.
I really like that, Rob. And, you know, what I take away from what you just said, you know, is to let go. You know, I can make an example, and I'm sure there's a lot of guys and gals out there that, you know, will relate to this. It's like when you're single and you're looking for a girlfriend or a boyfriend, and it seems that nobody wants to give you the time of day, and you try your best in an attempt to hook up with somebody so that you can have that loving relationship, but it always, you know, it doesn't fruit until you actually let go and you say, oh, fuck it, you know, I don't need a girlfriend, I don't need a boyfriend, and then just suddenly, right then and there, an opportunity presents itself where you meet someone that you really resonate with. And so for me, you know, what you just said is just to simply let go and let the universe, you know, do its magic, and it will provide. If your intentions are right, then the universe will work with you. Leo.
Yeah. So to get back to the original question, I agree with what you guys are saying, right? What happens is you want the change and nothing's happening, and that's again, that's because there is something you're holding on to. And you also have to understand this, that sometimes you get to a plateau, you get to a place, I've done this, where I've gone, okay, I know that I know everything that I know, and I know that there's something else that I'm supposed to be doing, and how come it's not happening, right? And that's usually when you're at one of those octaves, one of those places where you're about to break through to the next stage.
Leveling up.
You're getting pushed back, and you're sitting there. You're like, I know there's something else. I want the change to happen, but it's not happening. Why? You have to look within yourself and find out what you're still holding on to, like Rob said, and like Jillian and like Omar said. You have to give in. There's something you're still holding on to.
Right.
You want the change, but you want to keep something else the same. You know what it is. You won't admit it to yourself. Once you admit that to yourself, and you say, okay, fuck it.
Yeah.
I'm just going to let go. And whatever the universe plays out for me, I'm going to be the Silver Surfer here, and I'm just going to surf until there's nothing left to surf on. Once you make that, you're going to find out, you know, they always say, you know, if you're Christian, and, you know, I'm a Christian minister, and I'm knighted by the Catholic Church. So, you know, I'm not just saying this because some guy picked up a Bible. But in that religion, if you're Christian at all, in there, you know, they always say, you know, first of all, God helps those who help themselves. But secondly, it's always darkest before the dawn, and that God will always provide.
Give it to God and let go.
Provide. Look at what we just talked about. Look at Rob's story. Look at Jillian's story. Look at mine. Once we gave in 100% and said, you know, Rob and I had the same fear, money. Right? Oh no, what am I going to do? How am I going to pay the bills? When you finally say, all right, look, I'm giving this over. I'm giving this to the universe. You obviously have a plan. I put down a plan before I got here that this was supposed to happen, so that, you know, when one door closes, another door opens. So you have to look for that opportunity. Sometimes it's not what you're thinking that you're going to do. Look at Ben earlier. He was a rock star.
Literally
A rock star. Okay, selling thousands, hundreds of thousands of albums, but he was like, this isn't what I think I want to do.
Yeah.
And then he said to the universe, all right, what do I want to do? You always hear people say, you know, find your bliss. That's the truth. And you have to work for it. Nothing is free and nothing is given. But like Rob and like myself, when I said, all right, forget about it. What am I going to be, homeless? And you have to want to be homeless.
Yeah.
Homeless.
Yeah.
Okay, we have programs, and if you're in the North American continent, there are programs to get you off the street. They don't want you on the streets. They will feed you, they will bathe you, they will help you get a job. Okay, you just have to work within the system and do the work. So if you want to be homeless, then that means you want to be a doper, you want to do drugs, you want to drink every day, and you don't want to get a job. Period. That's how you become homeless and stay homeless. So that's not as scary as you think it is. Okay? All you got to do is find somebody who's homeless and go, dude, where do I get food and where do I get a shower? They'll tell you.
Yeah.
Okay? Then you find those people and they'll tell you how to get yourself off the streets. So the truth is that all you have to do is trust in the system. People are good people. It's just the television that tells you everyone's evil.
That's right.
People are good people and they want to help. But there are bad people that want to take advantage. But
of course,
no matter how bad your life is or no matter how good it is, or I need that change. Getting back to the original question. Find out what it is that you're holding on to, what's being blocked. You're blocking yourself somewhere because you're the only person who can do it is you. So if you're not getting something that you want in life, is that thing you think you're looking for that's supposed to make you happy, is that truly what is going to make you happy? Or is that what you want? Because in this life, you don't get what you want. You get what you've already decided you need.
That's right, because when we incarnate into this meat suit, in this frequency,
meat sack.
We
I'm a meat popsicle.
we predetermine everything for ourselves. We choose the experiences
we
that
don't
we're
have a
going to
timeline,
have.
but we do pick out, these are the things I need to work on emotionally. These are the things I need to work on personally. These are the things that I need to work on in love. We have a general idea, and then the universe works it for us and presents us with these things to take up the mantle. That's why some people say, why is it that, like, I just lost two of my best friends, my dog, my bird, and my dad, all in the same month? Well, you're supposed to learn loss.
Yeah.
So there's something you need to learn about this, because if you don't, people are going to keep dropping off around you until you learn that lesson.
Well,
whatever it is.
I would say
there's one more way to say it too, is what Leo was saying. Like what he was trying to say was, when one door closes, one opens. You've got to let the back door close before you can open the next one.
I didn't go that far. You're right. Perfect. Bob. You're absolutely right. You got to wait. The door's got to close before the other one will open. So he's right. Yeah. I didn't get to finish that thought, did I? Thank you.
I'll give you a testimonial here, and this is absolutely true. I let go of of pretty much my previous life, and I realized that it was low distortion and very dense, and I didn't want to have anything to do with that anymore. And I was working like a dog. I was a drywaller, and I would work from 5 o'clock in the morning to like 6 o'clock at night, 7 o'clock at night, 12, 14 hours a day. And if anybody out there who knows how a tough drywall work is, it's physically demanding and it's mentally demanding because of the the mathematics that are involved. But anyways, I decided that I had enough of drywall, but I just wasn't ready to let go of it yet. But then a really, really strange thing happened one day to me, and and I just kind of flowed with it. And what had happened was the first of the month came around. And the way we were paying our rent was, through prepaid, not prepaid, but it automatically came out of our bank account. So one day on the first of the month, I went and looked at my bank statement to see if the rent had been pulled out, and to my surprise, no rent was pulled out. So I was like, okay, well maybe they'll wait a week before they pull it out, because usually how it happened. So I went back a week later, and no rent was pulled out. I went back 2 weeks later, no rent was pulled out. I went back a month later, the following month, no rent was pulled out, and I didn't pay. I didn't remind them, and I was like, okay, well if this is the way it's going to roll, then this is the way it's going to roll. Now, believe it or not, we ended up living at our apartment for 18 months. We never paid rent for those 18 months, never received an eviction notice, nothing. And then we got tired of living in that apartment. And then Amy and I decided, so like, okay, well, let's go and find a bigger apartment and, on a higher floor. So we began looking and, not an idea came into my mind that, oh my God, the landlord's going to find out we haven't paid in 18 months and we're going to get an eviction notice. They're going to demand all their money. None of that came into my mind. And we just saved like this piles and piles of money, like 18 months worth of rent. I had it in the bank whenever they wanted to take it out. It was there, It's not like I was trying to scam them, and they never asked for it. I have never received an email from them demanding their money. I never received any notification saying that you owe us this, you owe us that. And eventually, we just moved out of there. It took us 3 months to find this place. We moved out. We moved into this place, and for me at that time, what I realized was, okay, well, I don't need to do drywall anymore, so I'm going to pay full attention, Watchers Talk, and run with that, because that is really what I want to do. So I let go of it, and from that time forward until now, I've lived comfortably, and I really have, no desire to earn any money or to want any money, because the universe is doing for me what I want it to do. The universe realized that, okay, well, he's not happy doing what he's doing. He wants to do this. So, he has to let go, right? So I did let go. And then when I let go, it came to fruition for me, over the course of last couple of years. And, Miriam's question, that's what I would do. I would just simply let go, accept what is to come, and accept it with grace, whether it's positive or negative, just to
right. And it may not be time right now. It could be that it's not time for that, and that use this time to reflect. It may not be that you have a blockage that you're blocking yourself. It may just be it's not supposed to happen yet.
Yeah,
so
you may have set it up for yourself.
Live in the moment. We need to really understand, and I think this is the cornholio virus has really gotten people to that point where we need to, more and more people are for the first time in their lives, are having to be adults.
That's right.
Having to make adult conversation and adult decisions. And that's scary, right? That's why you have so much, abuse and so much more alcoholism and people killing themselves because it's scary. But you see, it's not so much that. Let me explain to you what's actually really happening here. For those of us who are of the understanding, what's going on with people and all of this craziness is kind of related to the cornholio virus, but more so to the vibratory pattern of the collective consciousness here. Okay? The reason that there's more people that are fighting back is because those people aren't going to move up.
That's right.
And it's not because they're bad people. You have to understand that some people are here for the very first lifetime.
Like myself.
Okay, but see, Omar came from a higher place down here on purpose. Some people have just went from being a dog or a cat or a bird or a tree, and they're going to manifest as a human. And some of them just got here as a human. Okay, it takes 7 to 10 lifetimes once you're here before you can ascend because of everything you need to learn. Some of those people that are here haven't reached that plateau, and they're not going to ascend to the fourth dimension. They're going to end up moving to another place where third dimensional life is accepted. This planet no longer accepts third dimensional life, but we who are here in this matrix are making it happen because we control the narrative.
That's right.
So once we all leave here, anyone who's third dimension, when they die in this avatar, they'll go to a different planet somewhere where third dimensional life is acceptable, and they won't even know it because they'll get mind wiped like all of us do. They'll be born into whatever race that's there, human or otherwise, and they'll just accept that. They'll have no memory of this until they die again and go and reflect in the place of reflecting with their guides and their higher self. So a lot of these people are killing themselves because they're not ready to face themselves or ascend.
Yeah, exactly.
And it's driving them crazy because the vibration is getting to the point where you need to make a decision.
They're not compatible with it.
And they're not ready. They're not compatible. Yeah. Some of us have already been there. If you end up finding out you're a wanderer, it's because, well, what is a wanderer? A wanderer is like Omar, like myself, and I believe Jillian, and I believe Rob as well. Most of the people that we work with, Neil, those people came from a higher plane hearing the call. when people get stuck, which this planet has been stuck for thousands and thousands, maybe hundreds of thousands of years.
Correct.
No one here is graduating. Everybody's recycling. There's a guy that I have to talk to again. He says nobody will talk to him because he believes that he was he has King Arthur's memories, so he believes he was King Arthur. And he says, we're not graduating. We're in this loop, and nobody will listen to me. And I haven't had a chance to get back to him, but I'm like, buddy, you and I need to talk.
Man,
You're absolutely right. You're not crazy.
It's the Matrix. We're being
the loop is the Matrix. We're just recycling, but I'm not coming back as Leo every time. I'm coming back as whoever I'm born to work with and what we designed for me. So I could have been Japanese in my past life. I could be Russian next time.
I'll give you an example when you finish. I'll give you an example.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
So you guys need to see real quick, and then I'll let Rob go ahead with that. Is that what's happening here is designed. Aaron touched on this earlier. It's
Designed by
design. It's designed by all of us individually and collectively to graduate. Okay, the people, the powers that should not be, have been keeping the people from graduating here and keeping them hostage as slaves for thousands and thousands of years, and they called out to anyone who will hear them, and billions of us heard the call and came here to raise the vibration, and we've been doing so for 50, 75,000 years, some of us even 125,000 years. Over recycling and doing little things, long game, little things that add up over time, and now we're at the point, that precipice of the seminal point, the point of no return. We're very close to the point of no return where they can't stop us. They can't stop us now, but eventually it's going to cascade, and all of them are going to either change or they're going to check out.
Yeah, and this is kind of what today is all about as well, right? With the magic box prophecy and the Hopi prophecy, is that there's a shift in consciousness that's happening, and today is the zenith of all that, and it is now that we have to draw a line in the sand and say that, okay, it's time for me to level up. I need to eliminate negative thinking. I need to eliminate negative people. That's right, and just eliminate the negative energy from within and
aspire to the. Your taste in music changes. Your taste in programming that you watch on television, movies you watch. All of that changes, people.
Okay, so let's
take yourself out of the box. That's right. You take yourself out of the box and out of the comfort zone.
Yep.
Okay, so it's 222.
You're absolutely right.
Right on, 222. So it's 222, and I've got buddy Ray Davis in the studio here. So let's just quickly hear from what Rob had to say, and then Jillian, right after Rob is done, please tell us where people can find you and what you're up to next, and then after that we'll bring Ray on at 2:30.
So if you look at every culture, they have a let go and let God kind of philosophy. No matter which culture you're looking at, they have a saying that reflectively similar. Yep. So with the fact of reincarnation, I have done reincarnation workshops with people who have extra perception to those types of things. I've been told with every person that I am one of the original souls to walk on this earth, like Leo was saying. Time and time again, I choose to come back. They say that I've been Celt, I've been Native American, I've been Roman, I've been Greek.
I've been both of those. I've
been
Roman,
there was literally a 50-year gap where I'm Catholic, where I was perceived to be an angel, and during my time as an angel, I was helping children cross over to that infinite consciousness point. And I don't remember that, but I feel like that to me it feels right. I can't explain it, but it does. So now we're here right now for a purpose. We were chosen to be here, as well as also volunteered for this pivotal moment right now, because we are the ones that are the front line that need to help every other type of person, whether it's 2D, 3D, 4D, to make sure that we get as many of those people over that crescent as we possibly can. Right. That's
absolutely. It. And I know that I had a dream where I even looked it up, and I don't remember his name now, but it was like, one of those Connor McLeod moments. I woke up and I had had the memory of dying in Scotland in a battle in the Highlands, and I had gotten run through, and I fell over backwards, and I was laying with my head sort of down a hill, and what I thought was water, because it was raining, was running down on the side of my head.
Blood.
It was actually blood from so many bodies. And the blood was running across my face and over my face, and I was almost ready to drown in the blood. And I was able to get my head up out of that, but I laid there until I died. Mm-hmm. I woke up, stood up straight on my bed looking for the wound. Made my wife check my back. As I run through with a sword, I could still feel the pain. Mm-hmm. And I said, I know when I died, I know where. And we looked it up, and there was a real person who died in that battle. And I was like, that's me. That was me. I also know that I was gunned down in the Old West out here in I don't know what state. I think it was in Arizona or California, somewhere in the Old West. And I was robbing a bank, and they gunned me down in the streets as I was just me and a bunch of guys, a whole gang of people. And me and 2 other guys got killed on the way out of the bank. I don't know if I was really famous, but I know that really happened. I also was a Native American. There was a time when I was over at my ex-wife's father's house. She was living there at the time, and they had a spa, a sauna, out in the back, and it was covered because we were not using it. But they had a little atrium built around it, and we were sitting in that. And I said, I remember when this place was owned by the natives, and this area was a kiva where they used to meet. And I was talking to my ex-wife, and she walked up, and I looked at her and I said, welcome. I said, welcome to my kiva. Please come in. And she said, thank you for allowing me to enter into your kiva. The whole time, our son is standing up on the deck watching us. And he says, what are you guys doing?
What the hell's happening right now?
Yeah, what are you guys doing? And I said, what are you talking about? And he says, you're not speaking English. You guys are speaking Native American. Are you aware of that? And I looked at my wife and I said, what? Were we just speaking Native American? And she was like, I understood everything you were saying. I thought it was English. He says, you guys were not speaking English.
Wow.
He says, you two all of a sudden broke into Native American, and you were speaking to each other in Native American. I said, I don't know any Native American except for like Yatahe. That means it's a good day to die. I mean, that's some cool shit you learn.
It sure is, Leo.
All right, so but I know that I was a Native American out here in California, and I also am a Native American from my DNA is from Baja. So isn't that weird? Maybe I'm my own ancestor. Well, that would be weird.
That could possibly be. Wow.
Yeah.
All right, so let's give Jillian the last 3 minutes. And then we'll get into our chat with Mr. Ray Davis. So Jillian, tell us where people can find you and what's coming up next for you, sis.
It's you can find me on Infinite Blessings and Beyond on Facebook, and I've been working on a group called Seeds of Consciousness with one of my mentors, Robbie Barnes. It's just normal Ascension questions, or there's not too big of a question that it's like I'm not familiar with as far as like supernatural and sci-fi stuff, because the veil is lifted and the time is now for you to get on. We're actually behind schedule for you to wake up. I'm honored and thank you for having me.
Awesome, Jillian. Thank you very much, sister. I really appreciate your time today and your advice and your experiences and all the input that you've given this day of love. And, I really appreciate it. And I love you very much. And I hope that, your ascension continues to go in the positive direction as you wish it. And, just lots of love to you and high vibrations, sis.
Thank you so much. Blessings. Namaste.
Lots of love, Jillian.
Thank you very much. All right, guys. That was, wow, what a fantastic session that was.
Namaste.
What a fantastic session that was. I really enjoyed it. It's actually one of my favorites when we get into discussions like that of people's previous experiences and what they had to go through to to ascend to higher vibration. And and one of the key things that we talked about with Miriam, and especially or with Jill, and then that question that came in from Miriam about change, and if that change doesn't happen, what's one to do? And that really leads us into and I couldn't have planned it better myself. To quote Neil, that we got Ray coming on right after all of this, and all of these questions that are coming on. So we got ourselves Ray Davis of the Affirmation Spot. Ray and I, we've been friends and collaborating with interviews and such for past several years, and I really appreciate his positive energy and the positive outlook that Ray has in life and with life, because we're surrounded by a lot of negativity in our world, through social media, through the media in itself, through television programs, through movies, through music. Wherever we turn, we're being bombarded with very dense and low vibratory material. And then when I get posts coming up from Ray, it's always about love and always about light and how to better yourself, and how to give yourself affirmations so that you can be a better person for tomorrow. So with that being said, I'd like to welcome Ray to our event. Welcome, Ray.
Thank you, guys. Good to be on with you again. I think it's been a couple of years. I think I did this with you 2 or 3 years ago. I was in Massachusetts, and we're now back in Kansas. So
yeah, we were going to do the Earth Day event, and then we got totally booted. I think we were being too positive.
We were being too positive, yeah.
I was just sitting here being mesmerized by Leo. I just enjoy listening to him talk, and
thank you.
What you went on there a little while ago, I was really enjoying that. So.
Yeah, that was fantastic. So Ray, let's get into affirmations. How about we do this? You give us a like a 15-minute lecture on affirmations, how to create affirmations, how to follow through with them, and their effect on yourself, your family, your community. And then after that 15 minutes, just give me a thumbs up, and then we'll come up here and then we'll all talk about it.
Okay, sounds good. So the affirmations. Well, I've been doing this for about 30 years on my own. I hit a really low point in my life when I was 25 and needed to find a way to really shift my direction. And, so much of what you guys were just talking about in the last conversation really resonates with me. I mean, I think a lot of the things that were going on with me at that time were because I wasn't in alignment with what I was here to do. And affirmations were a very practical tool that I used to pull myself back out of that situation and get myself back on the right track for me in this life. And to be just, simple for those of you who don't really understand or know what an affirmation is, really it's just a statement of something that we want to become, what we want to be. And we want to be it right now, right? We don't want to wait for some time in the future. It's not something we're going to do. It's something that we're claiming and owning right now. And I think it's become more over the years. To me, it used to be just words that I would say, right, and repeat and try to replace thoughts in my head. And that's kind of all the psychology of it. But I think there's really a spiritual aspect to this, because I think all of this goes to the vibration you guys were just talking about that all of us have. And, really it's just about you're thinking thoughts all day long, right? We all are. We have that little voice in our head talking all day long. We have the person in second grade who made fun of us. We have stuff our mother told us. We had things that, our boss told us 5 years ago. They're still hanging around in there. And really affirmations are a way to take the thoughts back, be conscious about the thoughts we want to think. And through repetition and belief, we can really kind of implant our minds with those thoughts rather than thoughts we don't want to think. So much of that negative thinking is just kind of unconscious, right? We don't think about it. We don't control it. It just kind of happens. The thought pops in and we're just affected by it. And I think as everyone on this call would certainly agree, and I'm sure most of the people watching understand, our thoughts really do become the world around us in so many ways, both for us individually and for all of us collectively. And so, I think we've seen here in 2020 what can happen when we're not conscious about the thoughts we're thinking, when we're not choosing to aspire to something that's at a higher vibration, if we can just get pulled into this lower vibration. So an affirmation is something simple like I am, I choose. I like any type of power word after it. I also like doing affirmations both in the first, second, and third person. So a lot of times what I will do is I will record affirmations and I will say I. That's kind of the owning part, right? We're owning this thought, this vibration that we're trying to bring into our life. And then you, I find, is really effective. You know, are this. That's really effective mainly because that's how you got most of the outside, you know, junk that's in your head. Someone said, you're not good enough. You'll never make it. You'll never succeed. And replacing that thought with a thought that's similar with the you is something that I found really effective over the years. And then, of course, the sweetest name in the language is our own name, right? We all have been taught from the time we were a little kid to respond to that name. And so I think using your name in the third person, Ray is, you know, Leo is, Omar is, Rob is. This is a way for us to really, again, own it, but kind of get our attention, right, as we're listening to the affirmation. Affirmations are something that a lot of people do. You can write them, hang them up on, you know, near you all day long. You can say them to yourself in the mirror, kind of the old Stuart Smalley thing. As I said, I really prefer recording them and listening to them and kind of letting them rain into my mind. And kind of what I found over the years is that as you listen to these over and over again, it's sort of like a song, right? Where you've heard it 50 times and you really didn't know you were paying attention, but suddenly you're singing along with the lyrics, or a commercial, or this happens all the time in our lives, where we are listening unconsciously to something. We don't really know that we are. And then all of a sudden we know it. And what I found with affirmations is when you use them regularly, they start replacing those thoughts in your head, the negative thoughts, the negative vibrations that we don't want in our minds, with thoughts that we're choosing. And one of the things I always like to say is that our minds are kind of information vacuums, and someone is going to fill them with thoughts. Someone is. All day long that's going on. There's always agendas or things in the media, things that our friends say, things that our family thinks. All those things are playing on us all the time. And those things are going to fill our head if we're not conscious about choosing to fill our head with things that we want to focus on. And so, well, I think that this is just one tool that can be used kind of on the spiritual journey or the personal development or the self or the recovery path. It also is a very powerful tool because words really do become our world, both individually and collectively. So in a nutshell, that's kind of what affirmations are. Over the years, I've written a lot of articles and things about how to do them. I think there's a way to kind of do affirmations. A lot of times people get stuck on affirmations because they try to, you know, do an affirmation that's something they don't really believe. I'm going to turn this just a little bit because I think I'm crooked. And, you know, people will say, well, how do I, if I want to be like the next greatest saxophone player, right? But I don't really believe that I can do that right now. You know, what do I do? One of the things I encourage people to do is kind of what I would call incremental affirmations. Maybe I can't believe that I can be the best saxophone player in the world, but I can believe that I can be better today than I was yesterday, and better tomorrow than I was today. So you can kind of like do affirmations like that to kind of build yourself up. Or if you really want to go for the top, you know, say, hey, I'm going to be the greatest football player there ever was. Or I'm going to be the greatest writer there ever was. Or I'm going to be make the biggest difference of anybody I know in the world. Those are the kind of things that you can infuse in your mind over and over again. And through repetition and belief, you're going to find that you start to behave in ways that support that thinking, because our thinking really drives a lot of what we do all day long. And so, you know, affirmations are just a practical tool to help get us to a more spiritual state, to a more self-actualized state, to a place where we can achieve our goals and dreams. So I'll stop there. I don't know if that was all what you wanted or not, but maybe we can have some discussion around that.
Better unmute myself here, or I'm going to be talking to myself. Yeah, I really like that, Ray. And I was just, you know, over at your Facebook, and you know, the first thing I saw were affirmations like, you know, today my love is my north. You know, I like that, and you know, what I really like about your message is, you know, playing the affirmations back to yourself, because, you know, subconsciously, you know, we are listening, but consciously we're not listening. And because our heads are, you know, filled with such negative, you know, low distortion thoughts and media that kind of gets like stuck into our head, it really brings ourselves down. And then when you play back the positive things, like you were saying, you know, the powerful I, the powerful you're not good enough, you'll never amount to anything in your life, you're a loser. You know, we've heard things like that. You know, everybody has thrown throughout their life. And that is very, very powerful, and it affects us on a much, much greater scale than what we realize. And I like that when you're saying that, hey, Omar, you can do this. Omar, you're a divine being. Omar, you're fantastic. Omar, you are loved. And then when you hear that constantly, going off in the background, that will really help elevate you into a positive environment where you can make a positive difference in your life and the people that are around you. Am I on the right path here somewhere?
You're exactly on the right path. And it's so important, I think, to get ourselves to that mind space. A lot of people want to jump from being immersed all day long in this negativity and all this stuff that as Leo was talking about a moment ago, the powers that ought not to be. I think that's what you said, but they're constantly putting these limiting beliefs in our heads, right? I mean, that's kind of what our whole popular culture is putting that kind of limiting belief in your head. And it's me choosing to move myself to a better space where I can make a difference in the world. Because if I believe I'm no good, if I believe I'm disempowered and I can't change anything, then I can't make the leap to making actions in the world, or doing actions in the world that support that idea, unless I have thoughts that really support that and feelings about myself that support that. And so it's really important, I think, as a foundational piece for sure, for people, especially people. We were talking about people maybe who haven't been in this this type of an existence before. I think this is a very foundational step for people like that to help build themselves towards this higher level. But I think it's also for more advanced beings also a way to keep us in that level, because it's a constant swim upstream a little bit, right? I mean, because we all can get sucked into that eddy of the negativity, and it can get us off track sometimes for days, months, or years in our lives if we're not careful.
Yeah, I like that.
That's what the Matrix is designed to do. The what they've done is we have the ego, and the ego does just that to us. It's the doubt, it's the negative thoughts, it's the take the easy road. You can't do that, because it's the culmination, like you were saying, it's the culmination of all those negative thoughts that was pointed at you. You can't do that. You're not good enough. That gets in there and it feeds that ego, and the ego says those things to you. And it reminds you of what they said. Dad said you suck. Mom said you could never do that. Don't do this. Don't do that. Okay, and it's like the secret, and what Ray is teaching is the secret. It's the stuff they needed to know to make up the secret. To say this is the secret to the universe, and it really is. The positive affirmation. First thing you have to do is get rid of the negative affirmations. So to do that, you have to change a part of you. And this is what he's talking about. You have to say to yourself, and I love that he does that threefold, because it's, me, myself, and I, right? He's doing all three. He's doing first person, second person, third person. That's important because you hear bad things that way, exactly that way. So to undo, it's beautiful the way Ray's talking about this. To undo what has been done to you, first you have to understand that it's there. I tell people all the time, the first step in avoiding a trap is learning of its existence. Once you know the trap is there, the trap is your mind, the trap is the ego, the trap is all the negativity that has been done to you. Then we have the powers that should not be, right? You were quoting me earlier. The powers that should not be have changed the narrative so that the news agencies, the television programming, the radio, and even the internet is another external ego that is trying to push you back down again. So we're being bombarded so much, like Ray just said. Sometimes we get off track. Those of us who, you guys look at us and think we know what we're doing. We're learning too. We're up here rowing. We're in the front of the boat. Right? We're back here rowing with you. You just don't know it because you don't see, because your back's to the front where we're going. You don't know I'm the guy behind you. Right? So we're all rowing still. No one doesn't. It's an uphill, like you said. We're swimming upstream. It's always, we're all up Schitt's Creek. And we're all rowing, right? If we don't have paddles, we got to put our hands in it. We got to put our hands in it and row. So it's always an ongoing uphill battle, and you have to get the bad out. Like Rob and us were talking about before, you got to close that door behind you before you can open the door. The space in between doors is the scary part. I don't know what's going to happen over here when I walk to this door and open it. That's the way it is when you start getting the negativity out. And Jillian was talking about that, and I went through the same phase, putting sticky notes everywhere.
Yeah.
Right? Telling me all the positive affirmations that I needed to tell myself and remind myself, and I had them everywhere. And then I realized when you get past that, you don't need those sticky notes if you're doing it in here.
Right.
Yeah,
But you have to make that conscious. You have to be aware of the trap. The trap is the ego and the external ego and everybody else that's around you. Some kids go through, back in the day when Abraham Lincoln was learning to read, he taught himself how to read, and his father beat him. We don't take no book learning around here, son. His father said, we don't need no books. That's no joke.
Well, right?
He had to hide with the books and read them because his father, and he became the president of the United States, self-educated. He was determined that he was going to change things. And he went and he became a congressman, and then eventually I think he was in the Senate, and then eventually he ran for president. But it got him killed for his actions, but he made the biggest change in this country, in the history of everything that in this country. He freed an entire race that was being enslaved, and he died for it.
Yeah. Rob, what do you think?
On the back of the head.
Well,
okay.
I just want to say that those positive affirmations is that tool that literally helps you put that foot out into that unknown.
Yes.
It's basically giving you the ability to say, okay, I don't know what's next, but I know that I'm strong. I'm in control. So no matter what comes next, Rob can't be stopped. So that foot goes down, and that unknown becomes known. Then you take the next foot and plant it right next to that one, and then you do it all over again. It's a process.
And you know what? If you guys watch the Santa Claus is Coming to Town,
You'll see Leo.
A whole song to it with put one foot in front of the other.
Exactly.
They teach us when we're kids. It's they're trying to tell us. It's esoteric, people. We're trying to remind ourselves and tell ourselves in everything that's positive that we put out there for ourselves, but we just don't notice it.
Exactly.
So, Ray,
there when you look back.
Ray, the people that after watching this stream and decide to try the affirmations, what kind of tips would you recommend to them? Like, should they leave sticky notes all over their house until they don't need them anymore, and etc. Things like that. So, can you touch on that for someone who's new to this and wants to give this a try?
Absolutely. Well, I think the first thing to do is a little self-analysis, and that is, what are the maybe 3 to 5 negative thoughts that you have all the time that are really holding you back, or your limiting thoughts that are holding you back? And again, if you do that, you'll find very quickly that a lot of times it is, something someone said to you a long time ago, and you didn't even know it had that big of an effect on you, but you realize that you've always believed that you could never achieve this or that because your father said this, or because the kid on the playground in 2nd grade said this. Figure out what those 3 to 5 thoughts are that you want to change, and then write an affirmation. It's got to elicit feeling. It's got to be in words that elicit feeling for you. It can't be, one of the hard things about writing affirmations just generally, and I post a lot of those on social media, and, help people use them and it helps them. But I always think it's most important to personalize them for you. Make it words that matter to you. Put it in the positive. Don't put it in, I will not, or, put it in the present tense. Make sure that it's something you're claiming right now. It's not something that's going to happen in the future. It's something
I will do, but I am, or if you do that negative, if you put the negative in there, you're propagating the negative. You're just perpetuating it.
Absolutely.
So you have to stay positive, always positive. I was working with my now wife. Her father we used to call him, and this is no joke. I know he's not watching this because he's in the hospital right now. But he used to start every conversation that we ever heard with "God damn it," and then the person's name he was talking to. So us kids called him "God damn it Jim," because he started every sentence with "God damn it," and then he would say the name of the person. Right. And so that in and of itself starts working on you. And I hear her when she does something, she's dropped something, spills something. And then all of a sudden I hear her go, "God damn it, Melissa." And I'm like, that's your dad. Don't do that. Don't do that. There's nothing wrong with that. There was a mistake. You dropped that. Who cares? Well, I broke it. Who cares? We'll buy another one. I'll glue it back together. You need to stop saying that, because you're just reiterating the negativity that your father propagated into your brain. Stop doing that. There's nothing wrong. You're okay. It's fine. It just happened. Don't say, "God damn it, Melissa." Just go, "Oh, all right, let me fix it." And then I would go over and give her a hug. And even if she didn't want it, I go give her a hug. She's like, what are you doing? And I'm like, I'm taking that evil out of your brain, and I'm putting love there in its spot. Every time you say, God damn it, Melissa, I'm going to hug you, so that eventually you're going to see it as a positive thing, and you're going to stop saying it. That's what I did.
But think about the impact of that, though, right? Those words, and probably something she had been saying to herself many years, and
her whole life.
I mean, it's almost subconscious, right? We learn a language, and these words mean something, but they definitely mean something to us. And when you say words like that about yourself all the time, you start to become that, and exactly. And we got a lot of this stuff as kids, right? Because we weren't old enough. We were around these adults, and we thought they understood the world, and we took what they said as gospel, and we just, were little sponges just soaking all that up. And then we go through life with all that unprocessed and just living out of that. And I think affirmations or this type of process is something about getting conscious about what those thoughts are and what those negative energies are that have kind of been flowing through us for a long time that we need to get out of ourselves.
Yeah, it's like I was saying earlier. When you say that, when a person does something and they make a mistake, they say, "Oh, I'm so stupid. I'm such a dumbass." Things like that. I'm sure we've all said it, but the thing that I've come to realize over the course of the last several months is that your subconscious doesn't know the difference between the words. So if you say to yourself, "I'm such a dumbass," then eventually what's going to happen is that you're going to aspire to become that dumbass. Right. So what you should say to yourself is like, oops, I made a mistake. I will try that again. And, and then that way you're giving yourself positivity instead of negativity, because I have to remember, we're a water bag, and we know that, thoughts have a huge effect on water, like that Japanese scientist, I forgot his name now, but, he emitted frequencies at water where he gave it a love frequency, and we had perfect crystals of water, and then when he gave it negative affirmations or negative thoughts, then the entire spectrum of that water was was messed up. It didn't look like what it was supposed to look like. So the point is that because we're made of water and we continue to give ourselves bad feedback from ourselves, then where it's our water and our body is going to have that same effect. So we need to stop downing ourselves, and we need to stop downing other people. That's where the self-awareness comes in, and the intent for the day is self-awareness. So we need to stop being mean to ourselves. And and if you make a mistake, don't call yourself down. Just simply say, "Oops, let me try that again."
Yep. My father never, when somebody would, I learned that from my father. In fact, my brother and I talk about this a lot. He's a minister as well. We talk about this a lot because our father told us all of this. He was a very positive man, never had a negative word to say about anybody. And he should have been a minister, but he wasn't. He wasn't very well educated. He dropped out of school in the 10th grade to go to the military to get away from his father, who was a drunk and beat everybody. All the boys left and joined the military. They'd rather fight the Second World War than stay with Dad. That's how bad it was. But Dad learned after he got older, as what happens, people get older and they start to learn things. Dad figured it out just before he died. But now he knows better. I've talked to him from the other side, and he's all happy and giddy and understands now. But he was always, when you spilled something, my father, his way of dealing with it was he'd go, oh, look out. Oh, look out, get that, where's your napkin, get a napkin. It was never, what did you do? It was always, oh, look out, put a napkin down. And because of that, I never had that kind of negative, God damn it, Leonard, I never had that because my father wasn't that way. So we were lucky that way. And then when they came out with The Secret, quote unquote, my brother called me and said, dude, this is stuff our dad's been teaching us our whole lives. I was like, I know, right? Wow. I thought everybody did this. Like Jillian said earlier, I thought everybody knew this. I thought everybody had a dad like ours that knew this. You know what I'm saying? That's not weird.
Now, let me,
but we still have that. Once you discover what the trap is, Marie Osmond's mom told her one time, we spend the second half of our lives repairing the damage done to us in the first halves.
That's right. Yeah.
And then, so the day that you understand that, the day that you get that, it's not always halfway through your life, but the day that you realize the biggest disappointment in my entire life was the realization, and Ray just touched on this, was the realization that my peers didn't know everything and they weren't really that smart. They didn't understand what that was doing to the kids. Don't touch that. Leave that alone. Get out of there. You can't do that. They didn't understand that. And the day that I realized that, I was disappointed. It took me a long time, years.
Some people never realize that
society is not the all-seeing, all-knowing. The people that are in charge of the government, they're not nice people. Most of them are not nice people. Some of them are, but most of them don't care, and they're not out for helping people. And that was the biggest. When I came to that conclusion, I thought to myself, "Oh, we're in trouble."
They'll sell you up for $1.
We're in trouble.
People.
Yeah, we need.
Well, by the way, we talk about these thoughts. This is not information that the powers that be or the powers that shouldn't be don't know. They are very aware of what they're putting out in the media, what they're putting out on social media, that it's disempowering, that it steals ourselves away from us if we give ourselves to it. And so it's really important to know that that's not an accident. So
Ray, let me ask you about affirmations. We touched base on how we can get rid of old damage and repair ourselves. Now, there's the other half of affirmations. Now, what I want to ask you: how can people use affirmations to break old habits, bad habits? Like, for instance, for me, I smoke, which is a bad habit. Some people spit. Some people, do like whole variety of weird shit. Right. So how can people use affirmations to get rid of these bad habits that most of us carry with us?
So the best way I found to do that is, a lot of times people think affirmations, as you said, is trying to convince yourself of something, but it's also bringing insight to something. So what I found, like, for instance, with smoking or things like that, if it's something that people want to use affirmations for, it's to remind yourself in the affirmation of what it is that you want to achieve. Or even use something that means a lot to you that might be able to mean more to you than the next cigarette does. Like, I think I recorded an affirmation one time that was, every time I go for a cigarette, I think about my children or something like that. Yeah. It kind of flips it on its head a little bit and makes it a value judgment. Do I really care more about this cigarette than I care about my children having their father as long as they possibly can, that kind of thing. So I found that's
what
really
I agree with you, Ray. That's what
I like that.
Smoking.
Yeah.
I have a son, but I was thinking all the time. Every time I would go to have a cigarette, I would envision in my head that commercial with that person who had their jaw removed, the other one that had the little hole and was talking through the little button, with the voice, right? And I would look at that in my mind and go, "That's going to be me. If I continue, I'm going to end up like that." And that gave me more and more. How long do I want to live? I'm killing myself with this. My priest, when I was going to church, he would say to me when he saw me smoking, "Leo, if you smoke now, you're going to smoke later." That was his way of saying you need to quit smoking cigarettes. If you smoke now, you're going to smoke later. And I remembered that to this day. I've even talked to him about it, and it was part of what helped me to decide, he was right, and that this is something that most people die from.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, it's almost.
And I know that damn well, but I keep on doing it.
If you smoke, eventually,
I feel you, Omar.
1%, eventually you're going to die from it. So I started having lung problems, and I decided that was it. I need to stop. And then they diagnosed me with COPD. Right. And the x-rays and everything said I had COPD. And I said, well, I'm a Reiki master. I'm not going to just sit around and have COPD. I'm going to do what I can to regenerate my lungs. I don't like the idea that I have COPD. And to this day, they won't admit it. I'm the only person in history who went from having COPD to x-rays and testing and being completely clear. The only thing they'll say is, well, we think you're in remission. I'm like, for 5 years?
No, they're going to say, I think you might have made a mistake.
5 years? I don't think so. I had actually, my lung doctor, I forgot what they're called, pulmonologist, he actually said to me, your lungs have regenerated. He was the one who talked to me. He says, I'm going to write a thesis about you. He says, you might get me the Nobel Prize one day. And I said, hey, if you do, I'll shake your hand. I said, go for it. But he was like, I'm serious. Your lungs have regenerated, and you don't have any COPD. At first, I thought it was a misdiagnosis. Then I got into your records and got all your records. That's why I had you transfer them here. I went through every image, every sworn statement from doctors, everything they said, all of the X-rays. You had COPD and you don't.
Anything is possible with manifestation and thought. That's exactly what you did. You manifested it away. And that
so we got
show.
So we got 2 minutes left before we bring Neil Gore up for his presentation. So let's do final thoughts. I'll start with Rob, and then Leo, I'll jump over to you, and then from
that was my final thought. So I'll be quiet from here on out.
So let me.
I don't want to waste any more time. We're going to let Neil do his thing. All right.
Let's get Rob's final thoughts on this. And then after that, we'll jump over to Ray. And then Ray, let us please tell us where people can find you, and and if they need assistance in affirmations, where they can go to get more information. I've got your website address, scrolling on the bottom, affirmationspot.net, and just give us the finals on that. So I'll go with you, Rob, and then we'll jump over to Ray.
You got it. Affirmations are a powerful thing. It's a way to switch your mentality and a way to switch your motivations. So I would definitely suggest going and finding Ray, because Ray is a great teacher on how to process and not perfect, because nothing is perfect, but how to manifest your reality into the next step and the next phase in your awakening process in your life. Check out Ray. I truly believe that he will help anyone and everyone that needs it. It's a powerful thing.
Beautifully said, Ray.
Oh, I thought Leo was going to go. So you guys can find me at the website. I'm on social media. Any social media platform you're probably on, I'm on. So Affirmation Spot, and then I have a YouTube channel where I actually create videos. Some of them I talk about listening to affirmations, and so I'll create videos that are both visual and auditory that you can listen to over and over again on particular topics. And I'm constantly adding new videos to that channel. And also the one-on-one, I've done a lot of that over the years. Someone will say, hey, I'm trying to deal with this issue, help me write an affirmation or record an affirmation for me. And I've done all of that in the past. So always happy to help anyone with anything like that. And the one thing I would just leave you with is that, 2020 has been crazy. The powers that be are out there trying to put all these limiting thoughts in our heads in a lot of ways. And we just need to decide what it is we're going to align with in 2021. And affirmations are a way to really help yourself do that. If we want to align with peace and love and positivity and ascension and those sorts of things, then let's get our minds in the right place and put them on your side.
Okay, I want to go real quick, 30 seconds, and then I'm done. I also think we didn't bring this up. For going forward, you have to be present in the now, so the affirmations currently are always good, but you also might want to look into vision boards where you say, okay, where do I want to be in 3 to 5 years? This is what I want. I envision myself doing this. And then you use the positive affirmations to work towards doing that, to make that happen. Manifest it. Know that I'm going to be here in 5 years, or even if it's 2 years or next year. Pick the spot, do a vision board, put that stuff together on a vision board with timelines and what you want to do, and put that up in your house somewhere where you see it all the time. Don't put it away. And then use the Ray's positive affirmations to make it so, to make it happen. Envision it, manifest it, make it happen. Okay, I'm done.
Well, and another great thing to add to that is that use it in your meditations. Meditation is something we should all be doing as well. And say your affirmations in your meditation. You can visualize and say those affirmations while you're meditating. And again, just like the vision board, that really is helping project into the future what it is you're trying to achieve. And you're usually at a deeper spiritual level when you're meditating. So that helps as well.
I like that. I really like that. That's something that we've actually been talking about all day. We started off with Aaron, and then to Ben, and then Neil talked about that, and then Norma talked about that, and then Ray's talking about this. Jillian talked about this. So, fantastic, Ray. Thank you very much. Guys, I've posted Ray's YouTube channel, The Affirmation Spot, on YouTube. So follow the link, go over there, subscribe, and don't forget to hit that bell. So when Ray puts out a new video, you will be notified. We have to remember that, Facebook and YouTube, they don't really like to send out notifications for content as such as this. So it really helps when you click that bell and it reminds you. And even that's not 100 proof. And even that's not 100 proof, but do that. And again, this is another tool in the toolbox to help you elevate to another level of vibration, which we're all aspiring for today and all the tomorrows to come. So with that being said, Ray, thank you very much, brother. I really appreciate you. I love you very much, and I totally appreciate your thoughts and and the knowledge that you share with us all, because it's very high vibratory material. And again, you're a wanderer and a light worker that's just selflessly out there and is helping people. I know that your affirmationspot.net has been around for years, like literally a decade plus. So this is not your first barbecue, and so please guys, go there, bookmark the page, and follow, because there's a lot of great resources on Ray's website. And again, go to his Facebook page. I will provide those links as well, and give that a like and a follow. So with that being said, Ray, again, thank you very much for your time today. I really appreciate it. I couldn't have planned this better myself, because it worked out just perfect. Every single person has flowed beautifully from one to the next to the next to the next. And now what we have coming up is we've got Neil Gore from Portal to Ascension. He's going to give us a 1 hour of Solstice and Christmas, and then after that we're going to pick up on a panel talk, and then we'll close the day off with that. So much love, Ray, and I will shoot you a message, brother. And once I've chopped this stream down into individual segments, I will send you a copy of this. And so if you like, you can put that on your website or on your YouTube channel, and then we'll just roll with that. Again, my brother, thank you very much. Merry Christmas to you, and a very happy New Year. I'm not into that cancel culture, right? For me, it's not happy holidays. For me, it's Merry Christmas. And and I say on December 31st, we should all yell Jumanji as well. And we can get the hell out of here.
Take care, gentlemen.
Is this level 8 Jumanji? Where are we at?
Yeah, right? What?
Thank you guys very much. Take care.
You too. Much love to you, Ray. Thank you.
The moment we've been waiting for.
That was fantastic. Yeah,
awesome.
I'd love Ray. He's
and I know some of you out there saying, "Hey, isn't that the DJ that was on earlier?" No, this is not. This is Neil Gore.
Yeah, no, that's not MC. This is Neil Gore, aka MC Resonance, and
he was MC Resonance earlier, but now he's coming to us as Neil Gore, right?
That's right. At 10 o'clock in the morning, we had MC Resonance, aka Neil Gore,
aka Portal to Ascension.
That's right. Portal to Ascension. Portal to Ascension rocks, man. It fucking rocks.
Sure does. It sure does.
I love Portal to Ascension. I really do, man.
Neil, I didn't notice until just today that you have your symbol tattooed on your inner wrist of your right arm.
Yeah, dude. So never forget. This is I never forget.
If you guys watch my shows and you see the MP4 broadcast, you see that symbol, but not the one. It is the one that's on his arm, but it's not a picture of the one that's on his arm. And I didn't notice that till today. You were drinking your drink, your coffee, or your water, and I was like, "Whoa, he's got that tattoo right there. That's badass." But I never mentioned it until just now. I was like, "I gotta say it, dude. I saw that."
Dedication, man.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
It reminds me every single day.
I wonder if I could get mine done like that. That's a hell of a thing to do. Mine's gonna hurt like hell though. It's even got little words on it. It's terrible.
Dude, it'll be like a mural.
I got birds tattooed on me right now. I got a tattoo of Odin on my left leg, and I got the birds, the crows, one on his, or the blackbirds, one looking forward, one looking backwards, and him with a blind eye.
This is what we're talking about.
This one hurt. That hurt. That was my most uncomfortable tattoo.
I still got a lot more to go.
Oh, me too. I got a lot more.
This is what we're talking about.
All right,
this symbol right here in the top left corner where you see Portal to Ascension. This is Portal to Ascension's website. I implore you guys, to go there and sign up, because this, like I said, Portal to Ascension rocks. The material that Neil has on here is it's next level stuff, man. It truly is. And we'll run through all of this towards the end of our session here, because Neil's got some fantastic events coming up here in the new year. So I just wanted to quickly share that with you guys, and to show the tattoo that we're talking about. Staying true.
Mm-hmm. I've been waiting for this, Neil. I've been waiting for it. Let's get into it.
I'm excited for this. I've been waiting for it too.
Oh man!
All right,
I'm going to toss you onto I'm going to put the stage over to you. Give you full screen. I'm going to mute myself, because I know Leo and I are bad for that. We'll interrupt you.
I'm doing the same thing.
Yeah, that's why I'm muting myself, so I don't be tempted to speak.
I know, right? Especially because Leo knows this. What I'm about to get into right now is right up, all of you, but definitely Leo's alley. He talks about this kind of stuff all the time. So
right? No,
I'm sure you're gonna
I'll save that for after, right? After you're done, when we have the panel discussion, then I can say it's done talk, right?
Yep. All right, cool.
It was totally
That's
funny.
when you said, 30 seconds. I was like, no way. No way Leo's going to go 30 seconds to stop. There's no way.
Yeah,
it
was pretty funny. Last time we did an event, I think it was the 222 event, and Neil came on, and he was doing his presentation, and Leo and I just kept jumping in, and Neil's like, "It's okay, I was ready for you guys."
Oh, we did good. I thought that we went really well on that one.
Yeah.
That was a good conversation.
Sticks with me is I was ready for you guys on this one.
Yep. So,
all right,
do you guys see my screen? Do you see my screen?
We see you, not you sharing screen.
Yeah, let me bring it up. It's right here.
He's got to bring it up.
There you go.
Omar's got to bring it up.
There we go. And I'm going to mute myself, and it's all yours, brother.
All right. So hello, everybody. We have 55 minutes, so I'm going to get right into this. Firstly, I'm going to start out by telling you some other content that you can check out that kind of supports this. I have a presentation. It's available for free right now. It's a 3-hour in-depth research study of creation stories of ancient civilizations, the origin stories. I went over hundreds of origin stories of different civilizations, and I pieced them together and made them into sections. We have a section on sound and vibration in creation stories. We have a section on, I guess I have a section on extraterrestrials and their origin stories about that. Spider woman, ancient stories, fractal geometry in ancient stories. And then through that, it's an exploration of many different ancient civilizations. It's truly beautiful. And it's also story time. I actually pick quite a few ancient origin stories, and we do a story time within this presentation of 3 hours in which I'm going into details about what happened with these gods of Egypt and Greece and India and way more beyond that. So if you're interested in that, you can go to portaltoascension.org, sign up for free, you'll get username and password, and you can view that. And then in the end of it, what I did was I took out all the most common pieces of all the creation stories that I went through, and I created my own origin story utilizing every one that I had come across to create an encompassing origin story for all of humanity. That was my original purpose, as I said earlier today, that when I got into all of this, it was really to find the root of our religion. And through that, I discovered a lot of ancient civilizations. And then another presentation that I'm going to be doing is called Journey Through the Maya Empire. And I don't know if it was on Omar's or Leo's call we had a few months ago. I did a little sample of this one. And it basically, I've been down with my wife to the Yucatan 3 times, and we've made a connection with local Mayan family there. And also we actually have sponsored and built a portal to Ascension, Temescals, which is a sweat lodge, right in the center heartland of the Yucatan that isn't owned by corporations, because the corporations and hotels have taken over all Temescals. It's like there is no sacred one utilized anymore. So we helped this family build it. And this one it's not like your regular esoteric spiritual Mayan UFO disclosure kind of presentation. This is a practical guide to the Mayan Empire. It's going to be videos, images, and discoveries that we found ourselves. So a lot of images of us at these places and videos, and it's going to be a journey the entirety of the Yucatan Peninsula at all these ancient sites, even Chiapas, which is Palenque, and then also Belize, where we're going to go to Altunha. So if you're interested in that, the dates change to January 24th. You can check that out on our website, portaltoascension.org. And then here's another one we're doing. These are just upcoming events. We do 100 plus a year. We have a 3-day first ever conference on the phenomena of walk-ins. We have 20 walk-ins, and we have 2 researchers. So this is going to be 3 days, epic event. If you're interested in that, please do go to our website as well and check that out. All right. So now before we get into the story of what we're going to be exploring today, it's good to know kind of, how I got to this in the first place. I told everybody a while earlier, and I guess if you really want to know more about my journey, go to Portal to Ascension, go to the About page. But in 2006, 2008, fast forwarding, I created a few tours and international traveling tours, one called Galactic Remembrance with UFOs and ET channeling, and another one, The Sound of Vibration. And this was really the beginning of our events. 2012 and 2013, we created 2 really large events called Cosmic Reunion 2012 and Cosmic Reunion 4th Density. And these were also 3-day conferences. And 2012 was really the milestone of my evolution into where I am today. And now you can go into our website, and we have thousands of hours of content there. So please do go ahead and check it out. And you can see this is how it's kind of presented. We're upgrading our site right now. It's going to be pretty epic. And there's also history documentaries on ancient history there. There's a documentary on Peru we did, one in the Yucatan, one in Belize, actually 5 in the Yucatan. And then the one in Morocco is coming out pretty soon. All right. So now why we're all here. Pagan roots of Christmas. Really, when I say the pagan roots of Christmas, it's really about why did I choose to really go into and delve into this. I did create this presentation for this event today, but it's something that has been on my mind for quite some time, and I wanted to explore. And I'm very happy, actually, that working with Omar and doing these presentations actually inspires me to create this, because I would be procrastinating otherwise. So I chose this because many people, believe it or not, do not know that Christmas comes from pagan roots. And the question really would be to some people that have no awareness of this, because they think it's Jesus' birthday and it's a Christmas Christian holiday, is how can the most celebrated holiday that is from a monotheistic religion, Christianity, be connected to a polytheistic religions of paganism? How does that connect? And part of the story is because all monotheistic religions come from older religions or beliefs that had multiple gods. And then why does Christmas have pagan roots? That's what we're going to explore today. And then also we're going to explore the origin of the Christmas tree. Why are we using the Christmas tree like we're using it? Why did we ever come across and start using presents, right? Why are we gifting people things? And then ornaments. Well, why do we use ornaments? And then we're going to end with Santa Claus and the festival Saturnalia in Rome, which is going to lead us into a conversation on Saturn. And then, of course, the Christ consciousness. So these are the kind of points that I want you to, we're going to be exploring in the next 40 minutes. So the winter solstice, right, today. The winter solstice has been celebrated in antiquity. It's seen as a significant time of year in many cultures and has been marked by festivals and rituals. It marked the symbolic death and rebirth of the sun. So I don't know if anybody was here earlier today when I talked about my poem, The Sun Dies in the 22nd, Dies in the Skies, Reflects over Oceans. It seems that what happens during solstice and equinox is the angle of the sun pretty much looks like it stays the same for 3 days, whereas usually it's progressing quite a lot more than what it does on these 3 days. So for many ancient cultures, it was the representation of the sun dying and being reborn again. So we see the winter solstice is not just a celebration from the transition of seasons, but it's really a celebration of the death and the rebirth of the sun. That's what we see through pagan tradition. And I know saying these words already are probably sparking things in your head when I'm saying words like death of the sun, right? So we have the Mayan calendar connection of the December 21st, which also has to do with the shifting of the seasons and the death and the rebirth of their sun god. And then we have the 3 days of darkness or light. I'm pretty sure many of you have heard this concept, 3 days of darkness. It's actually, or 3 days of light. Many different speakers on the conscious circuit talk about it all the time. It happened in Jericho when David was going around the town with trumpets trying to bring the walls down. There was 3 days of light. The sun stopped in one place. And then there's been prophecies and channelers that have said that we're going to know we're ascending when we have 3 days of darkness, that everything goes out. And that doesn't have to represent actually darkness, but for a lot of people in ancient traditions and cultures that actually created this content, right, created the scriptures, were referring to the sun being at a certain angle and not moving anymore. So that's the 3 days of darkness or 3 days of light, depending where you are on the planet. So here's some gods of the solstice. Let's give some reverence to these gods. We have ancient cultures viewed the solstice as the death and a rebirth, as we just said, often symbolized by the death and rebirth of the sun. This translates to the sun god of the respective culture. In many tribes, ancient civilizations, the gods were the exact same except with a different name. So we see the same pantheon of gods being all over the place. And then if you look into detail of who these gods were, what their characters were, what their traits were, who their brothers and sisters were, you see that it's the exact same story, just all over the entire planet. And this is kind of pre-monotheistic, even though there have been monotheistic civilizations that have popped up, throughout antiquity. This is pre, like Christianity, Judaism, and Islam. So here are some gods, sun gods of the solstice. We have the Greek god. We have the Amaterasu from Japan, Baldur, which is the Norse god, Mithras, which is Roman, Demeter, Greek, Horus, Egypt. And if you start dissecting these gods, you see they have very similar traits. And the solstice was actually their celebration of them dying and being reborn. And then we have, which is someone who's interesting here that some of you might know of, heard of before, is Krampus, the son of hell. Hell is the Norse god of the underworld, right? So look here, we got the son of hell, Hel, the origin of the word hell, Norse god of the underworld. With the spread of Christianity, Krampus became associated with Christmas, despite efforts by the Catholic Church to ban him. So the Catholic Church did not want Krampus, the Norse god, to get involved in Christianity or Christmas at all. And then we have the Spider Woman, which was a god that was celebrated by the Hopi, which represent really the sun's victory over winter's darkness. The sun's victory over winter's darkness. And many, many more. I only added a few out of hundreds of them right there. So now we have the sun god, right? So we have the sun god, sounds very similar to the son of God. And then we know that the sun stops at the same angle and begins to move 3 days later. So the sun dies and is reborn. So this is how the tradition not only was, taken from paganism and incorporated in order to bring more people into the faith and tradition, but there were similarities anyway, because these stories came from original source, and the original source had that sun god element to it. So Jesus became the son of God, which was now the new sun god. This is the new sun god of that period that was going to be worshipped during the time of the solstice. So there's a couple of different theories. There's the calculation theory and there's the Christianization theory. And these are the theories on why paganism was adopted by Christianity and why December 25th became Christmas. Right, the calculation theory, which I haven't put on here because I don't resonate with too much, but I'll tell you, is actually adopted mainly by Christians, in which they believe that they have a date in which Jesus was conceived, and because of that date, they calculate 9 months into the future, and that happens to be December 25th. So that's what's put out by Christendom, is that is the calculation theory. The Christianization theory is that the major purpose for this was to incorporate a widely used pagan holiday to provide an incentive and an excitement in those who were being forced to convert to Christianity. So the Catholic Church, they didn't like the holiday at all. Like when it first got adopted, don't think every Christian was all about it, because they weren't. And devout Christians utterly refused to celebrate it, because it really made them feel that they were lesser than, and they were born into Christianity, or they didn't have the pagan connection and roots, and they didn't want to associate their purity, what they believed to be their purity of Christianity, with anything from the pagan world. So completely denied it for hundreds of years. It was mainly celebrated by recently converted pagans. That's pretty much how it was in the beginning. And eventually Catholicism accepted Christmas. However, the Protestants held out for much longer and hated the holiday. So fast forward hundreds of years, like 800, 900 AD, we have Catholicism starting to accept it, but the Protestants that came after that began to reject it. And then when the US was actually created in the 1600s, before the U.S. independence, but in the 1600s, there was actually a ban in the north of the U.S. for Christmas entirely. They completely banned it because they didn't really resonate with or its origins or what it represented, and they did not think that it had anything to do with Christianity and the birth of Christ. So it wasn't accepted for quite some time. Now, here we go again. Christians banned Christmas. Puritans in England overthrew King Charles in 1647. Among their first items of business after chopping off the monarch's head was to ban Christmas. Parliament decreed that December 25th should be instead a day of fasting and humiliation for Englishmen to account for their sins. And New England banned it at the same time due to the Puritans there. So why didn't they like it? Because it wasn't really a part of what they believed to be Christianity. They felt that it kind of dirtied them to even be involved in this holiday. Christianity hijacks Christmas. Pagan traditions and stories created the foundation of over Christmas. Origin, for example, now we're going to get into some stories, okay, of some of these things that we've incorporated into the Christmas holiday that is you would never even imagine, what the origin is. So here's the origin of mistletoe. Baldur's, which is a Norse god, there's a lot of Norse connection here in Christmas, which is and Baldur's mother, Frigga, honored Baldur and asked all of nature to promise not to harm him. Unfortunately, in her haste, Frigga overlooked the mistletoe plant, so Loki, the resident trickster, took advantage of the opportunity and fooled Baldur's blind twin, Hodor, into killing him with a spear made of mistletoe. Baldur was later restored to life. So isn't that beautiful? I mean, just like the whole concept of these stories that are so ancient and are talking about some celestial gods creating all this epicness and creating life and existence is really the origin of it. And who would have known that was the origin of actually why we use mistletoe today? Now let's go into the Christmas trees and presents. The use and purpose for the Christmas tree dates back to the time of shamans and mystics in pagan Europe before the conquest of Rome, before Rome conquered all the lands that they dubbed as barbaric. So even before that, even before the birth of Christ, this was done. The purpose of the Christmas tree dated back to those times. During the solstice, what would happen is, so I'm going to take a little pause here because this is an independent story that I really want to dive into and have you understand. So the story goes that during the solstice, the shamans would collect Amanita muscaria mushrooms, right? And I think I have an image here. Yep, here we go. Here's the mushroom. So the shamans would collect these mushrooms on December 21st, today, and then they will leave them to dry on the branches of Christmas trees. And they are toxic.
I gotta go on that one too. That's pretty interesting. I had no idea, Neil. Sorry to interrupt, but I had to say it.
Yeah, for sure. Thank you for sharing. So they started putting them on the branches of Christmas trees. Why? Because they could not eat them while they were wet. They had to dry out. And how long did it take? 3 days. The whole entire solstice, when the sun is at one angle in the sky, pumping down on these mushrooms. So they are toxic, but they become less lethal when dried out.
Sorry to interrupt again, Neil.
Yeah,
but the hanging of mushrooms, is that connected to like the balls and stuff that we hang on our trees today?
That's in 2 slides from now. Yep, exactly. That's definitely it. So yes, they are toxic, but they become less lethal when dried out, which is why they dried them on the trees for 3 days, because there was a lot of places there was snow, especially in the Arctic, because the shamans in the Arctic did the exact same thing, and they would dry them out, and then they would come back and get them on the 25th or 24th, around about that time. So they're conveniently grown in most commonly under pine trees because their spores travel exclusively on pine seeds, this mushroom. So the shaman would often hang them on lower branches of the pine they were growing under to dry out before taking them back to the village. But what would happen? What would happen to these mushrooms? Let's get into that. So yes, the original ornament, if you go back into like times when they were first starting to put ornaments on trees, they're all mushrooms. They're all these type of mushrooms. This was the original ornament. So now we're going to get into Rudolph. Rudolph exposed, guys. This is an expose on Rudolph. I'm about to expose him. So while the mushrooms would hang out to dry, these deer would come and consume some of the mushrooms. they would just mosey on up to it. And there was, I mean, if you got some delicious looking fungus hanging off a branch and you're a hungry deer in the snow, you're going to probably try to munch on them. So the deers would munch on the mushrooms and they would get high and like stumbly and drunk looking. And they would get high because of the fungi, and then they would literally piss themselves. They would urinate themselves because of how high they were. So the shaman and other members of the tribe would drink the snow, the piss, and with the urine to get a tea-like mushroom experience, because through urine, it actually lowers the toxicity of this mushroom, and you're able to drink it and get basically a fade from it, get high off it, without having the toxic element in it. So they would come back, they would drink the urine of these deer, and they would get really psychedelically tapped into some type of consciousness, right? And what would happen when they would do that? The deer looked like they were flying. Literally, like, this is where Rudolph comes from. The red nose on Rudolph, he's eating Amanita muscaria mushroom. That's why he's got a red nose. Why they're flying? Because the shamans and the deer were both really high on fungus. They started getting the stories of flying deer. This is actually believed to be the origin. And if you look this up, like, this isn't just, I'm not just saying this lightly. This is actually the only explanation that they've discovered on the origin of the words getting pissed, in a different language, of course, but translated, it's getting pissed. So the origin of the word getting pissed, they track back to the shamans consuming urine, not only from the deer, but from each other. They would basically, the shamans would eat the mushrooms, they would urinate, and then they would give their urine to other peoples of the tribe that would also get the psychedelic experiences, and they would all be getting pissed because they'd be drinking the urine. So it implies drinking urine from an animal or a person who has consumed mushrooms. Rudolph is the evolution of an individual being so high on mushrooms that deers can fly. So who is Santa, right? The guy that actually takes these deers and travels around. But what does he travel around with? So not only have we now discovered that the original present was the mushroom. You have the pine tree, you have the mushrooms underneath. What are the gifts? What are the presents? The mushrooms. This is the origin of gifting for Christmas. What are the ornaments? The presents dried upside down on the tree leaves in order to dry them out so that people can get the psychedelic experience. So we got the origin of the tree there. We have the origin of the gifts under the tree. And now we have the origin of the ornaments also on top of it. And what was Santa going around with that bag full of goodies doing? The whole story of Santa jumping in a sleigh with high reindeers on fungi is because Santa was carrying a bag of mushrooms and going to his local community, his tribe, and handing out the mushrooms to all the people. That's what it was all about, handing these mushrooms out. So deers were just a way of transport. And in order for Santa to be able to travel and hit everybody up, the deers were flying from place to place. So the original Santa, though, was actually commonly depicted of more of a gnome-like little man, often skinny and a little scary. So the Santa that we know nowadays wasn't the original Santa. It was just like you see these images here. He looks kind of like a creeper, right? Like he looks like he's trying to creep and do something. Like he's so a gnome, and a lot of times depicted really like kind of almost satanic. Like it was a scary fella. So he would go around and he would transport the mushrooms. So this leads me into these images here. And I don't know if any of you know who this is, but this is the Smurfs. So if you know anything about the Smurfs is the story of Santa the shaman transporting mushrooms to the local community. That is the whole. And if you go to Disneyland, you'll see this Amanita muscaria mushroom everywhere. Go to Disneyland. I went there 11 years ago, and I went there one time just to take pictures of mushrooms. And that was on my Facebook that got deleted. I had a whole album on Amanita muscaria mushrooms at Disneyland. And it's because they put it in all of their, like, this is all over the place. It's kids watch this stuff. And, you know, we're following Christmas. Christmas is a family holiday, but it's all about mushrooms and psychedelics and connecting to the Christ consciousness, because mushrooms connects us to the Christ consciousness, which we'll get to in a second. And even the Smurfs was a blatant depiction of the Amanita muscaria mushroom and the gnome-like beings that used to transport the mushrooms. The The Smurfs are the shamans. They even have that similar look to it. They have the hat like they're a wizard. They have the gnome-like features. They were the shaman that used to go and collect the mushrooms and transport them from town to town. So Santa origins. The roots of Santa: bags of gifts, sleigh, reindeer, midnight flight, distinctive chimney-based means of entry into the home, and even the way we decorate our houses at Christmas lead to the ancestral traditions of a number of indigenous Arctic Circle dwellers in the north. The Kamachdales and the Koryaks of Siberia specifically were, so these tribes right here, if you really, really want to take this to heart today, and you want to know which out of all these indigenous tribes had the most connection to any type of origin of Christmas, it's these two right here, Kamachdales and the Koryaks of Siberia, right? And then here's their story. So I told you the Anglo-Saxon story, the Germanic tribe story, but look at the similarities here. We have connected to the god and planet Saturn, right? Santa. Also, the Roman god Saturnalia. So Santa was celebrated for hundreds of years before this, but every single culture that came afterwards seemed to appropriate some sort of being that had a connection to this Santa figure that was just an evolution of it. Many times it was the same kind of being, just in a different culture with a different language. But when you go into Rome, you have Saturnalia, which was a really beautiful high-level energy celebration where the peasants would become the kings and the queens and the overlords, and the overlords would become the peasants for the day, and everybody would celebrate, unite. And that was how it was celebrated. The solstice was celebrated in the warm climate of Rome. But then you go to north to the Germanic tribes that have the origin stories of similar gods from the same pantheon of gods, but you have these darker stories and even festivals that don't seem to be embodying the festivities that they had in Rome in this lustful society, but they have the similar origins. So it's important to note that a lot of these cultures, even though they had similar origins and similar stories, the cultures and the stories became very different because of their climate, their surroundings, other culture influences. So the climate, for example, played a huge role in the way these solstices were celebrated, and even what kind of god they were really connecting to. So on the night of the winter solstice, right, this is the tribal information for these two tribes that I just specified. On the night of the winter solstice, a shaman would gather several hallucinogenic mushrooms called Amanita muscaria, or fly, an agaric in English, and then launch them himself into a spiritual journey to the tree of life, which was a large pine, here we go again, which lived by the North Star and held the answer to all the village's problems from the previous year. Even Santa's outfit, guys, is designed like an Amanita muscaria mushroom. And I think I skipped the part on Coca-Cola here because I wanted to talk about it. Yeah, no, we got it there. Okay, so even his outfit. Do I have his outfit here? No, I don't. But even his outfit, the red outfit with the black boots, is actually a representation of the mushroom, because under the ground, that beige white stem of that mushroom is actually black, so which represents the boots. So it was really a huge depiction of the actual mushroom. And here we go with Saturnalia. No, going back a bit. So Saturnalia, a holiday in honor of Saturn, the god of agriculture, was celebrated, beginning in the week leading up to the winter solstice and continuing for a full month. Saturnalia was a hedonistic time when food and drink were plentiful and the normal Roman social order was turned upside down. Romans also observed Juvenalia, a feast honoring the children of Rome. In addition, members of the upper classes often celebrated the birthday of Mithra, the god of the unconquerable sun. Here we go. We have the sun god now in Rome. On December 25th, it was believed that Mithra, an infant god, was born off a rock. For some Romans, Mithra's birthday was the most sacred day of the year. So Saturnalia, the festival normally lasted around December 17th to the 23rd, and it was when the gods of Saturn ruled Italy. There was complete equality and no slavery. This is what it represented. So even though when Romans were actually celebrating Saturnalia, they were celebrating a time in the past that they believed Saturn, the actual god, or extraterrestrial, ruled Italy on that area, and there was complete equality and no slavery, which is why on that day the slaves become the overlords, and everybody's equal. But the interesting part is that it was actually utilized to further impose slavery. So even though they were celebrating a time of no slavery, they utilized it in order to impose slavery, which is what they do now in the modern Rome, where I'm currently at, in which they basically give you these holidays and these celebrations in order to lesser the anxiety you get of living, so that you don't get upset at all the corrupt BS that they're doing to you. So because every time you're about to get worked up, you got a holiday, you got some sort of vacation, you got some sort of handout, and that's what they were doing there. That's what they're utilizing Christmas for, and it can even be argued that Christmas is still being used for that, right? So the slaves became the masters for the festival, providing them with a day to blow off steam. This was the first purge. Actually, this probably purges before. It was like a lesser version of the purge, providing them with a day to blow off steam, really used to reinforce slavery rather than focus on the equality that the day should represent. December 25th was considered to be the birthday of the Roman sun god Sol Invictus. Roman sun god, son of God, 325 AD. Constantine proclaimed himself the head of Christianity by creating what we know as modern Christianity. Hopefully you guys are seeing the connections here. And now the Christian Santa, right? So we might have heard of Saint Nicholas, who was a Turkish cardinal in the 14th century who was known for his kindness to children. So even though this is how part of the Christian hijacking, it wasn't until around the 14th century that Catholicism started adopting Christianity on a hardcore level. Before that, it was very spontaneous, very sporadic. And then it wasn't even until the 16th, 17th century, actually not even really until the 17th to 18th century, that it was almost entirely accepted by the Christian world and started being celebrated. So imagine that 1700 years of resistance by the true Christians towards Christianity. So they had to make it their own, right? So all these stories of Krampus and Santa and the Norse god and the Arctic Circle gods and all these different beings that represented Santa now shifted in the 14th century because it was becoming so widely spread. They needed to make it their own even more. So St. Nicholas was imposed on the Santa figure. Now we have the gifts, the mushrooms, the presents, the tree, and we have children incorporated into it now. So are you seeing the recipe here for modern Christmas? This was the immediate connection when Christmas began adopting the holiday. So, however, all the elements of Santa, including the pants, the hat, the bag, and more, all came from pagan shamanistic stories. In the 20th century, though, Coca-Cola played a role in the rebranding of Santa Claus, and he went from a gnome-like being to a chubby, happy-go-lucky Santa that we currently know. So we can thank commercialization, corporations, capitalism, consumerism, and Coca-Cola that had cocaine in it, and actually it still does, as the foundation of the Santa that we currently celebrate as this household figure that we love so much, that we lie to our kids about, exists. Santa Claus is based on, so this is what I want you to take away from this. Santa's origins and the origins of Christmas is based on psychedelic mushrooms, as many of the Christmas traditions do. Psychedelics seem to be utilized globally in ancient stories and the creation of ancient text. And so, for example, mana or bang. And I'm going to take a 30-second pause here because I'm going to switch off my Instagram live because I'm going live on Instagram, because my phone's about to die and I don't want it to not get saved. So I'm just going to switch this. And if Omar or Leo wants to come in and make a comment while I'm doing this.
Yeah, I can. I wanted to point out, I don't know if you can still hear while you're doing that, but I wanted to talk all further, going to the Smurfs. If you guys have ever watched the cartoon at all, there's a human that's chasing them around all the time. And all of the spells that he casts in that are real, actual spells. Right? So even in the beginning, he's casting a spell trying to bind them. That's a real spell. The guy who wrote that was a pagan, and he was actually a Wiccan, we don't like to say, witch, because men, they are witches, but there was a split in the pagan religion where you had the druids and you had originally the druids were the men and the witches, the pagan religion was all women. they split the two, and I don't even want to get involved in that. That's a whole other conversation for another show. But those were real spells. And to the point of Santa and his clothing, until in fact, Neil and I started talking about this on when we were doing the thing on last week. That he's right. That most of the Santa costume, even now, if you go to Europe, to all these other countries, most of them don't have Santa dressed in red. And Neil was right. That happened when they sensationalized it over here and made him this fat, jolly fellow. That looks like this guy right here with the beard that I'm wearing.
Yeah.
And I've played Santa many times. So they sensationalized that. Like in France, he wore yellow. He wasn't even in the red at all. And there was one that was green. And then you're talking about the tree, the Christmas tree, and that was synonymous with the Green Man, right? Because the Christmas tree was, in different places. What they did was, they took all of the countries that they wanted to convert to Catholicism, and they took a piece of all of their mythos and put it together and created this narrative, right? That Jesus was born then, when originally Jesus' birthday was in September or July, and they changed it. So they've just reincorporated everybody's bits and pieces of all their gods and all of the things that they had for the solstice, to say that was Jesus's birthday, and that this is, look, our God is your God. He's the son of the God, right? And there's that again, right? And this is the death and rebirth. See, then you go through the cycle of Pan and the death, and there's no God in Jesus. There's Lent, and you have the whole thing without Jesus. Yes. Then the rebirth of Jesus in April, or whenever it is, March and April, when you have Easter, which again, and Neil didn't even cover, has nothing to do with Jesus Christ, but it has to do with the rebirth of a God. That's when springtime hits, right? So you have the rebirth of the sun, but then you have the rebirth of the God in springtime, and then he gives gives life to the land. That whole thing was just another ritual. They took all of that and incorporated it just so that they could then utilize it. They did that with Halloween as well, where you had the bonfires and the harvest feast, and they made their next day afterwards be All Saints Day, right? So that was the Day of the Dead in most countries, most Latin countries, where they actually venerate those who went past. So the Christians hijacked that and said, well, we have this holiday that's the same, only we call it All Saints Day, where we venerate and celebrate all those people who've passed, who have done good deeds. And they did all that just so they could incorporate people, and then retail money made Santa Claus. Yeah, absolutely.
Exactly. And
most of these holidays that they throw at us are money making. That's where they make all their money. Neil's right. Every single, they give you a holiday. They said I think it was Nero said, give them a Colosseum. And that's when they built the Colosseum, because the people, if they're not distracted, you, me, and everybody, if we're not distracted, then we start paying attention to what the people that are in charge are doing wrong. And then we end up voting them out or overthrowing them, right?
Give them games and bread. Is I think the old tactic is. Now, I just want to point out two things. Number one, first time I've learned this, I had no idea that Santa's costume is an expression of a mushroom, and now that I really think about it, it really is. Especially the Santa hats that we were wearing.
The Santa hat with the tassel, right? The little red, the little white tassel on top of the red hat.
Yeah,
it's brimmed in white, right?
That and then also Neil had mentioned that Santa was like represented as a gnome, and he was a really creepy guy, looked really evil, and
they did the same thing with Pan. They made him look very evil in the
when he said that, I really resonated with that, because Santa is the expression of the all father god of time, aka Cronus, and Cronus is the god of Saturn. So, and of course, Saturn is connected to Saturnism, and the origin of Satanism originates from Saturn. So when you said that, he looked really evil, I really I resonated with that, and I'm glad I got the opportunity to.
I played World of Warcraft, and they mirror the outside world inside there, and they have this right now. What's going on in World of Warcraft is the Feast of Wintervale, and Old Man Winter, right? Grandfather Winter is Santa Claus. He's called Grandfather Winter, and he's dressed and he's exactly Santa Claus. And there's a Christmas tree, and there's presents under the Christmas tree, and you got to go there and you do these tasks that are daily quests that are fun to do, that waste your time and distract you from real life. But then he gives presents out on the 25th. That's when they would go and get the mushrooms from the trees, but they were always. That's where you get the garden gnomes from. The garden gnomes that they have now are sort of a cross between, and rightly so, the Smurfs and Santa, because that's basically where the origin started, was that little teeny gnome, and then people have put them in their gardens now.
Yeah. So the story goes
evolved. Even Neil talked about this earlier today. The Jesus story, I know of for sure, and I don't know how many Neil knows, but I know of at least 7, and I was told that there's 10 or 12 stories that are exactly the Jesus Christ paradox, the story of,
and that's what I'm going to show that right now too.
Yeah, what's that? I'm sorry, Neil.
I said I'm going to show that right now too. That's exactly.
Okay, then I'll be quiet and let you go ahead and finish that, so you'll know what we're talking about here. We mentioned it before, but if Neil's going to talk about it, I'll shut up and mute my phone and let him do that.
And we can discuss it after I'm done. So I second everything you guys are saying, and just to show you, really, this part right here is the underskirt of his jacket, of Santa. This right here is the hat, which is the white dot on the end of the hat. The hat of Santa is a cross between the mushroom cap and a warlock cap from a shaman in those ancient times. They used to wear those type of caps. So it's just so amazing, really, when you dissect and see how it came through. So I celebrated Christmas my whole life because I'm English, born in England, Indian, but I was raised with all these traditions and cultures. I wasn't Christian, but Hinduism, if you really, go deep into Hinduism, they actually accept all religions as what they're supposed to be. So you can celebrate whatever you want. And so I celebrated Christmas, and then I became awake, 18, 19, 20. And then as time progressed, I started phasing out my whole understanding of Christmas and really was not about it anymore. And then I found out the mushroom origins of Christmas, and I came right back to it. Because I was like, oh, yes, this is what's up.
Time to celebrate that one.
Now, every Christmas I celebrate the mushrooms, and I'm going to probably do it on Christmas Day because I've never done it on Christmas Day before, and I want to just do it on that day. But it's about the psychedelic connection, and that gets into, I'm going to finish this off right here. Just a couple of other points. Let's just make sure we're on the last slide. So the psychedelic origins of Christmas is really what it's all about. But if you look into many ancient cultures, you'll find out very soon that almost all these cultures have some sort of origin story that's based in a psychedelic or some sort of substance that they found that started tapping them into different types of awareness. For example, if you look at the Christian Bible, you have manna, which some people have said is some type of wine infused with mushrooms. If you go into the Hindu text, you have bhang, which is supposed to be some sort of mushroom infused with THC. And in the Rig Veda, there is a line, the Hindu text, the Vedic text that predates Hinduism, right? There's a line that says, drink from the mushroom sea and you will see God. How much more blatant can you get, right? Drinking from the mushroom sea.
Right.
It was a metaphor
Celts,
for the tea of the mushrooms. Yeah, go ahead.
The ancient Celts, before when they were going to combat, the priestess would make them a tea, and it was a mushroom tea. And they said that it would give them what they called the warp spasm, which they said was sent from the god or the goddess that gave them the ability to fight for their lives and sped them up. What they didn't realize was that was just an adrenaline dump that you get. They didn't have any word for fear. That was taught to them by Westerners when the Westerners came in to take over. They taught the Celts that fear was a word and that it was something negative and bad and spooky. They saw it as a positive thing, a gift from the god to be able to fight, and then they would drink this mushroom, work themselves up into a frenzy, and that's where you get the whole berserk idea, or the guys painting themselves and running around naked, going into combat, because they felt like they were immortal, and they had this warp spasm, and they were just stoned out of their minds on mushrooms and adrenaline, but it worked. It worked, and they were never conquered.
Yeah. So that goes into the story of, what does the mushroom represent? And then how is this connected to Jesus? I'm hoping that from this explanation I've given today, that you can see that not only was Christmas hijacked by Christianity, but Christmanity was also a progression of these ancient cultures. Why do we have the Son of God? And why do we worship the sun god within Christianity? And all these cultures also symbolize the solstice for this. It was easy for them to transition and shift over because it wasn't really different. It wasn't a different god. What happened was, it seems that there was a pantheon of gods, right? The origin stories of pantheon of gods. Most of these origin stories across the board, definitely all over Europe and India and beyond, talks about a group of gods that overthrew their parents. Zeus, for example, Zeus was not the first god. He killed his parents, right, with Prometheus and with Poseidon. I mean, so like all these gods, it starts out with the killing of their parents, right? It's like insane how many cultures have that same story. And then all of a sudden, that there's these pantheon of gods. Like, let's just go with the Greek ones because they're commonly known. And these Greek gods were literally were worshipped by everyone until they split up and they had their differences. And then these gods started going off to different places and saying, hey, I'm the only god, screw the other gods. Case in point, go into the Old Testament. The Old Testament says the word Elohim. In the beginning, Elohim created us in his image. That's what the Old Testament says. But the Old Testament was translated from in ancient Hebrew, but it was actually written in Phoenician Canaanite, which is a very similar text, like writing style, as ancient Hebrew, but there's a few differences. So in Phoenician Canaanite, the word Elohim is a plural, right? So it doesn't mean God, and it doesn't even mean gods. It means goddesses. It's a female plural. So the original text of the Old Testament says the goddesses created us in their image and in their likeness, right? So we have this first kind of delusion where we thought they were talking about one God, but it was multiple gods. And then later in the Old Testament, we have Yahweh saying, hey, Yahweh is one of the Elohim. And Elohim, by the way, translated in English, means gods of Saturn, goddesses of Saturn, right? So you have where was I? You have Yahweh, which is one of the Elohim, one of the gods of Saturn, saying, hey, screw these other gods. I'm the only God. You can only worship me. Now we have the birth of Judaism. Soon later, we have the birth of Islam. And we also have the birth of Christianity. So all of these gods that came and started the December 25th, Jesus and all that, originated from the same pantheon of gods, except they just chose one. And this is the last component now that I'm going to share you. We're transitioning into the world of Jesus, right? Many people do not know. When Jesus died, he didn't ascend to heaven. He descended to hell. So Jesus died for those 3 days. Before he was resurrected, he descended to hell, and it's called the harrowing of hell. I'm showing you right here on Wikipedia. And it's the whole concept of him going into Hades. This is all Greek connection, which connects to the Greek version of Jesus named Christo. Christo was the original Jesus in Greece. And he went into the realm of hell in order to basically bless people there. And then he didn't ascend until heaven until he resurrected or reincarnated back onto this earth. So it's a whole depiction of those cycles, the karmic cycles, and going into our own hell and then coming back. So the harrowing of hell is what it's called. Exactly. The hero's journey, basically. And then now this goes into what Leo was speaking about earlier. When I first got into, so in 2001, 2002, I was at Panera Bread for like 2 years. I was like reading, all I pretty much was doing was reading the Quran, reading the Bible, reading the 7 tablets of creation, and reading the Old Testament. And I was trying to figure out what the similarities were, and I was drawing and highlighting things that were the same. And I started finding out that Jesus, there's been many Jesuses over ancient history that not only were just like a savior, but have the exact same story as Jesus, right? Yep. And here's just a few of them. So some of these people here, right? So I'm just going to highlight this because a lot of them. These ones right here on the top almost have all the exact same story of Jesus, right? Dating back to, look, 1160 BC. That's 100 years before Jesus. And then we have all of these ones that have components of Jesus's life that almost like Jesus's life was taken out and dissected and made into the figure that we know. So one of two things came into my mind in 2002. Either Jesus didn't exist because these just stories recirculated from ancient past, and there's a lot of evidence for that because there's a lot of information about the Romans, but there is no actual text about Jesus from the Romans.
Yeah, Michael Feely touches on that, where he talks about Jesus being a metaphor for higher consciousness.
Yep, exactly. And that's the last component, the consciousness part. So either that is the case, or these beings are the exact same genetic makeup or soul group or extraterrestrial, whatever it is, coming down to the earth, living out the same history over and over. And Jesus was the next reflection of that. The one deity that Jesus has the most in common with is Krishna. Everything in Krishna's life, including a crucifixion, is the exact same as Jesus. Virgin Mother, carpenter dad, all of these things. So, and I'm just going to read this part here because it kind of drills it home. For example, some figures had miraculous or virgin births. There were sons of supreme gods. They were born on December 25th. They had stars point to their birthplaces. They were visited by shepherds as magi and infants. They fled from the death as children. They exhibited traits of divinity in childhood, spent time in the desert, traveled as they taught, had disciples, performed miracles. Many of them had 12 disciples too, by the way. Were persecuted, were crucified, were descended into hell after death. Like, how much more similarities can you get?
Right.
And they appeared as resurrections or apparitions or ascended into heaven. So this whole story of Jesus goes way beyond any of this. So now, final thoughts. I'm going to bring it all together now. So how does the mushroom, this story of all these gods, the Son of God being a reflection and an evolution of the sun gods being worshipped, and the spirituality and ascension of the planet have in common? So mushrooms, I've done a lot of mushrooms. I've done a lot of research on mushrooms. If you had Earth right here and you somehow could take a little cross section of Earth, right? If you took a little cross section of Earth and you looked underneath the soil of the whole entire planet, what would you see? You would see a neural network of spores and wires, almost like your nervous system in your body. This is true facts, right?
And communication.
The reason why is but it's actually fungus spores connecting a whole grid under the soil. They connect and create this neural network. So what's happening when you're eating a mushroom? You're literally eating the consciousness of the planet because one mushroom is connected to the whole entire grid, much like Avatar and the tree in Avatar. So you're eating the Christ consciousness of the planet because the planet represents the Christ consciousness. So there's all these similarities and connections here, and it all really circles back to why the mushroom was even utilized in Christmas in the first place. Was when you're eating the mushroom, you're eating the Christ consciousness of the planet, and you're tapping into the consciousness field of the earth, which is why a lot of times when you do mushrooms, if not every time, everything starts to breathe. The world is alive. You're now into another reality, another zone where you see that everything is sentient, including the light on my table, including the desk. Why is it that everything moves? Because we're all made out of frequency. The frequency and the matter that makes a table is no different than me when it comes to the esoteric spiritual realm, where it's all energy, it's all matter. But through the AI that we have in this reality, through the programming that we've created and that source or God or the aliens have created for us, who knows, we have now become these individualized consciousnesses, and that is what Christmas is all about. And now this whole entire presentation is, I said I just did it for, for today. I am making it into a larger presentation, and I just want to take a moment here. I'm going to share screen my larger presentation that I'm going to eventually be doing, which is going to be a course on all this material, because you really can't cover. There's so much. I know Leo, as soon as Leo is let loose right now, he's going to freaking fill in a lot of gaps. I feel it, because there's a
yeah, I'm patiently waiting.
Yeah, there's a lot.
I'm going to show the correlation with all Christian religions.
You see, it's turning. The wheels are turning.
Yeah. Do you see my screen right now?
No, we have to wait for Omar to put it up.
Okay, Omar.
So while he's doing that, guys, here's the correlation between that and all the Catholic and all Christian religions. The sacrament, the holy sacrament of taking the biscuit and the wine is eat of my flesh. Jesus said this: eat of my flesh and drink of my wine, and remember me. So when you go up to get the sacrament on Sunday or whatever day you go to church, now you're going up and you're eating the flesh of Jesus and you're drinking his blood. In doing so, you're imbibing the same the mushroom, only on a spiritual level, figuratively. You're not actually eating the mushroom, but you're eating who represented the mushroom. So you're eating of his flesh and drinking of his blood, which would be basically, if you ate the mushroom, you would be doing just that. Okay? Mm-hmm. And so then you gain the sacred knowledge from the planet itself, and that is propagated every single time someone goes to a Christian mass.
Boom. Exactly. And it's so interesting how much blind faith exists in the world. People don't know the origins. And if you told some of these people the origins, and if they actually took it to heart and were like, damn, that's the truth, they would no longer be their religion, because they have such, for example, how many Christian people have I come across that are inherently anti-psychedelic drugs, right?
Oh,
if you were to show the connection to it.
And anti-psychic powers.
Exactly.
That's
a whole other story.
What Ray believes, and I believe what Neil believes. I believe that the Jesus is, and that entire storyline is a metaphor, and I believe that it's being retold over and over because it is what it is. It is a reoccurrence and a reoccurring story that is happening over and over again on purpose, because it's one of those things that's supposed to be there. It's esoteric. Omar said that. It's esoteric. It's there for the higher consciousness. If you have the ability to see it and recognize it, then you'll understand the metaphor that is the sacrificial lamb, the metaphor that is the conception. What does all of that mean? What is this figure mean? What Jesus and all of these other figures were trying to tell you is the message, the underlying message of theirs wasn't you need to look for a God to lead you. The underlying message was you need to look within you to find God. So the way to God is through me. That's what Jesus said in all Christian Bibles. The way to God is through me. He doesn't mean literally it's through my teaching is the way to God. Yeah. Okay, now if you read the Emerald Tablets of Thoth, Thoth said the way to God is through what? The center of the earth. Okay, and that's through the center. What is the center? The center, we talked about this, and I stopped myself because I was going into this last time when Neil was on. What is the center? The center is, there's your 12 apostles again. Jesus had 12 apostles. There's your number 12. Where was Jesus? Jesus was in the center. He was the center of the clock face that all 12 apostles revolved around. Okay, so what is the center of the earth? The center of the earth is the exact same spot where the God figure is, according to Thoth. Through the center of the earth is the way to where the kingdom where God lives. So you have that same reoccurring. Thoth said this had nothing to do with Jesus Christ. Then you have the Jesus character saying this before him, like he said, he named all the different peoples, right? And there was always the center, right? There was always the number 12 and the center. And the center is the center of the clock face, the number 12, all the 12 apostles and the 12 numbers that follow are, and where's the way? The way is through the center. That's 3, 6, and 9 again, as above, so below. That's the energy that is around this planet, that is the Taurus with the hole in the center. The hole in the center is the 0 point. That's the way to the God figure. That's the way of the universe. That is what? That is the Stargate. That is the what? That is the Higgs boson. For those of you who are in who know physics today, right? And they even call it that, the God particle, the Higgs boson. That is that equation. And if you read the tablets of Thoth, the Atlanteans who were here knew about that, and they were tinkering with that energy, and somehow, probably using the mushroom network, somehow shorted it out. And the planet stopped turning for a second, which means the entire mantle continues to turn on its own because of inertia. And then that's how you had Antarctica flash freeze. And they said that, in a second, Atlantis sunk into the ocean. Well, it was frozen over, and it wouldn't take very long. As soon as the whole of the mantle kept turning until they got the planet to jumpstart, and that created a big issue. We know that because the Romans told about that. The Earth flipped over on its axis, flipped back up, and there was all kinds of ice storms and acid storms and fire storms, which would happen if the Earth flipped over on its axis and flipped back upright. So in history is all of this being told, and all of it is there for us. It's another puzzle, but it's there for us to learn.
It's the most beautiful story, the story of humanity, man. So I just want to tell people about this thing that I'm going to be doing in order to expand on that, is because I've wanted to know the root of religion, and through the root of religion I just found out many beautiful stories and really came to a common consensus on where I kind of the trajectory of our evolution, at least for the last 13 to 20,000 years. I'm attempting to get an understanding of it. So I've done small presentations, big ones, really 3 hours plus, but they're ones on sound and vibration, ancient history, sound and vibration, quantum physics, creation stories of ancient civilizations, the journey through the Mayan Empire, and now the pagan origins of Christmas. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a full course that's going to be available soon on Portal to Ascension. And it's going to be a 4-part course. And I just want to go over this really quick. This is a working title right now. If you guys have any feedback on the title, you can let me know. But the story of humanity from origin to ascension, which is kind of a paradoxical, because in the story of humanity, we're talking about linear time here. And then we also tap into the reality when time doesn't really exist. So in part 1, origin stories of humanity, which will be 4 hours, we're going to explore ancient civilizations and the ideas on where they originated. So what they think they originated, right? Are there similarities between those stories? We're going to look into that. Stories about pre-time versus stories of Earth. If you look at ancient origin stories, there's almost 2 distinct type of origin stories. There's pre-time origin stories, before Earth even existed. The winged serpent flew into the universe and let a cosmic egg out that cracked, and then all of creation came out of it. Pre-time. Stories of Earth. The Earth was tohu vohu, was voided and desolated. Therefore, it started again. Adam and Eve on this planet. Those are different stories. And so we dissect them and go through each avenue to see which ones talk about both, which ones talk about separate ones. What is the most common origin story, right? And then reverence. There's over 600 different names of tribes that have died and lost to time that I have on there, and we just spend 5 minutes blessing them. And then pagan origins of Christmas, which we just did right now. Part 2 is the practical guide to the Mayan Empire, which I spoke about in the beginning. Part 3 is the ancient Greek and Indian connection. Did you know that every single god in Greece is the exact same, has an exact counterpart in ancient Indian text? And the Indian Euro connection is insane, that not only did Greece have a colony inside of India, but also they had already shared culture because of the land of Kush that had the that had the influence of the Greeks, and then many different things. So we're going to explore that, and we're going to go through every single deity that has a similarity and speak about what the similarities are, and also talk about language and how culture spread across continents. And the bonus part of that will be the Egypt and ancient India connection, because I feel like I've come across enough evidence to suggest that the descendants of the people that lived in Mohenjo-Daro, which was one of the first outposts, which is current Pakistan, before India was completely populated, were actually Egyptians that had left Kush over the Dead Sea into the Arabic Peninsula, down into Pakistan, current Pakistan, into India. And there were Egyptians which is why the Egyptians have a chakra system, which is why the Egyptians have a yoga system. A lot of similarities and connections there.
Yeah, and also want to point out, Neil, that in the Indian culture, we have the god Kali Ma, and Kali Ma is the goddess of time, which is the same as Kronos, old father time, in the Greek mythology.
Exactly.
Yeah, they just have different names. All of the gods, like Neil said earlier, if you start in Greece and just work your way north, all of those gods are the same. They just have different names. In fact, Mercury, I think it was Mercury, wasn't it? Or Apollo, one of those two appears in like 3 different places where it was the only god that had the same name. But if you look at, and they kind of change places too. Like if you look at Odin had a trident, right? And his trident always struck true, right? And who else had a trident?
Poseidon.
That's
and
right.
Shiva.
Poseidon, right? And who else?
Shiva.
Yeah. Okay. So now you have the exact same person with the exact same weaponry that does the exact same thing, and it never misses. Right? And then so now you're even sweeping east. So if you look around the planet, and then again talking about Egyptians, if you talk to the Aborigines in Australia or Stephen and Evan Strong, they'll tell you of a story and take you to a place where Egyptians were in Australia and buried one of their kings there, or a prince at the very least.
Yeah, there's clear evidence of that. There's glyphs there, and the 7 chapters that I was talking about earlier, I believe it was in chapter 6 that they actually spent a great deal of time in talking about that. And in fact, what's his name? Graham Hancock was there, and amazing thing happened there where Graham Hancock witnessed one of the elders literally disappear in front of them and appeared behind them. And we hear that the same thing happened with Buddha, where Buddha was standing with his people at the river, and they wanted to get to the other side, but the river was just raging and it was too strong, and he just transported himself from one side of the river to the other side in an instant, and the same thing took place. Yeah, that's right. The same thing took place. And speaking of that, we've had 2 quick updates here. Number 1, about 15 minutes ago, Facebook killed our stream. And so, that's not surprising because of the content that we are talking about. And second, I was going to do a quick surprise guest by Stephen and Evan, and but right now they're going to do a conference, and I sent them the link, but they were having an issue with the phone and trying to connect to our stream here. I was going to bring them on for like 10 minutes. They're quarterbacking this this entire event globally, so I wanted to bring them on here and get a few words from them, but unfortunately it kind of popped up on the screen and the screen fell again, so they're not going to be able to join us, which is a little unfortunate, but that's fine. They're doing some great work in Australia right now, and there's a huge consciousness-based conference that they're going to be presenting at. So those are the updates, and and then we'll jump into our panel talk here pretty quick.
Okay, I'm going to be done in 2 minutes. Okay, so then part 4 of this is the story of East Europe from pagan to Russia, modern Russia. This one I'm the most excited about. For a long time, I've been thinking, it's not, how do I put this? I guess the only way to put it really is it seems that the U.S., people from the U.S. really dislike Russia, not the people, but maybe the government, right? And it seems like it's the only white people that have been demonized by white people in the U.S. and it's based on ideology. So I was like, well, this is not really racist there because the Russian government and people there are treated and spoke about very poorly, but they're also white people that have the same origins, even from the same tribes in North, Germanic tribes and more. So I've wondered for many years now is what happened to create that first dissect. Why do we have all this information about Germanic tribes moving into Western Roman Empire in around 300 AD when the Western Roman Empire started collapsing hardcore, but we don't talk about what happened in Russia? And was there some sort of division down that area right there from Eastern Europe to Western Europe in antiquity that we can explore? And guess what? I found out there's a whole entire world of exploration in what occurred after the Roman Empire collapsed. If the Roman Empire did not collapse and the Germanic tribes did not move into the Western Roman Empire, the Russian Empire that is currently there now, the original tribes would never had the opportunity to expand. So if it wasn't for the Germanic tribes, they would never have expanded from the original area, going from north near Finland all the way down into south into Iran area, and then further east if it wasn't for that. So by the exploration of this, I found out that we can track the pagan tribes. So in this part of the presentation, we're going to track pagan tribes as they move into the collapsing empire. So we're going to follow these tribes, and then we're going to see about how they integrated with the Iranian tribes, and then the different stories of the Greek people, of the people on the east that were left to their own vices and nobody really messed with, and then how they became this huge empire and became the place of the czars. And then also we're going to explore the move from paganism to Christianity. And the Eastern Europe, believe it or not, didn't accept Christianity almost until like 1200 AD. So like, even though it was spreading all in Western Europe and people were accepting Christianity, not Christmas, but Christianity in general, they were still predominantly pagan and tribal, had tribal understandings and worshipped gods that were the same Norse gods as the Vikings for hundreds, over 1,000 years after this happened. So that one's going to be the story of Eastern Europe. And then part 5 going to end on the galactic history and the Ascension, where we're going to go into history about our galactic history and what that really represents for the Ascension. So if you guys are interested in this, go to my website, portaltoascension.org, sign up right there, and I will be sending emails out. And when this is ready for you to, explore, and you'll get an email and you can join me on it.
That was a fantastic presentation. I mean, that was so much stuff that I've found correlations between things, but not the way that you found it. As far back as you've gone with, the reindeer and the deer and the mushrooms and all. I never even knew any of that stuff, so I was just totally like, whoa! Like I have to literally, I'll have to watch it again.
They still say over in England, they still say get pissed. Right, talking about getting drunk. Let's get pissed.
That's where it came from, dude.
Yeah, we got that up here too. Why don't we get pissed on Friday night? And I didn't know the origins of getting pissed. I always thought getting pissed is like, you drink until you piss yourself, and then
you piss yourself. Oh yeah, I'm in need of mascara mushroom, by the way. Is not like regular psilocybin mushrooms. Literally, you can take this mushroom and something could happen to you where you go into a loop. Like, this is real. For example, right now I'm going to go pup, 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 right? And if I take mushrooms, I might get stuck in that loop for 2 hours doing that shit over and over.
That's why you giggle like that. That's why that reoccurring giggle that just keeps going and going and going, and then you think things like you said are breathing and flinching at you, and you act erratic because you're trying to get out of that spell. I'm not going to say it, but I've had instances myself where things just got completely out of hand.
Oh yeah. I've eaten, what was it? A couple of years ago, I ate a quarter of mushrooms, 7 grams, and we were sitting around a fire, and my sister-in-law, she plays the drums, right? So we had the fire going. I had a quarter in me. She had a quarter in her. My brother Mike had a quarter in him. Amy had a quarter in her. So you can just imagine we were just fucked right up, right? And then she started playing the drums, right? And the vibration from those drums was just like going right through me. And all of a sudden, I started just like walking around the fire, and then I started running around the fire, and then I took off and went to the beach, and I came back, and what an incredible experience that was. And the ground was breathing, like going like that, right? And just looking at it like that. I'd look at the house was breathing, and at that time I thought to myself, I was like, wow, what powerful mushrooms. I've never had mushrooms do this to me, but I have taken acid, where acid has made me look at mountains like they were breathing, and the water was breathing. And then, I don't know if it was the drums, and the drums activated something within me to where, it was like really a spiritual experience almost, but I didn't realize it at that time that I was having a spiritual experience until like later on when I thought about it, when I was like, oh my God, like, wow, that was quite the trip, literally.
And you have to remember that the Native American Vision Quest, the first thing they did was took mushrooms and put them in and made a tea for you to drink it, or peyote, or both.
Yeah.
Right?
I can't believe you said quarter. I was like, what? Like that's a lot, bro.
Whoa, yeah, baby.
Like,
that's baller, bro. That's freaking.
I'd be dead. They would have found me out in the middle of the water. I was like knee deep in water trying to get a ball off what I thought was concrete to play basketball. I had no idea. I was waist deep in water. Like, why am I sinking? Like, completely out of my mind. And that was like an eighth. Like, you're not talking about seven, like a quarter. That's
a few years ago. Friends of mine and Amy and I, we were decided to take mushrooms and go tripping in the bush. And so I ate mine, my buddies ate theirs, and Amy ate hers. And and Amy was like, I don't feel anything. And we were all pretty high, right? And Amy's like, I don't feel anything. So and I was like, well, here, eat some more, right? So she reaches in. She grabs a couple of mushrooms, she eats them. A few minutes later, she's like, I still don't feel anything. So my buddy Happy, she goes, here, eat some more. So Amy dips in, and it turned out at the end of the day that she, I don't know, 8, 12, 13 grams, and holy God, she was ripped. And and I was like, oh, I gotta get to where you are. So I ate a few more. So I ended up eating like 9, 10 grams, and we ended up finishing the bag, right? Because we had about a quarter pound of mushrooms, and between all of us, we just finished it. And we were
that's life changing. That's life changing right there.
We were so high walking through the bush.
That's like my buddy's girlfriend.
The moon was shining, and
he made a batch of Ormus. And it was really strong, and he told her, don't do more than a tablespoon. In fact, you should probably do a teaspoon first. And she was like, okay, whatever. And she did a tablespoon of Ormus, and that is a lot, okay? And she, flat out, she said, she got on the video. He made her make a video. She wanted to make a video to warn people, do not take a whole tablespoon of this. I saw God. She said,
probably.
If you're not in the right mind, you will flip out. And I was like,
that's
dude,
right.
Why did you let her do a whole? He's like, she just grabbed it. And, I mean, you can do that with like the liquid because there's not as much of the Ormus in there. It's a lot of the liquid that's in there. But if you take the whole sand, I do that. But I had to work up to that, okay? So that's like doing a quarter of mushrooms, like you did. You know what I mean? If you make real good Ormus and you make it right, because I do it the ancient Egyptian way that they did it for Cleopatra. I use that method, and it's strong. And if you dry that out, and we tell people do like a quarter of a teaspoon of the dry stuff, and I'll take a whole tablespoon. And stick it in something, mix it up, and drink it, right?
Give me a sec, guys. I'll be right back. I gotta go.
And the experience that you have, it depends on where your mindset is. It's the same thing as mushrooms or acid. If you're not in the right mindset, you're gonna have a bad trip. Well, it's the same thing with Ormus. You have to be in the right mindset, because if you're in a bad mood, it's gonna make you in a really bad mood. So if you're in a positive mood, you can ride that out. But I've never done mushrooms. But I've done acid, and that keeps giving for a while. After you
it's been like 20 years. I've been sober for 6, so there's nothing really crazy going on. But it's been literally 20 years. When I was 18, 19 years old. I'm 39 now. That's probably the last time too. It's crazy.
Yeah, I smoked a lot of pot, and I did a lot of crank.
Did that for a while.
I did that for a while. Even tried to smoke that shit like they do, and I was like, this stuff is crap. It's garbage. People are like, what? I'm like, you have no idea, man. When we used to do dope, you could do a key blast, and you'd be up for 3 days. This stuff takes me a quarter to get off, man. Get out of here with this weak-ass shit. And people are like, what? You're an old dude. I'm like, no, I'm telling you, you guys have no idea this pill dope. This is pill dope. This is crap. We had the real shit. They outlawed the shit we used to do. You can't get the chemicals anymore because people like me who are chemists will make that shit.
Dude, mushrooms heals all that stuff, it can heal that. And it basically amplifies, I would say most psychedelics, I'm not going to talk about all of them, but I would definitely say that they amplify wherever you're at. And then depending on your perspective and your intention, you will either have a great journey or one that you don't feel as good. But they'll both be rewarding journeys, but it's your perception of it that makes it a good or a bad thing. So even if it's challenging because it's amplified the devil's inside and you can see all this stuff coming up and you see your father who abused you coming up, and you might leave that journey and be like, oh my God, it sucked. It was so harmful and hurtful. What it really did was it just gave you the opportunity to help everything locked up in your subconscious mind bleed into your conscious mind so you could deal with it. right?
Well,
and not all the time it's beautiful unicorns and roses. A lot of times it's a lot of shit we want to get out. But for me, I don't feel like I'll ever have a bad journey, and I don't because I know I won't have a bad journey because I know what that is. Sometimes I like hardcore challenging journeys because even when I'm in it, I'm already self-aware that after this is going to be extremely rewarding.
I can only imagine what it would be for me now to do that as opposed to 20 years ago. The difference in mindset and time would just be like,
well, why
maybe that's something that's,
everybody was doing the psychedelic drugs, Leary and everybody doing that, and it opened up their minds, including what's his name, Anton LaVey. So immediately the government's clamped and said, wait a minute, we can't have people doing this. It's actually expanding people's minds. It's expanding their minds and opening, the Doors literally named their band The Doors because of doing mushrooms and opening up those doors in your mind, unlocking the doors, and like you said, putting things in front of you and giving you the opportunity to see that. So they immediately squashed all that and made drugs illegal, and it was all bad, and you can't do anything that expands your mind. You can't smoke pot, you can't do any of that stuff. No mushrooms, no acid, illegal. Well, these days it's gotten to the point where those hippies are now in Congress, and they've started voting all that shit legal.
No, I can also relate to what Neil was saying, because when I was younger and not very consciously aware of myself and my thoughts and what I truly am, I would go on mushroom trips, and there were times where I had a really, really bad mushroom trip, and this was only eating like maybe 3 grams, 4 grams, and I'd have a bad trip. And what he was saying is your perception with which you go into it, with your intention. And at that time, I was very angry, and being a product of institutions, foster homes, group homes. So inside I was very angry. So when I took those mushrooms, it would bring out that anger, and it would bring out that very rough, very bad mushroom trip. But then as I grew older and I became aware of myself and I began to wake up, and I would go on a mushroom trip, it would become more of a spiritual journey for me, because then what I was doing was I was leaving the hate and the beatings and the pain and the isolation, everything. I was leaving that behind, saying to myself, no, I'm going to make this a fresh slate, and I'm going to have a proper trip, and I want to see what happens. And then with that intention, when I went in, I had a fantastic trip. And then from there, I realized that was the key for me to do that. And then even with acid that I've done, I've had a couple of bad acid trips, but then most of them were quite good. And I've seen a lot of people have some very, very bad acid trips, where they'll eat say a 2-chip, or they'll eat a microdot or 2 microdots, and the next thing you know, they're freaking out to the point where actually we had to take one of our friends to the hospital and just dump them off in front of the hospital, and we ran away because we're all high on acid, right? And we thought they'd call the cops and have us arrested and shit. And our buddies are just tripping. I remember one time I ate 4 microdots, and that's equivalent to about 8 tabs. And I ran off into the bush by myself, and and I was down in there just tripping for good 5, 6, 7 hours. And my buddies, they had no idea where I was. And at about 7 o'clock in the morning, I kind of just like made my way back to their house after the trip had worn off, right? So it's very important that when you do psychedelics, that you go in there with the proper intention. If you're having problems at home, or if you're having problems at work, and you're in that negative state of mind, then I would suggest to not eat the psychedelics until you dealt with those issues, because it will really take you on a bad trip.
Yeah.
Well, it's the same thing as I always tell people, using the analogy from the Star Wars movie, when Luke was there on the planet with Yoda, and he sees and he senses something dark down in this cave down below the earth, and he says, "What's down there?" And Yoda says, "Only what you take with you." And he says, "Your weapons, you won't need them." But he picks up his weapons, his lightsaber and his blaster, and puts them on anyways, because he doesn't trust what Yoda says. And he goes down there, and he ends up fighting Darth Vader and killing Darth Vader. And it turns out it wasn't Darth Vader, it was him. He was it was like the Dark Night of the Soul. He was fighting his own demons.
So beautiful.
That's what he faced down there.
And he had a red lightsaber, which was Darth Vader's
lightsaber. Which,
and it was 100%. The story that we're talking about, they had that in mind as they created that. Right. Even the white, even the blue and red, lightsabers were literally intentional, because the red, we have the duality, water, fire, Republicans and Democrats, right? Freaking Bloods and Crips. Everywhere, blue and red. Look at it through antiquity, and then you can track that back to the White Brotherhood from Atlantis that split into two brotherhoods, the Blue and the Red Brotherhood, and now we have it all over the place.
Yeah, and you have Canada with red and white.
Well, and most of the flags with look
US,
at red, white, and blue, right? They got a red and blue. How
Majority
many
of them
flags
are
have red and blue in it that came out of Europe or anywhere in that world?
Yeah,
most of the flags over there have red and blue in it, or at least blue and white. It's always red, white, and blue, and then some of them have orange and yellow. But otherwise, think about all those flags. Even the Swedish flag, all white with a blue cross. Turns
and they mean something to it. It's all symbolic of those specific.
Yes.
Maybe those specific toting, not so much party lines, but idealistic lines that they go through in their society,
If you look at things from the cabal standpoint, then all of it is exactly that. Okay, the eagles that we have, that the American eagle is facing in one direction and the Nazi
Roman
eagle is facing the other direction, that actually comes from one standard where there was a two-headed eagle facing away from each other, and that was the two families of the Habsburgs and the Hohenzollern's.
That's the Albanian
World War
flag.
Was started over one of them trying to assassinate the other cousin, and they split up the kingdom. The same thing happened during when the fall of Rome, and if you go back even further to when Alexander's kingdom fell, everybody split the kingdoms up into smaller portions, and Neil had touched on that, where you had the Greeks over in the east that were left on their own for a long time, and they integrated with the societies there eventually. You have this going to talking about the lightsabers and going all the way back to Atlantis. If you look at that literally, the people the powers that should not be believe, this all goes back to Saturnism and Satan worship. They all believe that they're descendants of the Luciferians, of Lucifer, and they're all the same family, and that each one has their standard in the area of their control on the planet.
That's right. And Lucifer is the morning star, is also Jesus Christ.
Yes.
Well, that's
right.
It's
so
all
they're one and
there
the same.
This is why I named my show Orion Rising and my book Orion Rising, because this whole movement that's happening right now is us as a race of people on this planet waking up to our origins. Neil has the plan to show all of that. He just talked about that, where he's going to show that's what's happening to us right now, is we are waking up and ascending. Right? Neil knows that's why he calls his thing Portal to Ascension. He's got the way, and he has the way for you, and all you have to do is, it's esoteric. If you see what Neil saw, you'll find Ascension.
Well, let me just say, there are many pathways. There are many pathways to the same destination.
Well, no,
that was my question too.
The point of that is, like I was saying, you can show them the tools. You don't have the answer, because neither do I. Because like you just said, every path is an individual path from every single person. There is no right way, but there is no wrong way.
Yes.
Right.
There's your way.
Well, that's
it's the way that you choose to get to the final destination is what's important.
Even if you're corrupt, and a negative person on Earth, the destination is still going to be eventually the same. We're all going back to the source.
And I know I hate to say this, because I don't usually like to say this, because I don't like to propagate the negative, because some people. The truth is, none of that matters, because we have a choice to make, and your choice is going to determine how you're going to serve the whole.
Mm-hmm.
You're either going to be evil and you're going to rape and pillage and murder, or you're going to be a politician and you're going to rape and pillage and murder and prosecute people and enslave them. And by doing that, you serve as an example to show the other side what they don't want to do, and force them to then learn how to not become you. So we all service the whole. We all service the one. And the whole, there is no wrong way. So those guys who are murderers and rapists and killed, they serve the purpose.
Mm-hmm. The darkness teaches us the beauty of the light. On a planet of amnesia, if we didn't have amnesia, maybe we didn't need to have that contrast. But because we have amnesia, the only way we're able to find out and know what the light is, when we completely forgot our past lives, our past incarnations and all that, is by having this darkness. And then we see that, and we see that we don't want that, and we created something else. So how can we even cast blame and judgment on those that put out the darkness towards us if we know on the grand scheme of it all, they actually are doing the role that they need to play for us to have the spiritual development. Without that contrast and those challenges, we won't be able to have the depth of evolution that we get on this planet. And I do think that Earth is a really a place for some deep evolutionary experiences.
I feel that the amnesia that we collectively suffer from is almost a gift. The reason why I say it's a gift is because it allows us to rediscover ourselves through other expressions of the infinite consciousness. Like you were saying, this guy may be a murderer and a rapist, but, it shows me what I don't want to be. It shows the next person of what they don't want to be. And it truly does serve a purpose. So, to have amnesia in this density is actually a good thing because, it helps us to understand ourselves.
It also creates the possibility for infinite possibilities.
That's
because
right.
Because of the chaos.
That's what we are.
It creates an infinite. Because if all four of us were in the same room and somebody walked in and murdered everybody else in the room, we would all perceive that completely different.
That's right.
Completely different. We'd all have a different perspective. We would all
I would be too.
out of it differently than each other. If we survived it, we would still see it as the event, but we would see it from our perspective, which is the grand total of all of our experiences, each individually.
Mm-hmm. And I'm glad you mentioned that. I'm glad you mentioned that because Rob and I did a show together with George. We did a show with George and we were talking about UFOs, and we talked about this one UFO experience in Africa where the UFO has had presented itself to all these school children. It's a very famous case.
Right.
And all these children, they depicted the UFO and the alien beings that came out of there all differently.
Completely different.
All of them, their perception of the UFO and the alien was totally different to the rest of their classmates. So it really should show us that when we see a UFO, like say a disc in the sky, it's only a disc in the sky because that's what we want to see and that's what they want to show us. But the guy that's standing next to us may not even see that disc, right? So it's this UFO experience and all of this is tailor-made, and like what you were saying, it's tailor-made to us.
And I want to further that point, and this goes back to what Neil was saying. This is why if you take a look at the perception, right? I was studying to be a profiler in the FBI, and the perception of what you see is not always what the reality of any scene is because of that. So you're taught that in investigative work that everybody is going to, that's why the police separate everyone and interview them individually.
Right.
And then they have you tell the story a couple of times. Then the cops get together and they figure out the real truth. Okay, but here's the scary thing. With that in mind, and that everybody perceives something completely different, the same story over and over, completely different, why is it that we have one story that has been told at least 12 times throughout history that is almost identical to the verbiage?
Mm-hmm.
Neil
and
just talked about that in his presentation.
Today,
How is that possible when you sit down? My brother just he was in a he works for FedEx and he was in a course for something.
That's a crazy way to think about that,
they actually sat people down and showed you the grapevine. He literally handed my brother a piece of paper and said, "Read this to yourself, then turn to the guy next to you and tell him what you read."
Well, that's it. The game of telephone.
They did that all the way around the room.
It's never the same.
It was completely different.
Yeah, the story changes like 3 ducks and 5 chickens cross the road, and then by the time it gets to the end, it's 5 ducks and 3 chickens, right? The story is not going to be the same. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I would really say, like, if we had logic, if logic is what we followed on Earth, if we were like Vulcan or something, we would probably not have religion at all, because there's so many holes in the religion stories, and people, belief is so hardcore that people feel that a lot of things are factual, and they will just spit out belief all day and speculation all day because of how much they believe this. But I'm not to say that these religions are incorrect, because I do believe the Vedic saying there are many pathways to the same destination. That's the Vedic saying. And in Hinduism, for example, in Hinduism, Jesus is spoken of, and they say he came to India and learned some Buddhist ways. And in Hinduism texts, they also say that the reason why you cannot convert, there's no way to formally convert to a Hindu, is because this is the
way
answer.
of life.
Yeah, it's a way of life.
A way of life more so than a religion.
Yeah,
it's ingrained in you from an age of which you're young, so it's a process to get to that point.
Right. Well, also, there are many pathways to the same destination. That's their answer. Meaning, you don't need to be Hindu to get to the same place. Why are you converting to Hinduism? Why do I need to create a tradition for you to be baptized into this religion when you can get to the same place in whatever religion you are at? So what you see there is the beauty of the fact that all religion has some truth in it, and all religion can take you to the ultimate truth. But then you and all of us here know that many of these organized religions have been hijacked so much so that if you were just to look at anything logically and lay out the facts, right, you took away your belief but just looked at it from this neutral perspective of what you should believe, the answer will almost always be, oh, maybe my religion isn't true. Right, especially when it comes to Christianity, and the portrait of Jesus.
But here's the thing, and this is what I actually say to people when they ask me that question.
One second, Leo. One second. Sorry, I just wanted to ask Rob. He was going to say something before I rudely interrupted him about a minute and a half ago.
Oh no, it was just a question of when we were talking about this use of mushrooms and things like that, but we've kind of answered it in the sense that there are many pathways to the same thing. You don't have to take that pathway to go on this spiritual journey. And I just wanted
to find the one that works for you.
Right. I wanted to make that known, which is what, there's so many different things, but Neil's also right in the fact that when it comes to that religion, it's emotion, because we did go down to bare brass tacks and facts. Truth is also like it's basically a perception as well, or like there's a difference between truth and fact, right? A truth to somebody is how they see it to be right, or whatever the case may be. A fact is a stone cold fact. The moment you can separate the two is where you'll be thinking logically or emotionally, right?
Right.
Because, like you said, if you're looking at the religion, if you look at it through emotion, it's the truth. That's the truth. But if you're looking at it from a factual standpoint, nothing is fact because nothing is proven. Nothing has been vetted, proven, or anything else. It's all about what people tell you, so you're perceiving it to be truth. But it also strikes me as odd as how many times this thing of religion with Jesus and the story of Jesus didn't hit the telephone game. Everybody speaks about it almost the same way, which in my mind inclines me to think that there is some fact behind that particular story, whether the aspirations of how big that story truly was.
Because it never changed.
Right.
That was my point. That was my point in bringing that up. And Neil said it earlier. It's esoteric. I believe that it's an exercise that's there that is the epitome of my calling my show Orion Rising. If you see it, if you're able to understand that equation, then that will help you to actually ascend, because it gives you the tools that you need to see, look, this is the only reoccurring theme, but it's reoccurring not just in the Jesus equation, whatever you want to call that, but in all these other religions. It's in everything that is in every culture, everywhere on this planet.
So it should unite us instead of divide us because of the similarities. And we should.
This is what I tell everyone. It doesn't matter if any of that's true, whether Jesus was alive or not. The truth is in the message. And then people say, well, what religion versus spirituality, and what should I do with all these religions? You should learn a little bit about all of these religions to learn how similar they are, and like Neil said, and throw all the rest of that shit away, because it should unite us as one people, and then we all walk our own path. Leave your neighbor alone. Let them walk their own path.
See, a common thing within religion, if we were to incorporate what Rob said, emotion and fact, for example, and we were respectful to the emotional connection to it, we would just say, okay, why don't we just look at the religion and see all the stuff that we can prove man wrote down? For example, the last verse on the crucifixion of Jesus in the King James Bible was created in 300 something AD, right?
After the fact
by Romans. So it's like, why don't we strip it down to its basic core? And when you do that, guess what? All the stories about how God is an evil God, how God will spite you, how God doesn't like people who are gay or eat shellfish because they're right next to each other.
Wow.
Right?
Yeah. So like, that's what I'm saying.
Right.
If you are Christian and you believe that the Bible tells you not to be pro-gay people, then you also need to stop eating shellfish because that's right after it on the list.
And stop cutting your hair and don't get tattoos or piercings.
Kind of reminds me of what David Icke said in one of his books. He'd said that he'd gone into this Jewish bakery and a little bit of cheese had fallen onto the brick stove and they couldn't make any more bread in there because the stove had been contaminated. So they had to call in Rabbi Cheese Danish so he can come in there and bless the oven for a price of, like €100 or something. And then after that, they were allowed to, that's what David Icke called him, was Rabbi Cheese Danish. So after he performed his prayer on there for, a small fee, they were able to go back and continue to bake bread in that oven. For me, that was absolutely ridiculous. And, and just resonated with me. Just bing, just clicked in my mind, the Rabbi Cheese Danish. The thing I have to say is,
I got a joke too right after that. I got a Catholic joke for you. I got two. When you're done talking. Yeah.
I do have to say that the three main religions, from my studies, from what I've discovered, of Islam, Judaism, and Christianity, all three of them have roots to Saturn. We have a great big hexagon on the northern pole of Saturn. And what is a hexagon? A hexagon is a flattened out cube. Now, when we go to Islam, what do? They go in concentric circles around the Kaaba. Kaaba means cube, and it's the black cube. And then we go over to Judaism, and Jewish people, they wear a thing called a teflon on their head, on their third eye, and which is a black cube. And then when we look at Christianity, the cross is a geometrical cube in itself. So what I feel is that. What I feel is that, these three religions, they may have had good intentions to start out with, but this force that we're dealing with that works with the Saturn moon matrix hijacked these three religions and introduced their own line of thinking in it. And the philosophers that have come forth from from history onwards, they've really distorted the message in their philosophy of their religion and made it into what they want. So, for me, those three religions are not really true religions. I myself, I don't follow any religions. I follow the infinite consciousness. I'm of the school that, that there is no religion, there is no God, there is no Satan, there's no angels, there's no demons, that, that all of it is the expression of the infinite consciousness. And then when we pass from this life and when we return to the infinite consciousness, there's a road that we need to take, and that road is going from 3D to 4D to 5D to 6D, and then eventually we'll climb up that snakes and ladders type of ladder, and we'll reach that point where we can rejoin with the infinite consciousness. But for me, to follow a religion is it's not something that's in my books, because I believe that I am God. I believe that Neil is a God, you're a God, Rob is a God, everyone that's watching is a God, because we're the expression of that God. And for me to worship something that is inferior to me, it's just something that's never going to happen, because I am everything that there ever was, ever is, never will be. So whatever God that I create, or whatever God that's been introduced to me, is always going to be inferior to that, because that God has been created, because nothing, absolutely nothing, is greater than my consciousness, your consciousness, Rob's consciousness, Neil's consciousness. Yeah,
because our consciousness is God. Yeah, just to add to that, to fill in some things about what you're saying, because God, the creation source, is consciousness, and our consciousness is a part of that field. Is one collective field we're all tapped into. And then to add into what Leo was saying when you said no demons, and he said yes, there are personifications of negative energy that we dub as demons.
That's right.
And some of them are really lost souls that are just screwing with us, and some of them are literally beautiful angels disguised as this just to further the process along.
And we have to keep in mind that those angels
keep the
and
whole
demons,
narrative going.
yeah, those angels and demons,
But
again, at the end of the day, are an expression of that infinite consciousness.
Yes.
But here's the beauty of that the beauty of it is you can choose to be 100% that way. And I'm not saying that I have, because you know that I haven't. You know my mind on this.
Yeah.
I agree with you and with Neil. But I could be a priest in the Catholic religion, and I could still ascend, and I could be just a parishioner in a Christian church or a Hindu church or synagogues, and it doesn't matter. None of that is important, but the problem is people think that it is. And that the biggest issue that we have, instead of trying to convince people that this is the way the universe is, get it through your thick skull, you dullard. I think that whole narrative is something that we should only talk about in certain circles, because people who understand it get it. People who don't and they're not ready for it, it's just like trying to say aliens, aliens, aliens. They're going to just shut that off. They're going to say you're possessed by the devil. A lot of Christians say that to me. You're possessed by the devil. If you think aliens are demons, there is no aliens. There's no other race of people. They're just demons tricking you. Okay? Yeah, so there's so much disinformation because what Omar said, all of the churches and all of the religions have been corrupted on purpose to basically just be money-making corporations. Get the asses in the seat, get them paying a tithing, wave your hand in front of them. This is one of my jokes, right? It's a racist joke, but it paints the Christians as a very racist bunch of people. And I'll tell the joke, and I don't care if it pisses anybody off, because it's funny because it's almost true to the way the religions treat people, and especially the Roman Catholics, with the way they used to treat people. Now they're a little bit less, but that's only because there's cameras everywhere. Okay, so Mike Tyson says he's going to go, and he gets Jesse Jackson with him, and they're going to go, and he wants to meet the Pope, and they want to get blessed by the Pope. So Jesse Jackson said, "I'm going to go get blessed by the Pope." I'm going to go step 2. I'm going to come with you. I'm going to go see the Pope, and I'm going to get blessed. So they're sitting there waiting for the Pope, and he doesn't show up, and they're out there in the square, and the Pope's not showing up. The Pope's not showing up. Mike says, "Screw this, I'm going to go get some peanuts." He goes over and he gets some peanuts, and he goes over and he sits by a tree on the lawn, and he starts cracking the peanuts open and eating them. Next thing you know, the Pope comes over, and Jesse Jackson sees him. And the Pope looks down at him, and he goes like this, and then he walks away. And Mike Tyson gets up and comes over, and he says, "You got blessed by the Pope. What did he say?" He says, "No, he looked at me and he said, 'Look, nigga, pick up those peanuts and get the fuck off my lawn.'" That's so wrong, right? Okay, so here's the one that's not. This is a neutral one. Anybody I've offended? Okay,
no, Liam, no.
Look, nigga, pick up those, and you got to do it in Mike Tyson's voice, right? It makes it even worse. Why didn't Mike clock him, right? So
that will definitely offend people. I think we need to take a step back.
I know
here.
That's just wrong. I apologize for anybody that I offended, especially the Roman Catholics, 'cause I'm sure I just got excommunicated from the fucking church because I made them look like racists. They are. Anyway, so here's one that's not a racist joke. So in the there again, we're in the Vatican, and there's cardinals, and they're in the whole enclave and the whole hotel, and they're doing their job, their work. One of the guys is upstairs. He's in one of the bedrooms. He's cleaning. He looks out the window, and out across the square, he sees the silhouette of someone walking towards the Vatican. And it looks like the man's just wearing a robe and long hair and a beard. And he goes, "That looks like Jesus. I better go tell somebody." So he runs downstairs, and he gets some of the other guys, and he says, Listen, look, come here. You got to see this. I think Jesus is coming to the Vatican." They all run over to the windows, and they look, and they're like, "Oh, no, we got to tell somebody." So they go to the head cardinal, and they tell him, and he runs over to the Pope, and he says, "Your Eminence, Jesus is right on here, and he's coming here to us." And the Pope looks at him, and he looks down on his typewriter, and he starts typing. And they're like, "Your Eminence, don't you want to come and see Jesus?" And he's like, "No, look a busy.
That's funny. To segue.
So that one makes up for the other one. That was a bad racist joke, but that was with the accent.
That.
Look a busy.
Scratch that first one.
The first one did not happen.
Scratch that first one.
Yeah. But anyways, like to segue to the topic of Saturn, right? I just want to, because I'm going to leave in a second. I just wanted to say this about it. We spoke earlier, a few days ago, all of us spoke about how Saturn isn't really a bad thing. It's just a planet in our solar system that actually, this solar system definitely has some grand design to it. For example, if Saturn and Jupiter didn't exist, Earth would have been wiped out a long time ago. Saturn and Jupiter takes asteroids all the time for us, right? And we would be out. Yeah, exactly. So exactly. So it's really protecting us, but the energy has been hijacked, right? And what really explains this right here, you know, we're talking about Lucifer and how Lucifer has been dubbed this evil being that came down here with the fallen angels in retaliation against God. But if you look at the original text in the original Gospels before Constantine did what he did at the Council of Nicaea, we have Gnosticism, in which Lucifer literally was a volunteer. God said, hey, I need a volunteer to go down to Earth and give them the experience of darkness. How do we translate that into consciousness? Hey, I need someone to go down to Earth, the planet of amnesia, and give these people the experience of duality so that they can have that evolution back to the one. So the whole Saturn, Satan, Lucifer connection got disconnected and demonized as something as the other rather than this volunteer. Saturn has volunteered itself to be
well, you know, that's the actual story that Ra tells. And let me explain that really quickly and why. And I think I think it'll put some light on to what you're talking about. In the beginning, there was no mind wipe and there was no evil. Everybody just was, but everybody knew who they were. So the problem is that the creator realized that his creations weren't really doing anything because they all knew they were part of the one. They were a little mini me piece of the one, and eventually I'm going to get back there. So people were not really in any hurry to do anything. So they went through many different things, possibilities. What can I do to hasten this project? And eventually he came up with chaos. So the only way that works, though, is you have to have the mind wipe. You have to have the forgetting. So you had the forgetting, and then you had chaos introduced. So someone had to volunteer. Okay, so the Morning Star volunteered to do this and be that great evil so that this whole thing would change. Then when you get down to the level of the people, what happens here is those people who are evil that are here, they don't want anyone knowing this. Because if anyone knows this and learns this, then they'll ascend faster. They don't want that to happen. So when they first took control of the Matrix, the first thing they did taking control of the Matrix was to deceive everyone about the whole Lucifer Satan thing. That nope, he's just the devil and the serpent in the Garden of Eden who screwed up and told you guys the knowledge. You ate the knowledge and God kicked you out of his house. You know, get out of my garden because you learned something. Oh, and by the way, you snake who slithered up, you have to stay that way for the rest of your life. Wait a minute, I'm already a snake, aren't I? So what's changing about? See what I'm saying? So that's where the whole thing happened because it had to. So that we would then ascend faster and be more motivated. Being chased by a boogeyman will motivate you, right? So we have to be more motivated to push forward, to learn what we need to learn so that we can ascend faster. And then they took control of the Matrix, shut that part of the memory off. You don't get to learn that ever if we can stop it. And they've done that with all religions. And that's when I believe the Council of Nicaea happened. I believe it was nefarious. And you touched on that a little bit earlier. I believe they did it on purpose because they couldn't have us knowing that stuff.
Yeah, they wanted to control the narrative.
Yeah, the only stuff they gave us, like you alluded to before, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, the New Testament, the beginning of the New Testament, none of those books were written when Jesus was alive. The first one was Mark, and that was written 100 years after his death. Not by anybody who was there.
Logical facts right there.
Yeah, none of those books were written. They were written by someone who made that shit up. In fact, Luke was made up talking about Nero. You learn this if you go to the Catholic
Nero was one
the Christian initiation of the Catholic rites. You go to that the RI, what is it called, the RIC Catholic, no, it's something RCIA, the rite of the Catholic initiate. If you go to that, it's a year and a day. To become a Catholic, you have to study Catholicism and the religion for a year and a day before you can get baptized, right? Even if you're converting, That's just the way their rule is. But what they teach you there is the truth. They don't teach you a lie. They teach you that they took all the books that had any meaning and threw them away so that we couldn't learn our real history.
One book that was just found in the last 30 years was the Book of Judas, just found in the last 30 years. And it's not as commonly known as it should be. But in the Book of Judas, it's the same story as Lucifer. Judas volunteered, but he was reluctant. Jesus made him do it.
Yep.
That's what the Book of Judas said, and that would change the whole game. So not only did that happen, but there's also evidence to suggest that over 100 different gospels that were thrown out, Jesus never even died.
Right.
You know?
Right. And that was suggested in not the Passion of the Christ, but the one that Willem Dafoe was in. I can't remember the name of that one. Was it the Temptation? Not the Last Temptation. It was the Last Temptation of Christ, because the Passion of the Christ was the one that Mel Gibson wrote. So in the Last Temptation of Christ, that one was what kind of hinted at that when the temptation was, you're not going to die, and it showed him with a wife and children. Well, we know from history now, Dan Brown brought that to light, but I already read Holy Blood, Holy Grail, and a few other books, including the Mary Magdalene Chronicles. There's the writings and teachings of Mary Magdalene. You can find those, and you can look those up. That when Mary, go ask the people in the south of France, when Mary got to, where did she go, guys? She disappeared. Jesus died. She was the one who saw him resurrected first. Then he shows up, and Doubting Thomas gets famous, right? And that's when that saying shows up. But then he shows up there, and then immediately the church is usurped. She disappears from the whole church. Why? Well, she shows up in the southern part of France with a little girl, and her name is Sarah.
Equal to Jesus.
Yeah,
Mary Magdalene was
equal
equal to Jesus.
with her, and her name is Sarah, and in Hebrew and Sanskrit back then, that means princess. But she says, this is my servant. That servant grew up to marry a Merovingian king. Why would a slave marry a Merovingian priest, and why would their offspring have the ability to heal with their hands and talk to animals? Okay? So then they start a religion over there in the south of France, and that religion says that religion over in Rome is evil and run by evil people, and it's not the way Jesus wanted it taught. So that non-prejudiced, non-evil Pope sent all of his knights to murder everyone in the south of France that had any knowledge of that religion.
On Friday the 13th.
Yeah. No, Friday the 13th.
Oh, that's with the Illuminati. Yeah. I'm thinking about
that was Knights Templar.
Yeah, so then the only reason we have the story is because what? 3 knights escaped, right? And they went to the castle or the church there in the south of France, Rennes-le-Château. They went there and put the information there. That's the only reason why we have all of that. The book, if you ever read the Holy Blood, Holy Grail, that book is based on a book that was written in the 1800s, and they give credit for that. But they do an investigation. Then Dan Brown took all of that together and said, well, I'm going to put this to a what if. What if all they're saying is true? Jesus didn't die. Jesus had offspring, and the church has been trying to cover it up ever since.
That's wild.
If you guys want to learn more about that, Stephen and Evan Strong did a fantastic expose at my last event called Ishwara in October, and it's called Mary Magdalene Dreaming, and that is on our Watchers Talk YouTube page. So if you guys want to go and check out that video, it's about an hour and a half long, and it's a great presentation where Stephen and Evan lay out exactly what we've been talking about here. Now we've reached the end of the day, and before I do the closing here, I just wanted to get back to the little bit of the racist stuff. If you guys look on your screen, do you think StreamYard is racist because they put 2 brown guys on top of each other and 2 white guys on top of each other?
Hey, Santa Claus got top billing now.
Damn, dude. Well, shit, I don't even know, man. Now
that's wild.
Nothing makes sense anymore.
But wait, how many? But here's another thing. How many people in this crowd have native DNA?
I'm happy.
It depends. Native to what? Earth?
Native American continent, North American continent, native.
Oh shit, bro.
I thought for sure you were going to have a little bit in there, Neil. I thought you were going to say, well actually, yeah, because I know a lot of natives.
I did my ancestry, right? Because I thought I'm going to find Egyptian, all this bullshit. Yeah. I got 100% Indian.
Yeah, he's Indian.
100%, bro. That's unheard of. Freaking 100% from that, because they can't even track back my lineage further than like thousands of years ago, because I've been in India. My family's been there I'm like the first one to marry outside of an Indian in like 5,000 years.
Wow. I tell people that I'm a real Indian. because I've my dad is Pakistani, so that's half East Indian, and my mom is Aboriginal Indian, Mohawk Indian from Ontario. So I'm the East and the West Indian. So like I'm the two Indians come together, and I'm the hybrid of the real Indian. So maybe I should be the Messiah for like all of the Indians.
I'm 85% European. I have Scandinavian, like 14% Scandinavian. I have 3 or 4% what they call Roman Greek or Greek Roman, and then I have 5% Native American. But all the rest of me is English, Scottish, Norwegian, Scandinavian. I'm all Viking, all Western and Southern Viking. So I just call myself a Celt.
This has been just a fantastic day of love. And, thank you very much to every single person who registered with our event, and every single person who has watched our event here on Watchers Talk YouTube, and on Facebook, and also on Portal to Ascension's YouTube channel. Many gratitudes to you guys. Thank you very much. Today was, just an incredible day. I'll just quickly run it down. We started off, we started our stream at 7:45 this morning, and then between 8 and 9, Rob, Leo, and myself, we had a really nice introduction to the event, and then Aaron came on, and he led a beautiful meditation, which was very masculine meditation, and then after that we had MC Resonance, aka Neil Gore, aka Portal to Ascension, came on, and then after that we had Ben Carroll come on, which was just the highlight of for myself, which was just truly amazing. So, huge thanks to Ben. And then after that, Norma came on, and Norma led that really beautiful divine feminine meditation. And then after that, we had Jillian come on and did some light work and energy work. And then, of course, we had Ray Davis come on and talk to us about affirmations and how we can, include those affirmations in our day-to-day lives so that we can become, better people. And then, of course, Neil Gore, aka MC Resonance, aka Portal to Ascension, did this fantastic presentation on Christmas, and then of course this panel talk that we had, and a huge thank you to Stephen and Evan Strong from Australia, Forgotten Origin. If it weren't for those guys, this event today would not be happening, because Stephen was truly a quarterback for this, and he's encouraged every single person that attended this events for the last 7 months for us to all come together and do something like this. So a huge thanks to those guys, and unfortunately couldn't get them on just for a quick minute to get a word from them, but again, we played that video this morning where Steve was doing a rock ceremony, and it was a very high energetic day, and it was all love, and I really appreciate that, and I truly love you guys, and I appreciate you guys. And this event, really, it wouldn't have been the same without you guys. So before we close off, let's do some final words. I know Neil's got to go, so I'll start with Neil, and then I'll jump over to Rob, and then from Rob we'll jump to Leo, and then from there we close our stream. And please, guys, share this stream out. Make comments, give it a like, because it really helps us in the algorithm of YouTube. As you guys know, these guys are suppressing the truth, and really holding anything back that speaks about the truth and our heritage, human heritage. So share this out. So that's it for me. Much love. Thank you very much, and we'll probably see you guys in the new year. And hope to bring you guys more events, not only with Watchers Talk, but with Orion Rising, and with the Full Spectrum Universe, and of course with Portal to Ascension. Go ahead, Neil.
Yes, so I'll just like to say thank you, everybody, so much. Thank you, Rob, Leo, Omar, for letting me be a part of this. Truly, it was great, man. 9.5 hours almost hanging out with you guys and listening in, tuning into the frequency. It's really just about unity and coming together and sharing our joy and counteracting the division in the world, because everything seems like it wants to divide us on every level, and that's just the duality that we signed up for. And now that chapter, that game, that level is at its closing stages, we don't need to judge it, we don't need to hate it, we can be grateful for what it has brought us, the experiences that it has brought to us. But now we can create something better. We have the technology, we have the know-how, we have the insight, we have the spiritual tools whether it's meditation or sound frequency or whatever, to create beautiful, advanced technological world that we can utilize consciously, so that we can live in harmony with our Earth, but also contribute to, not only exploring our planet and cleaning it up, but exploring other dimensions, going into other planets and galaxies. It all is there. It's up to us to really work on the paradox, which is the only way we can get that reality is if we work on ourselves enough to be ready for that. So my message is the same that is always is really learn this information, but realize these stories are a reflection of the internal journey that we're all going through right now, and that we've all been incarnated to experience. And through going through this journey, we will learn the lessons that we need, we'll evolve how we need to evolve, and we're going to create this reality. It's inevitable. Where we're heading, the cycle is over. The next age has begun. We're in the Bronze Age right now, right? Heading up. It's inevitable where we're going to be going to. There are growing pains. There is destruction and chaos. Systems need to collapse so other ones can be formed. So within all of that, when you see all that and there might be some fear, just realize that these things that didn't serve us are now falling, so that we can start creating things that serve the collective and serve all of us. And that's what I'm inspired. That's why I do what I do. And that's why all these guys are here right now. So stay tuned to everything I'm creating. portaltoascension.org if you want to check it out. If you want to listen to my rap and conscious poetry, go to Instagram, MC_resonance, MC_resonance. Love you all so much. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Neil.
Are you going to be live on Christmas Day?
Am I what?
Are you going live on Christmas?
I didn't think of it, no. But maybe I will.
Okay.
Because
I was thinking about doing that, and I didn't want to stomp on you if you're going to. I'm still doing the law of one, so I'm going to go ahead.
Do it.
Okay. I'm not going to skip Christmas because I'm doing Christmas Day or Christmas Eve here for dinner. So Christmas Day, I'll just be watching football. So I might as well do Law of One and talk spiritualism. But I thought you were going to go, and I'm like, oh, if he's going, I'll take a bow and watch your show. But if you're not going to go, I'll go live. And if you do, just make sure I go live at 4 p.m. West Coast time. So do it before or after me, so we don't step on each other, please.
Sounds good. Thanks for letting me know.
The whole audience, bro.
Okay, love you guys. I'm gonna head out.
Love you too, Neil. Thank you very much,
love you, brother.
I'll shoot you a message later.
Sounds good. Bye.
Bye. Rod?
All right. So first off, I want to say to Omar, this has been a seamless event. I love you like a brother. We've been very close. I was so excited when you asked me to do this. I love the people out there and the people who watch. This is why we do what we do. And I want to just, give a shout out to anybody and everybody who's trying to grow spiritually and really raise their frequency and be that next wave of people we need to change this collective. Leo, I love you like a brother. You know that. And I love all the things that you said tonight. You said so many facts, and I'm going to have to go back and rewatch it 100 times. But it's the truth, and I love that about you, man. You are like an encyclopedia to like the max. And I also want to thank you for letting me be a part of this. It's truly like I'm so grateful. I have so much gratitude, and I truly love doing this. And this is something that I today was like coming home, like where I started doing this. And I keep saying that and I keep emphasizing that because I truly feel it. This is where I belong with you guys. And Neil, I love you like a brother. I just met you. We exchanged some really, really great ideas, man. I can't wait to work with you again in the future and get to know you even better from this point. And to everybody out there, just remember that I love you all as well. And I can't wait to interact or, at least be able to talk for each and every one of you. That is my mission, is so I at least get to talk to anybody and anybody who's willing to listen. So I love everybody, and I'm eternally grateful for being here. It's been such an amazing day with such amazing people. It's such a top-class presentation you did today because everything had its own aspect of righteousness in my heart, and I can't say enough about it, man. I love everybody. I love you all. And I'm really grateful for being here. Thank you.
I guess he ran off.
That's right. I got to run. I got to run. But
all right, Rob.
I'll talk to you guys later, man. Love you guys.
Love you, man. Thanks for being here today. Then you know what? We don't work with people unless we know that they're like-minded or that at least kindred. So the fact that you and Neil hit it off the way you did is not surprising. because the fact that we all hit it off the same way, and all the people that we work with, or you see how it is. You see all the people that we work with, and you know how it is. So we wouldn't work with you if you weren't like us, and you wouldn't work with us if we weren't like you. You wouldn't want to. You'd be like, nope, those guys are weird, man. They're all crazy over there. So
that's very true.
Thank you. Right.
Love you guys, man. Have a good night.
Thank you very much, Rob. Oh, just hang on.
So what I want to say to the people is, let's not stop this. First of all, if you're on the North American continent, as soon as we get done and go off the air, go outside and look southwest. Start at the horizon, work your way up. You're going to find the conjunction of the two planets making a brighter star up there somewhere. See if you guys can get some pictures. I know you'd have to use a zoom lens because it looks really big when you take a picture. It's a little teeny pinhole. I even did that with the moon and went, darn it, it didn't come out as big as I wanted it. But just so we can see it, I'm going to try and go out and see it. But I think we're a little overcast here right now, but I don't know. So I'm going to go out and take a look as well and see if I can see it, because it's one of those alignments that, it's like when Halley's Comet came through. If you were alive then, you went out and looked up at it, because it's not going to come back through again before you're probably deceased, right? So these are the things that, if this is like an 800-year galactic alignment, go see it. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Even if you just look up for a second and go, yep, there's a star. It's a light. That's bright. Okay, off of my business. But you know what? This whole day was perfectly done. It was perfectly timed. You set it down. Omar, thank you for. I didn't even hesitate. Omar texted me and he said, "Hey, I'm doing this. You want in?" Yeah. I think I texted him back as fast as I could. Yes, I'm in. I didn't even know who was going to be speaking. I didn't know what role I was going to have. I didn't know any of that. It didn't matter to me, because the message, the energy that we're putting out, and everything, I wanted to be a part of that. So, I say, take everything that we've said throughout the entire course of the day with all these speakers and all of the meditations and all the affirmations. Take all that and see it for what it is. That's the tools that we're trying to help you to understand that truthfully and truly, it doesn't matter how you walk your path or in what pace you walk it. Just walk it. Experience it. That's what we're here to do. And learn the lessons that you set down for yourself with your guides that we need to learn to move forward. So it doesn't matter. It honestly doesn't. Whether you go to a church, whether you go to a synagogue, the whole thing that we need to really take from this to try to go forward with is, just like Neil said, all of the information that we gave you about all of the religions and all of the corruption and all the things that happened. You should take the positive away from that, saying that we need to unite ourselves. We need to realize that there's only systemic racism in a society if we believe in that racism. If we don't believe in racism, then we can fix these things. And if there is racism, we should sit down and find out what's wrong with us that is telling those people that we're racist against them. Admit that. Be the adult. Admit that to ourselves. What is it that we're doing in our society that we need to change that will affect that change? Right? Everybody keeps saying that. We need to affect the change, but nobody's sitting down to come up with what we need to do to affect that change. Too many people are yelling past each other and nobody wants to talk. And then when you do, what do you talk about? So that's going to be something that all of us as an individual are going to have to take care of on our own as a collective consciousness. We need to just start going, there is no racism. None of that exists. It's done. It's over. And then when you see somebody who's doing that, no, that's wrong. Don't do that. You're serving as a bad example. It's probably never going to go away because the systemic evil that is here, that is what is systemic about the entire planet. The one thing that is certain is that there are good people and there are evil people. There are people in service to self and service to others. You're going to be one of those. Ultimately, you have to decide which one of those. That's what's happening. That's where we are. That's what the Hopi legend is. That's what the temporal war is about. It's coming to that. It's coming to, you have to make a choice. We should have made that choice thousands of years ago, but the powers that should not be have stopped it. So you have to understand that we have to make that choice, and then we can ascend. We have to decide what we're going to do and raise the vibration so that we can get out of here and we can all go home. If you don't believe in that, that's fine. You don't have to. Okay? That's not for you. You're the small number now. You're the minority. The majority of the planet understands what we understand to some degree. Okay? So it's okay. Don't be afraid, because you just have to understand that you're forever. You're forever, I'm forever, we will meet again. Even if somebody shot me in the head right now, we will all meet again because we are all one. Okay, so push this forward. It doesn't have to be just one day when there's a galactic alignment. Every day. I was knighted by the Holy Roman Catholic See, and it was not something that you take lightly, first of all. And secondly, it's a way of life. It's a decision to live a certain way by a certain ethical code, which I was already living by. I'm already a Jedi Knight, okay, in New Zealand. I'm already a Christian minister in Phoenix, Arizona at the Universal Life Church. So my way of life has already been chosen. I chose that. So it doesn't matter if I have a credential here and a credential there and a credential here. None of that's really important, except it's important if I want to get paid, right? So you guys need to take what you have and use this to try and propagate this forever. Keep it going forward. You know, I hate to bring it up with the Opus Dei, like Dan Brown demonized them, but the true Opus Dei is a part of the Catholic religion, which is a group of people who actually are going around to teach people how you can better yourself and do God's work in your daily life. That's what the Opus Dei, the real Opus Dei, is dedicated to. So Dan Brown grabbed on that, and I didn't like that he corrupted that because it was the one true holy thing that church was doing, and he made that the demon of the church that they were trying to kill off Jesus's bloodline. So that was the part I didn't like. He could have picked somebody else, but he picked Opus Dei. So Opus Dei in real life do good deeds. It's, you know, push it forward, trade it forward, pay it forward. It's the secret. All of that knowledge is there for you. You just need to run with it and know that it's okay. You're not alone. Don't be afraid. Fear is the little death. Fear is the mind killer. Don't be afraid of them. Don't be afraid of the boogeyman, because all of that is just being told to you to keep you not knowing what you're starting to learn.
Beautiful, beautiful. Thank you very much, Leo. Really appreciate all your thoughts. I love working with you. I love you as a brother. And today was just a fantastic day of gathering.
Great day,
and bringing love together and sharing our energy. That was fantastic. And
that was Apache for today's a great day to die. Okay.
I don't think I'll be seeing the Jupiter Saturn junction here today, because I've had a winter storm here all day long. It's just snowing like crazy. Yeah, it's snowing like crazy. It started at 8 o'clock this morning.
So I'm sure on TV. I'm sure
and I've got I think 4 centimeters, 5 centimeters of snow outside. But it would have been nice to see it in in live. But that's fine. Again, thank you very much. I really appreciate, every single person, like I said, who signed up and, came out and watched us, shared our stream, commented, and meditated with us, and, participated with us all day long. Many, many gratitudes to you guys, and thank you very much for attending this
really
event.
Quick, and those of you who know me, my Ancient Aliens group, Ancient Aliens Worldwide, 2 days ago hit 250,000 members. I love you guys.
Wow,
I love everybody out there who follows that group. Everybody out there who follows my Orion Rising page and group. Everybody who follows my podcast. All 84 countries on the planet so far that listen to me. I love you guys, and continue. Just pass it on. Pass the knowledge on.
Yeah, do that. And all the links will be available in the description of this video of all our guests that were here today, all the hosts, and everything will be provided. So you guys, check out those links and like and follow and subscribe to the newsletters, and and just pass this message on forward for all the tomorrows to come, where we have reached this critical moment in time now where the road has split, and it's time for us to make a choice. Which way do we want to go? Do we want to continuously judge people for how they act, or what they say, or how they look, or do we just want to accept them for who and what they are, and just give them love and move on with our lives and our days, and not waste any energy on hating and discriminating and division? That's my message, and that's been the message for all day long. And this was the message that the original people of Australia, the Aborigines, wanted us to convey forward to every single person that is is watching. So with that being said, my name is Omar, and I was the host here today with my buddy Leonard O'Neill and Rob Yachts, and of course Neil Gore at here on our event today. I'm coming at you guys from British Columbia, Canada, and a very, very Merry Christmas to every single one of you. And a Happy New Year, and just yell Jumanji at midnight, and hopefully we can get out of this. And I don't think I'll be streaming another show this year, but I definitely am going to be back in early next year. And I think one of the first shows that we're going to do is we're going to go back and check all the Schumann resonance and see how what kind of effect we made today globally and on our collective vibration. So with that being said, much love to you all. Have yourselves a wonderful holiday. Please don't drink and drive, and enjoy your family, and and enjoy the love, and give love and receive love, and good night to you all, and much love, and I love you all.